Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. I am Zoe Schwind, and with me here in the Watchpoint Fun and Mobile are Scott Castle-Kennedy, Danny Pastel Dreams Lim, and with us in spirit once more is, of course, Jonathan Reinforce Larson. Fun Mobile, yes, no?
Well, shouldn't it be
Bit
Fun
weird.
Mobile? Like the Batmobile,
Mobile?
but for fun?
Oh, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Like, day alert. But you say, wait, so mobile phone, in America you say mobile, not mobile.
No, mobile.
You say mobile?
Mobile? No, mobile. No, mobile.
No, oh, okay.
We're talking to three like non-Americans. It feels like about.
Yeah.
I'm American.
I mean, you're American, you should know, so help us out here.
Is it what?
Mobile.
What is it, Danny?
Mobile.
So it'd
It's
be
mobile?
it'd be the Fun Mobile.
No.
Fun mobile.
No, but if it's like car or vehicle, you say
Mobile.
Mobile.
It's a Batmobile?
Batmobile. Batmobile.
Batmobile.
You guys are confusing me. I want to just talk
Well,
about
way to start off our day.
how great we look. We're color coded.
Yeah, no,
matching.
we're nailing it. We're nailing it.
Yeah.
Guys, it's just the three of us right now, so you know we're stretching it with banter. We do miss Johnny dearly,
Kinda do miss that guy.
we hope that he will be back next week. Now, in the meantime, though, it does get a little lonely with only the three of us here in this enormous studio space. So we're bringing on some virtual company. So please join us in welcoming popular Overwatch YouTube personality Fredo of Your Overwatch. Thank you so much for joining us, Fredo. How are you doing?
Hi, everybody. I'm a little jealous. The view's looking great over there. I'm in green screen land myself.
We'll green screen you in next time.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You could be right here, next time. We missed the
Could be you.
opportunity.
Also, I think half the audience thinks that our background is actually a green screen, since it has been for the past 2 years. Yeah. But no, this is real. No fake. No fake here. Well, it's so exciting to have you on. We all love your content. We love watching your videos, and I want to pick your brain about some Overwatch League related things, right, Danny?
Yeah. I just have a really simple question that I really wanted to ask you. Out of all the matches you've seen so far, do you have a favorite team or a favorite player? And can you tell us why?
Well, I like watching all the games myself, so the favorite team department kind of changes week to week, I think. But this week so far, it's got to be the Houston Outlaws with a big upset as well,
Right.
and playing what looks to be like a riskier style than the Winston comp, coming in hard with Doomfist, which is kind of more risk reward, it seems, and it was quite a lot of reward yesterday.
Right. Did you actually pick Dallas before going into the match as well, or were you always on the Houston train?
The good thing is, if you just never make a prediction, you can always be working in hindsight. So I didn't make one, and so I didn't have to.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Why don't we think of that?
Yeah, no, we got to stop doing predictions. It's
Yeah.
only making us look bad. You're
Yeah.
going to go Fredo. All right, well, I want to pick your brain a little bit, Fredo, because you do a lot of great content around Overwatch 2 and a lot of the new things. What are your thoughts on 5v5? Because we've got our first look at the pro players starting to pick it up.
Cool thing about 5v5 at this level of play is you can see how teamwork is still so important. You watch a team like the Shock work together. You see teams using Winston, a character people thought was kind of weak, but turns out when you have teamwork around it, it's very successful. But then, as I just said, the Doomfist pick looks strong as well. So I'm excited to see how these two styles kind of clash throughout the year.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's been cool to see like how these new tanks have like evolved. And as you said, like I'm surprised we haven't seen as much Doomfist, so I completely agree.
So, what are your favorite changes in Overwatch 2 beta? Is there anything which really got you excited and just makes you giddy to play it?
All right, how much time you got? Well, I think the first one is tanks actually tank. They take a walloping, which a lot of people, it's a little controversial. People maybe don't like how long it takes to take them down, but as a tank player, I think it's great that you can just run over things nonstop. Danny's with me.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I'm like a part-time tank, part-time support, so... And you're by yourself.
Well, I'm a support player. You guys are supposed to protect us now, but like I feel like all tanks have like taken the idea of like, no, there's only one of us now. We have to take space. We don't protect anyone. We just go forward now.
I mean, they're alone, so you have to protect them, right? That makes sense. There's two supports and just one tank.
Yeah.
I'm getting turned against by all the tank players on this broadcast right now.
Tough spot to be in, Scott. Now, one last question before we let you go, Fredo. Give us one wild, entirely too early prediction for the season.
Ooh.
I don't know if it's too much for a hot take for Overwatch League audience, but I'm gonna say I don't think Orisa gets any play time in the Overwatch League. Like, I don't think anyone's even gonna try her because I think there's better options at what her role does.
Like throughout the entire season, or are you gonna stick to like maybe just the first tournament cycle?
I mean, that's
Gonna
the
go
easy
full
answer. So
hot take?
maybe a little bit bolder will be nice. We'll say the whole year. We'll say the whole year. That's a ridiculous thing to say because who knows what they're gonna
All
rebalance.
right. No, love that. Love that. You gotta lay it all out there. Frito, thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Please make sure to check out everything Frito does in the Overwatch community. Now, we do have some spicy predictions to make of our own, but first, if you have watched our show in the past, you will know that we love showing standings. That's right. In fact, we love it so much that we don't even want to wait until all the teams have played. So let's take a look at where the teams are sitting right now. San Francisco Shock back on top, whereas on the other end, Dallas Fuel. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Only lost one
There's
game,
three
only
teams
played
that
one
that's on the
game.
11th place at Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, whoever the graphics guy is.
That was on purpose.
Is not a Dallas Fuel fan. It's obviously not alphabetical order. There's no reason that Dallas should be last, but the graphics person chose violence today.
Hey, it's fine. They're only gonna go up from here.
Maybe it's in the order they lost.
so.
Dallas Fuel was the last team to lose their first match.
Don't apologize for them.
I made the graphic. No, but this is the status quo right now. But of course, it's only day 3 today. So, and we haven't even seen all the teams play. Now, 2 days done, which means we have about 70 more to go. We thought it's time for some way too early predictions for ourselves as well. So, let's heat up the hot takes once more. We're very good at making very bad calls, as all of you know. Now, Danny, after having seen pretty much most Western teams play, what kind of mental gymnastics are you willing to do for your hot take?
I think my take is a little too realistic, so I apologize
don't like
in
that?
advance.
Okay.
But I think Houston Outlaws are going to go undefeated this stage.
Undefeated.
0
This
loss.
stage.
Yeah, this stage.
Okay.
I can see it. You know,
Yeah, you see it, right? So, yeah.
We thought Dallas were going to be the best, right?
Wait, I thought you guys would disagree. Is that?
I mean, it's not outrageous.
It's not flaming hot. It's not. They're not going to play Orisa throughout the entire year.
Exactly.
Frito went
Yeah.
scorching hot, so maybe in comparison, that's
True.
what it is.
I mean, but like watching their game yesterday, of course, we were looking at Dante's Doofus Pink, and he was phenomenal. I love his aggressive playstyle, and honestly, I couldn't have asked for more from Dante on his Doofus. And if that wasn't enough, they also had a player who did the Fleta deadlift. For those of you who don't know what Fleta deadlift is when a single player on a team, have more than half of your team's final blows. And that was Pelican yesterday. He had 15 final blows out of 29 for the Houston Outlaws, so that's more than half. So he did have deadlift, and in this case, I guess it's Pelican, so we could call it Pelican deadlift now.
You
Pelican
can't
lift?
take it away
Pelican-
from.
Not from Fleta?
Yeah, nah. It's still a
Whatever, yeah,
deadlift.
he deadlifted.
Yeah, someone
hard.
deadlifted and it was great.
And yeah, I think if they just like keep up this momentum, I think that, going undefeated this stage is very possible.
Okay, I mean, it's still a confident statement going off of such a small sample size of matches, which is 1. But I love the commitment. Also, that might be just a way for you to get back into the good graces of all the Outlaws fans, which may or may not have been a little bit angry with us yesterday, so that's okay.
I
Now,
love Pelican.
Costa- There we go. Costa, what do you see in the not so distant future?
I like Danny's optimism. I really do. I think
Yeah.
it's infectious. I'm going to go in the opposite direction. I'm going to be
wow.
incredibly
Like that?
pessimistic. I'm going to go on the negative side of that match. I think Dallas Fuel did not look very good yesterday. I think they're going to struggle. I don't think Dallas Fuel are going to make the kickoff clash. They're not going to make the playoffs for this tournament cycle, which, okay, when I first said this and I came up with this idea, I thought only 6 people qualified, but apparently it's 8. So it's getting
Got hotter, yeah.
It's getting spicy.
Go crazy, Twitter! Now's your chance!
So Dallas fans, I'm sorry,
Dallas
calm down.
fans!
But let me defend it a little bit. This is their schedule. They are playing up against the Washington Justice, the Los Angeles Gladiators, and then the Toronto Defiant in their next 3 matches. That is not a lot of time to turn around a lot of their woes from the Houston Outlaws. These are 3 teams that we're expecting to be very good. If Dallas Fuel don't get it together, they could easily go 0-4 in their first 4 matches, which would be absolutely bonkers, but we could live in that world. It's bold. It's bold.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this entire segment is us jumping the gun. But I want to be the voice of reason here, since we've only really seen one single game of those two teams.
2 days of
so
games?
who knows, right? So again, let me be the voice of reason, and I will predict the Gladiators, who are currently sitting 1-0,
Okay, yeah.
Uh-huh.
to make it to the grand final.
Grand finals?
Of like the
all the
whole
way.
thing?
Whole
Or the
season?
playoffs?
Whole season.
The whole
You're talking
thing.
Whole
about
season,
grand
yeah,
finals
the entire
season.
thing, yeah.
Reasonable? Yeah, very reasonable.
I thought that's the point of the segment.
They played one game.
And they looked phenomenal. That was a good game, I dare say. Here,
Okay.
Gladiators, Dominators, they got it all together. They got
Gladiators, Dominators.
There's just so many words with
Yeah.
that name.
I mean, they
The
did.
song is still stuck in your head as well whilst doing so. No, I honestly think this is the best roster the Gladiators ever had.
I think it's that.
Yeah, I think one can say that. I think I just see so much potential in this very roster, and they had such a firm grasp of what they want to play and what they're good at playing. And I think if they can just roll with that confidence all season long, why not?
Wow, we're
Really sucking up to some of these teams with big fan bases. Meanwhile, I'm just insulting all of Dallas. So-
Well, I didn't make that
yeah,
choice.
we
for
really
you.
out here
That's
talking
on
about
you.
grand finals after 2 days of matches.
We were kind of forced by production to have a hot take, so that's on you, Hex. It's at Hexagrams on Twitter. So please, any feedback directed at him. Now, I'm sure that we will be proven correct as the prophets that we are, and we've got a marquee match coming up later today, as well as once the mighty New York Excelsior will face off against the rising franchise Atlanta Reign, and we'll break that match down right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show. Our second match of the day will feature Atlanta Reign and New York Excelsior. And unlike Atlanta, New York took the L in their first 2022 match on Friday, but they did have to face off against a very strong-looking opponent in the Gladiator squad. Now, don't let the score fool you either. They definitely started to look better as the match progressed, as the series went on. I mean, they were almost forcing a map number 5. So we can't take that away from that squad, and they do have good pieces to work with. Now, of course, that means we do have data on both of those teams since both of them already played. And that means we can draw some indirect comparisons. We just really love a good head-to-head, don't we, Costa?
Yeah, and I think this is an interesting one because we talked to Hawk after their win, and Hawk said that he's very recently started picking up the Doomfist and playing it a lot more and learning it, and that he likes it against the Winston. And that's interesting coming up against the New York Excelsior because Kellen feels like Winston is one of the heroes that he really wants to go to and lean on. So I thought we'd just do a head-to-head of these two players on different heroes. So we have Hawk here as Doomfist, getting more eliminations, getting more final blows. That's not surprising as his team won. While Kellen actually doing a lot more work in terms of damage, staying alive, which is the big one as well. And I think that is one of the big weaknesses of the Doomfist is that once you're in, it feels like sometimes you can get isolated a lot more than a Winston. So we'll be able to see this a little bit more head-to-head, especially, interesting coming from Hawk himself. So.
Yeah, now you did that tank comparison, but obviously looking at the Atlanta Reign match, one thing which was just missing for me was Gator. Gator, their tank, their one puzzle piece, which it's my guy, man. It's Gator. Like, I feel like he's just been such an integral part of that team, and it was weird to not really see him in their first game. Now, yeah, okay, I know his best heroes aren't currently really in the meta. Reinhardt is picked just below 10% at the moment, and Orisa is nowhere to be seen, according to Frito. That will not change all season long. But, it just makes you sad because you want to see Gator play that newly reworked Orisa. I was actually really looking forward to how he can mold this very different hero to his playstyle, if that is at all possible. Again, it's just been one match, so I might be jumping the gun here. We might be seeing it today, I don't know. But here, once again, as a reminder, this is what Orisa can do now. She turned into a little toothpick horse with her javelin riding across the map. I think that's a fantastic big difference.
That thing hits you hard.
And that's a big toothpick.
Sometimes you got something big stuck in your teeth. I don't know. Either way, this is how Orisa is played right now, and unfortunately, we haven't seen much of that just yet. However, we do know that Gator is an absolute phenomenal Reinhardt, not just an absolutely fantastic Orisa, and that leads me to believe that surely very soon we might be seeing Gator as well, because Reinhardt has been, you can pick Reinhardt obviously in certain situations on certain maps in the current quote-unquote meta. I want to be careful not to say anything is meta just yet, because I still feel like people are just figuring it out, but yeah, that's the only thing I want to see. I just want to see some Gator. That's it. That's
Gator
my wish
Orisa
list for Christmas, and it needs to come early because we're far away from Christmas.
Gator Orisa is going to happen today.
Okay, there we go.
That's your take
Hold
for the
it
day?
right now. Now, an interesting development from our new Excelsior acquisition, Yaki, was in his game. He just decided to stick to Echo, despite having heroes such as Genji in his wheelhouse. Danny, why is that?
And I think we all were sort of confused, and I was really curious as to why Yaki sort of refused to change. And so what I did was I reached out to some pro players and I got my thoughts on them, and general consensus from the players is that Echo pick is actually really smart, because with an Echo, the other team's Genji and Winston can't really do anything. And on top of that, of course, on some maps, Pharah would be better as well. But then if you put in a Pharah, that means you have to put in a Mercy, which means you have to take out that Lucio. And we all know how OP Lucio and Ana is right on the current patch that we're seeing. So Winston and Genji could be sort of countered. And as well as at the same time, you could also use Lucio and Ana. So that Echo pick is kind of clutch. And after this was the first day of the matches, and after that we are starting to see more of that Echo. Like yesterday, if you guys all remember, Pelican was on that Echo. He looked fantastic. Psycho was on it as well. And I feel like as we see more matches, I feel like we are maybe going to see more Echo.
Yeah, it was weird because when NYXL and Yaki play the Echo, we're like, don't do that. I don't think that's very good. And then Pelican does it, and we're like,
maybe.
well, now you're posing something very interesting. That Echo actually looks really good. And I think that that's going to happen as time goes on because of how quickly the metas are shifting, how none of the teams are playing exactly the same thing. You're going to see the metas evolve quickly. I wouldn't be surprised to see even teams that played Genji very recently maybe move more towards that Echo if it is going to be better against that Winston, against that Genji, and make it harder for them to play. Because we saw one of the best Genjis in the world in Sparkle have absolutely no space and ability to do anything. So we could see that shift.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out pro players know better than us. Who would have thought? Now, Yaki may top the leaderboards when it comes to Echo playtime, but you, dear viewer, can be on top of the Pick'ems leaderboard. That's right. Just go to pick'em.overwatchleague.com and pick the winners of the games. Very easy, right? All you need to do is get them right, and you could win cash prizes and more. And that means we're now just minutes away from the start of Toronto versus Washington. We once more head into a quick break, and then we break that match down for you. Welcome back to Between Two Ferns, or some other plastic plants resembling shrubs and greenery. Overwatch edition, of course. Hopefully that name isn't copyrighted. So let's get right into it before anyone calls us out on that. Our first match of the day will feature actually two teams that we haven't seen just yet on the battlefield. And that is, of course, the Toronto Defiant as well as the Washington Justice. Now, Danny, let's take a look at that Toronto Defiant roster. We're going to see a mix of old players as well as new in that one.
And I am super excited for this team because I think on paper they look great. We got Hisu on the DPS returning. He was with the Toronto Defiant and he's returning again. We got the new boys from Tier 2, the 2 DPS, Finale and Although. We got Hapa, Muse from the Gladiators. What I'm really interested about for this team is the fact that I think they have a really, really strong backline. Twilight and Chodong, I've heard so much good things about Chodong from all over the internet, and Twilight, we know how great he is on the Ana. So I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think Twilight is one of the most exciting players, in my opinion, coming into this Toronto Defiant roster, because he is that, like, big presence that knows what it's like to be in a finals, what it's like to be one of the best players in the world. He had that feeling on the Vancouver Titans when he was able to play with them during the GOATS meta. But since then, he went to the San Francisco Shock and kind of took a backseat to Violet on that flex support. We saw him bits and pieces a little bit more in the 2021 season, but I'm excited to see him be a mainstay player for this Toronto Defiant team. And if he's going to be able to enable some of these younger and I guess greener players to sort of play at that high level, because this, in my opinion, is the best Toronto Defiant roster that we've ever seen.
Yeah, and I think we now turn our gaze to the Washington Justice. If we're looking at that roster there, we once again see a mix of old and new. They threw 2 rookies into the mix as well. Kasa, how do you feel about their roster this year?
Yeah, I think it's a really good roster. I think they've filled a lot of the holes. We have Happy coming in to be that hit scan player. He was with the Houston Outlaws last year to replace Jerry. I think that's a much better fit. Obviously, Assassin and Decay are a great DPS lineup. Mag is filling in for the tank role alongside Kalios. But the big question mark for me with this Washington Justice team is the support lineup. Opener, Krillin, and Vigilante. All rookies. Krillin's sort of returning as a player, but he didn't get that much playtime. So it's got the linchpin of this Washington Justice roster, I think, is going to revolve around the support again.
Yeah, but I want to run this one back. Mag, looking at your card here, we need to talk. I had him as my Rookie of the Year hot take, and the take got hotter as the season got on because the Washington Justice didn't really do what we all thought they could be doing with that roster, which was centered around players such as Mag. Yeah, now unfortunately he has not received any accolades, but if we're just looking at his numbers on Winston, he was actually as solid as they come, and that is surprising considering that his team wasn't really performing that great. He was still leading the board across the league in many categories and statistics, as we can see right now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
There we go. First in Primal Rage kills, first in Primal Rage efficiency, which is huge because we have a lot of good Winston players in the league.
Yeah.
Matt came in as a rookie and still managed that despite the performance of his team. And also, if we're looking at the deaths, second fewest deaths, that is a huge statistic there. Again, for a rookie player, I think that does say a lot about the way he plays Winston, about his positioning and the way he approaches that hero. And with Winston seemingly being prevalent right now, honestly, that makes me pretty happy. Now, while Mac may be a solid foundational piece for the 2022 Washington roster, their hyped DPS pickups from last year had up and down all season. Danny, is this the year DK and Assassin gonna get the bread?
I surely hope so, and I feel like every Justice fan will think the same way. But honestly, Decay. Let's talk about Decay first. Decay, I honestly think he's one of the best Tracer players that we have in the league, and also he's just been a great DPS. Even when the team was, struggling a bit, I think he was always consistently good for the team as well. And also, all right, it says no Mems in 22. Assassin, I'm gonna be honest, I think he was a decent Sombra, right? Aside from some, some question mark EMP.
We got some low light reels right here. Like he had some good moments, and we know he can be a good Sombra, but he had some tragic moments in 2021. He can't have that happen again.
Overall, in general, I believe in Assassin. I believe in Decay. I think this has to be the year for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think this could be the Washington Justice hopefully living up to their potential. If they don't, they have a good roster on paper.
Yeah.
They don't live up to that again this year. There needs to be some serious
But that's a problem, right? I feel like many a season they had a good roster on paper and then it didn't click. So this gotta be the year. I feel like we've said that before. Either way, I think this one was a tough one to pick.
Yeah.
However, we had to pick.
Yeah.
So let's see where those picks ended up with.
Let's go.
I'm also very interested to see where our viewers went with this one.
All right,
There
what do
we
got?
go.
Johnny? Oh, really?
All right.
Boring.
I mean, boring, but also I have been told that in the pick'ems for our viewers, it was actually insanely close between the Washington Justice and the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah.
It was like a matter of a few percentages, and quite frankly, this morning I felt torn back and forth. Because those both rosters, like you look at it, it's like, yeah, but it's
On
good.
paper,
It's
yeah,
good.
that's what it is.
It's
That's what I did in the morning.
It's tough. So I think we struggled with you there, chat. But the only way to find out who's going to come out on top is to play the game, and that's what we're going to do. So that's it for us here on Watchpoint pre-show. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. This is day number 3 of the Overwatch League 2022 season starts right now.
Let's go.
Sorry, Washington.
A victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League. This is leg day, and I'm professional powerlifter Lemon Kiwi, as you can clearly see. For every set, my muscles grow even stronger. But speaking of strong Canadians, let's just get into this first match. Toronto Defiant versus the Washington Justice. My Canadians, I'm going to start them off. I got to be a little bit biased. Start us off leg day.
I've got to be a little bit biased and I'll talk about them like that. Well, you are a Canadian, so you do have your taste for the Toronto Defiant. But if we think about the history of Toronto as a franchise, they've always been kind of pockmarked with some great talents, but never really been able to translate that talent into proper results. And it's been a fairly mediocre couple of years for Toronto as a franchise. But I think that this roster in particular might be the one that can actually take them all the way to a title, to some playoffs, and to some higher end finishes. Because when I look at this, Lemon, I'm thinking all about that one import of Twilight. We are in an Ana meta. And when you're looking for the best Anas, well, Twilight's certainly in contention for the best Ana in the world.
You can't be calling my Canadian team mid and then hyping up Twilight. Like, Twilight clearly believes that Toronto's the next big thing. How would you leave the Shock with a sound mind and then go to Toronto? Like, obviously this guy has big belief. If I'm going to have the hopium, I'm going for Finale. This is a rookie on the squad. He was on Uprising Academy with It's Al. We casted a ton of him. Yeah, his career actually only started like 2 years ago, and he speed ran to Overwatch League. Finale is a flex player. Expect maybe some Genji, really anything out of him. But on the other side of the coin, quite literally, the Washington Justice, another team that wants to make a big redemption arc when it comes to the league. And I'm looking at this kind of rookie-ish support line, where Krillin is like a born-again rookie opener, an actual rookie. And Krillin, you better have your stuff together this season, because Vigilante is 17, turning 18 this year, and he's going for your spot.
Yeah, Krillin's kind of a rookie in anything but name. Had 2 seasons with the London Spitfire, and I think probably played about 1 map between them. Decay and Happy, though, on the other side. This is where the Justice's bread is buttered. The 3-piece support DPS line of Decay, Assassin, and Happy is so well formulated for this meta, particularly with Happy being such a hit scan prodigy, that putting him on the legs and allowing Decay to try and finish off those kills with either an Echo if you want to go more in New York or potentially Outlaw style, or the Genji, as we've seen more ubiquitously be popular across the league.
Yeah, Decay definitely kind of known for his hit scan, able to flex outside of it. But Washington, I mean, they're looking pretty good. Now, they missed out on one important thing leg day, and is that they have opener on the team, but they didn't sign closer. Can you imagine opener closer as a support line? It would be goated, except the fact that it's 2 main supports. So this is why I'm here yelling over the game and not coaching anything. But we will be going into our first map shortly in this 1st-3. It's Ilios kicking us off.
One of the things that a lot of people are going to definitely be noting here, Lemon, is that Mag is out for Washington Justice. And Mag, as Videsk highlighted, has had an incredibly impressive career on the Winston, despite Washington Justice last year not really living up to the amount of talent that was present on the team with their actual results. But Kalios here, more of an off-tank player. And I think that Ilios has been leaning towards a little bit more Diva, a little bit more Zarya.
Yeah, we even see some off-tanks yesterday like False and Punk. When you bring those off-tanks in, they're either, what I'm seeing the trend so far is that they're specializing in either Doomfist or they'll actually bring out those off-tanks that they're actually known for. We even saw some Diva v Diva on Control, which is the only time you would ever see it there. But Muse sporting the Winston Kalios on the Zarya. Now, Zarya's playstyle preferring a much slower style of gameplay, hoping to scale up and live as much as possible. Muse is going to be diving real quick.
Oh, Happy as well on the Widowmaker. We all know Happy is a bang-up Widow player, but the question is, how much space will Happy actually get to operate on? If Finale and Muse can counter-rotate Washington Justice and isolate Happy with very little peel being available for them, Finale's already found them, Lemon.
Oh, Finale, how did he not hear those ninja steps? He is one with the shadows, and Happy is one with death. You got a 5 versus 4. Toronto Defiant, though, they get hit by a massive bionic grenade from Krillin. As it, well, you would say it injured Toronto Defiant on the approach. They still got the trades they were looking for, as we'll settle on the point to see how many people are left. I'm seeing Muse looking real healthy with the supports, and Finale real happy after that fight.
Yeah, Finale's feeling themselves a little bit here. Toronto Defiant have Muse able to try and collect quite a bit of this space and make sure that Washington Justice are scared to move in onto this point. Finale caught this time, is going to be pinged multiple times by Happy and potentially finished off by Decay, which indeed they will be.
Oh, Decay gets zapped to death, tickled by Muse. 4v4. Now it's the duel of see if Hiso can have maybe a stronger impact than Happy at a distance, as Krillin gets picked off by Lucios have been fragging out as of late, and Toronto Defiant to get a second fight and reach 35% plus.
And now the question is, for Washington Justice, what do you leverage to try and flip this back over again? And I think that most people are going to look at this and say, hey, you need to try and get that grab into a good position. And how will Kalios be able to find a Toronto Defiant that's widely spread out and get them brought together for that grab is the question.
Well, Leg Day says don't have a bad grab forehead. We'll see if Kalios learned that lesson. But, you know, when you die, turns out your energy gets restarted, so Kalios might want to wait a second. Happy snipes off Twilight. Has the infrasight up. Finale couldn't get the finish. Now, how dedicated, how greedy is it for that kill? Now, he might have a health pack. Go back towards the point, especially with Twilight missing. Grab is thrown 40 energy. Zaps away the DPS of the Toronto Defiant as they reach 72% plus. Washington Justice with their first fight win will get the flip.
Okay, I wondered how Kalios was going to make sure that a spread out team was going to end up being caught by the Graviton Surge, and that was the perfect way to do it, Lemon. Happy with the opener here as well on Twilight, made sure there was no one to heal them through the huge amount of damage, and Finale and Hisu were broken down. However, now it's going to be a duel of 2 nanos as the more rookie power of Krillin is going up against the god tier Ana in this exchange of ultimates.
Protect Twilight, man. He's out running in the middle of the map trying to get LOS on you, and he has to also hide from Happy, but hide from this blade. Decay with the Dragon Blade, Sound Barrier, and the Nano Boost. All the eggs. Actually, I don't even think he got the nano. Either way, all the eggs in the basket. It's actually Finale on the other side that got nanoed. And are we bending the knee? What is this, Game of Thrones? Washington Justice now have their supports bionic grenaded, and they're finished off by Toronto Defiant as they hope to step on the point and flip it again.
Weird decisions there from Decay to wake up the Nano Tisu. And getting slept in the process as well only made it seem more strange, Lemon. Kalios is going to fall, and so once again, the point shall flip. Here's going to be Toronto Defiant here, now looking to win one more fight to finish off this match, or at least this stage of Ilios. Finale has a blade, good to go. How could it be countered? The answer's not really very well. Kalios is going to have to save their bubbles here, and I want to see Muse make a more aggressive dive to force these out before the blade is used.
And I like the positioning from Toronto Defiant just to stay hidden from Happy. And there is the blade from Finale up into the back, spots the bubbles being used and slices and dices the 3-kill! The ultimate finale! As Toronto Defiant approached 99% in overtime. Washington Justice buying time, but it's only a skater boy, and we said see you later, boy. Overtime goes away, and Toronto take round 1.
A very strong opener for the Toronto Defiant season right here. Finale, I think, living up to the DPS duel against both Happy and Decay, two very well-established DPS over the course of multiple years in the league. We all remember the bidding war that there was for Decay as they came from Chengdu Panthera over in Korean Contenders, and I believe was first picked up by the LA Gladiators, but was very hot property, just like when we saw the same bidding war for Sparkle, but Paris Eternal eventually won. Toronto Defiant may have been able to pull a fast one here by getting Finale on the team, and Muse is certainly being no slouch. We know that Muse had a very good season last year with the LA Gladiators. And Toronto Defiant seem to have recognized how much value Muse brings to the table with their Winston.
Continuing to do so, taking round 1, and they also adjusted their positioning away from Happy's Widow. Now he's happy to be off of that hero, now into something more consistent like a soldier, holding that high ground there with Krillin, keeping him nice and safe. Now the dive has already started as Happy and Kalios working together to go after Twilight, who's already been shoved around, stuff into the locker, the lunch money, it's gone. There's even a sleep onto the supports of the Toronto Defiant. Krillin is on aggro, but Washington Justice have lost now Decay and Opener. The clapback of Toronto Defiant just seems to be matching it up. But now the point is unlocked. Who's thinking about that point? Are we going to rotate to it? Krillin is down. Hisu making his presence known. And with the last stages of the fight gone, Toronto Defiant will cap.
Hisu's kiting there was so good, managing to survive even while antied by Krillin to allow him to continuously put down this additional damage limit was so important. And now, Washington Justice. Once again, they are swimming against the tide. That's a huge bardic grenade, though, forces everyone off the high ground. Muse, Trong, and Finale made to bow down for a moment.
Kalios and Decay were just getting ready. They're in slice range, and that's a bio to get Muse a little bit low as Finale best Decay. It's still an even fight, 4v4, as Toronto Defiant hope to hold themselves down against the Happy nano-boosted guy who's close to attack visor. And you got a self-destruct from Kalios that still made waves of damage. So, Justice going to the point, Toronto Defiant resetting.
An unconventional self-destruct there from Kalios, but I think the open actually booped Finale into it, which if so would have been a massive play from the main support to guarantee that kill. And Toronto Defiant, they actually exit that fight having lost themselves their sound barrier. And this means that Happy's going to be even more dangerous now with that visor available because the countermeasures have been essentially already expended.
Where is this nano going? Twilight gives it to Hisu. Attack visor unlocked. Decay deactivated. Opener gone, and so is the rest of the Justice. And Justice has been served. Toronto Defiant now flipping the point again.
I have no idea what happened to Happy in the back there. They did manage to pop their tactical visor at some point, but I don't think it was worth anything when compared to the nano visor of Hisu and Twilight. And Toronto Defiant just fully boneheaded W'd their way forward, knowing that any kind of damage that they could meet would be completely eclipsed by Hisu. Speaking of which, thanks observers, look at this. The big flank, the Hisu's lease once again.
Oh, but I'm looking at this Finale blade, but the sound barrier from Opener bought them some cushion against this. Krillin wishes he had just slightly more love, and with only Lucio Yules, Justice are really gonna struggle unless there's gonna be a big old Decay blade coming. Happy's getting his head beaten by a ghost. Let's go zoom in on the point, though. I'm seeing Toronto Defiant just trying to bunker down. He got a Primal Rage, Muse, giving some back claps to the other team. Washington Justice, once now they have Krillin back, they can think about this blade at Decay. Real close. Let's let this anti-heal wear off for a second. Toronto Defiant hoping to flip it. The time is now. A big bio from Krillin opens up this fight. Decay still hunts down Charong, and Toronto are are down 2 as the Justice hope to take this fight on the objective.
Trong there, unfortunately, deciding to play the corner, and that wasn't for the best one.
Oh, no.
Oh, Twilight is such a Chad. He does not care. He's like, yeah, we've lost this fight, but I've got to make sure that Kalios does not feel like he's any good at Overwatch.
Well, you got Leg Day laughing like Junkrat. You know it was a meme play, but Toronto have capped it 99. Overtime about to go away. Justice touching the point. It's Kalios on the Doomfist. There's a chance for them to win and turn this fight. Krillin with the nano. Happy close to the tack visor, but we're seeing Hisu just absolutely unload on the objective, making sure the Justice can't keep this going any longer than they have. Kalios too late. No more pizza. Toronto Defiant, map 1.
And this is such a start for Toronto Defiant up against the Washington Justice. The rebuild, even though we're only one map in, Lemon, seems to be working out just fine for Toronto. They are paying dividends from the investment into Muse, into Twilight, building around Hisu, who last year showed some real signs of promise, and allowing Hisu to be enabled by that constant flow of nano boosts and speed that allow for so much more damage to be proffered by the fledgling hit scan.
Speed, the name of the game for Toronto. They don't stop. We're just kidding. We will stop only for a few minutes because we're going to throw it to a break. We'll be back for game 2.
토너먼트 4개 우승한다. 그랜드 파이널 그리고 MVP. MVP. 너무 싼다. 미아미. 오오오오. 되게 좋아.
Happy belated birthday finale! That was so cute, except the fact you didn't invite us, but I'm sure the journey was long. It's okay, we forgive you. But we have some substitutions, so let's talk about that.
Yeah, we have brought Maggie in Lemon. So I was talking to Finale after his 19th birthday in flawless Korea, of course, as you can tell. And Finale told me that all he wants for his birthday is dubs. And unfortunately, the Grinch has come along and decided that there are going to be no more happy birthdays because Mag is moving in for Midtown. And this is a map where we've seen a huge amount of successful Winston play as well, thanks to the Houston Outlaws last night. There's some very successful Doomfist play as well. And I think that Mag is going to be one of those players that is very adept on the dive tanks, but Muse is no slouch here. And Mag versus Muse is the main tank duel that I've been looking forward to all week.
Well, at least we're starting to get to know the style of the Justice, you know, having Kalios in for those off-tanks. Zarya and D.Va is what we saw in Control, which seems to be unique to only that game type. Now, we go to somewhere completely different. Somewhere mid is Midtown. That's our next map. New in Overwatch 2. It's been really fun. Some teams maybe not finding it so fun as a couple have been full health, still trying to figure out how to crack through that bridge choke point. That has been quite tough. But the Justice will be starting on attack, so we'll see what they have cooked up in a second now that Mag's on the squad.
You know what, Lemon? I don't think I've ever heard the Midtown intro music and not had a little dance in my chair or in front of our current backdrops. It's a banger. Good job, Blizzard. Solid music. As we head out here, it is. Checking my bank right now, baby. Washington Justice are going to be the first to attack here. Toronto Defiant going to be setting up on the defense. Of course, they're going to be sticking to the Winston. Why not? It worked so well last time, Lemon. And Finale and Hisu seem to be in a position where they won't really feel the need to sub in, although for a while, to be honest. Hisu's looking pretty hot on the Soldier, and Finale is a pleasant surprise when it comes to the efficacy of their Genji. Happy being on the Ashe, though, might be a little bit of a prank, but it's not without its merits on this map, where you can try and find yourself an easy high ground, which is difficult for any of the diving defense to get into without exposing themselves to being surrounded and picked.
Well, look at our
and there it is, the Soldier spot.
Observers being all useful. I just wanted to see Chorong hit some cool moves on the Metro. He was skating away, but Justice, they've left the doors. They have the dive. Now, do you want to go through Metro? Probably not so chill because of the low ceilings and all. Winston needs a lot of room to deal with, so they're going to go under. Now it's about identifying a target. Maybe that kind of spray damage that Happy is exchanging there with Hisu. Once you get a target low enough, that'll be the moment to engage. Or even a biotic grenade from Krillin or Twilight. The speed being activated there from Opener. The Justice start their approach, getting closer to the point, but Chorong and Muse, I think, got biotic grenaded from Krillin on their dive, and they immediately fall. They do trade it with Krillin, but this attack looking a little weak without that Krillin healing.
This overside position from Decay, though, might actually be a big play in the post-plant attack. Hisu for now, poking for a moment. Remember, these points seem to cap pretty slowly, and everyone's going to move on back to where Krillin is ready to deliver the heals. And knowing that they're at a numbers disadvantage, Washington, they simply get their tick, get out, and get ready to go again. And remember last time, Muse being at this advanced position was what was exploited by Washington. So I want to see Muse be a little bit more judicious with how they use their shield this time.
Yeah, I like the immediate disengage. Once Krillin was gone, they got a tick, get in and get out. Krillin's dead again! You know the drill, Justice! We go back, we go again. 60% though, they gotta make sure they protect Krillin. I don't know if that's gotta be Happy's job or Opener gotta boot more, I don't know.
I mean, one of the things that's really tough for an Ana right now is that there's no real mitigation from the Winston damage. Like, the only thing you can do is ask for your Lucio to boop them away, but the Lucio kind of becomes a dive hero in their own right, joining the Genji and the Winston in their little dives. So Nano's ready, it's given over to the Soldier. Nano visor towards the back, Lemon, and Chorong and Twilight are both down.
Chora, you're not supposed to high-five the guy with Tac Visor and Nano. What's this guy? He did that in slow motion and everything. Justice, a big opener. As they go onto the point, they'll get the second tick in a few more seconds, but they gotta deal with the monkey in the back. Muse is still alive. Krillin is dead again. And now you're starting to be worried about, are Justice gonna need to invest ultimates to keep this fight going without Krillin?
Second tick given over Mag at half health right here. Decision needs to be made as to whether you invest the usage of a Primal Rage. Mag somehow didn't get the sound barrier from opener. Only 3 players have been afflicted with that overshield, but I'm afraid that no one from Toronto Defiant can touch the point. And so it is going to be the Choo Choo Fire Truck that gets released here. Lemon as Finale is going to be chased out of this zone with no chance of reflecting the Winston damage.
Yeah, I remember trucks going choo-choo. That was definitely in the history book.
Oh, yeah. Cows go moo, dogs go woof, trucks go choo-choo.
And Krillin just, what's the death sound? Because that's what Krillin makes. But it's honestly not his fault. It's been really, the focus fire from Toronto is really good. Washington Justice also committed ultimates like the Primal Rage and the Sound Beer, which is what they had to do to make sure that fight was winnable with the less resources that they had at that moment. Now, the truck is rolling. Toronto Defiant on the high ground. I'm seeing Decay versus Finale. Finale was a little bit dipping on control, and you know DK, he won't be happy about that. Let's see if we'll see a Nano Blade or not. As Twilight gives it over to Finale first, the trigger is pulled, and opener is closed, and no one else dies. I guess that was quick.
Yeah, Washington Justice decided, you know what? I've read this from a mile away. I smell trouble brewing, and I do not wish to stick around on Finale's wild ride. And Hisu now is not going to have a nano to try and make this tactical visor a little bit more dangerous. What we do have is the combination of the sound barrier with it, which will mean that Decay is going to have a lot of trouble carving through that barrier and staying in the midst of a brawl against the tactical visor, which is auto-aiming on that slashing Genji. So I want to see Hisu use this a little bit reactively.
Krillin's ready with his Nano Blade, but kind of want to get set up on that top left side just to make it in dashable range. As Finale keeps Decay in check, but you chose the wrong alleyway, buddy. Decay gets nanoed, decides to not whip out the blade, trying to be patient with it, thinks the fight is winnable, and what a sleep from Krillin to make sure Muse cannot have too much fun with the Primal Rage as he decides to use it to disengage and preserve his own life. Washington have high ground control, and the card is sailing away.
Dude, Chirong's such a decision-making Chad as well. Was not worried about the Nano Genji without the blade, so didn't pop all of that sound barrier. And that means that it's now going to be available for either of the DPS ults that Washington Justice have available. The first of which is used now and countered.
Oh, Happy just escaping through this. Hisu still finds opener. Is just spraying and praying at this point as Toronto Defiant just prioritizing the high ground and prioritizing just more and more ults as Decay thought that was turnable. I don't know what he's seeing. I'm seeing a totally different game, but Toronto at the back of point B just have to kind of stabilize because Washington did get a few trades, but no one's really committed forward yet.
Decay and Mag popping their ults together as well there is a little bit poo, Lemon. Like, the Primal Rage knocks people away from Decay's blade, so it wasn't a great combination of ults and repair. Bad combos maybe from Washington Justice, or simply desperation as we're down to less than a minute now for Washington Justice to try and finish this. And opener's dead again!
Wow. Without the sound barrier too, that might have been a big winning condition, but they're working on that Krillin Nano. You just got to make sure Finale can't farm up too much, because I'm really thinking Toronto Defiant have the advantage here with Nano Blade coming up, but see, it's about vying for high ground control. Mag's going to make the call when to jump, and man, Toronto Defiant are in deep. Twilight's all the way at the back, as you can see, and it's really who's going to initiate the fight first.
Opener has rejoined, and Muse is giving a little bit of a safety here to Finale. Mag has the blade. Finale, I'm afraid your blade is nothing, mate.
Oh, well, at least Mag got some of the love, and so did Muse with the Nano, so yeah, Finale just exploded. He'll be back on the Tracer. 8 more seconds for the Justice to capture B, and Toronto have their backs against the wall, and Muse flinging his body around. At least he's making some space, but he's low himself. Toronto Defiant come out of these nook and crannies to help Muse, but it's too late. Traded back and forth, no tanks for the defense though, and 1 meter away for the Justice to cap, but it's overtime, and I'm not seeing any light at the end of this Toronto Defiant tunnel, but East is on the flank with Tac Visor. He gotta hide behind the cab or the truck, whichever one. Toronto Defiant are flipping this fight.
Did you see Hisu hit that rocket there on Happy? The man, the myth, the legend on the legs. What a flank from Hisu, what a position, and a power play that Toronto Defiant leveraged to wipe Washington Justice off of that car in a tragic fight that should not have gone their way. Hisu has shown why he was the survivor. In the Battle Royale of Toronto Defiant, Hisu was the one who got the chicken dinner. And maybe a second map win here, if they can outdo the distance that Washington Justice have presented.
That fight made entirely winnable by that Hisu flank, and the only one that could have answered that was Mag, who went down in that fight. So really, Justice had no answer but to hide and hope the attack visor was going to expire before they died. But Justice not achieving point B. It'll be up to Toronto Defiant to see if they can match that pace. And if they do, they'll go to series point.
The entire desk predicted that Toronto Defiant would be coming out on top. And they said that the question marks here were about the Washington Justice support line. And I hate to be a cyberbully, Lemon, because I am notably a nice guy. But Opener has been dying a lot as a first pick. And we could say the same with Krillin, right? When they're attacking point A, Opener and Krillin were consistently found either out of position or the aggression of Washington Justice was leveraged to make sure that there was never a fight where Washington Justice could clearly fight with two supports in action. And that's one of the huge booms Toronto Defiant have had at the moment, being able to take out either Krillin or Opener before the fight begins in earnest.
And you saw just the defense of the Justice getting a little bit of damage into the spawn room doors, and they escape through the bottom side, but that means Toronto Defiant will have control of Metro, but it seems like they want to go down under and see what kind of backline target they can dive onto. Muse gonna make that call, lays the bubble right in the middle, and Mag has jumped into the backline and found two, while Decay's sleeping on the job. This is a disgusting dive from the defense.
Krillin slept in the middle of everyone right there.
Oh, that's Krillin.
Yeah, Krillin got slept and then bounced on by everyone. Absolutely slapped. Someone get this man a Sensu Bean, a therapist, and a cuddle, because he's gonna need them. Toronto Defiant now at full force. Have given Krillin a little bit of time to return to the fray here, but it does mean that Twilight has an advantage in building towards that all-important and momentum-shifting nano boost.
Muse diving to the top, drops with the bubble, escapes back up, staying in line of sight of his healer Twilight as Hisu takes an off angle. As all the attention is on his tank, Hisu can lay onto the damage on the respawns of the Justice that are still trying to come back, but the bubble blocks the line of sight of this Krillin, forcing him to go forward. As the Toronto Defiant are lacking a tank, but have not given up hope. As Twilight has to make a call very soon if he wants to invest the nano, and it's just not worth it, even with Finale absolutely shredding right now. I guess you don't even need the nano. Finale killed 3 that fight.
Don't need a nano, don't need a tank. Finale says, look at me, Lemon. Look at me. I'm the Winston now. And the Nano Blade's almost good to go as well. Opener. There's a very narrow window here for Toronto Defiant where they could have Finale with the Nano and no Blade, dive in and get the Blade off the damage from the initial dash, and then maybe catch Opener before they can build those critical last few percentage points. But that window is about to close, Lemon.
Oh, Hisu wants to chase after Happy, who was showing his presence on the right side as Justice hoped to escape to that high ground. Bio from Twilight misses. Mag is on the high ground. Oh, Mag also hasn't. Oh, I thought he got nanoed, but nope. He's just shiny and pretty with the Primal Rage. Tossing Twilight into enemy fire. And Happy responds with the Tack Visor. What great combos coming from the Justice, but now they've also invested the sound barrier, and all the kills are coming through, so it's obviously worth it. Toronto Defiant heading for the hills.
I think that Toronto Defiant may have actually created a bad precedent for their entire push here, Lemon. That was a 3 ultimate push, including the Nano Blade and the sound barrier. And this means that Hisu's going to have very little behind this tactical visor except for his positioning. So we're expecting a very cheeky flank here from Hisu, I believe, or maybe just a little bit of extra pressure.
Oh, for realsies this time with the nano. It is given to the man's Decay. Alpha move on to Toronto Defiant, who reset again. Finale, he doesn't go down without a fight, though. He'll steal away Happy. And Justice are still chilling. They've won consecutive fights now at this choke.
And playing around this police cruiser right here, the physical cover for Mag is paying some dividends at the moment. You can see that Krillin utilizing the high ground is going to be a very tempting dive for both Muse and Finale, but maybe it could be actually orchestrated as a bait, Lemon.
Oh, he will be baited there, though. Oh my god, and the right click on the Decay. Now you got a 5 versus 4. Muse gonna engage, and he can be aggro. He has the Primal Rage. Mag must know this. Muse still hoping to overtake this high ground, has now warded away the defense. Now the cart starts sailing towards point B. Remember, the box of victory is right at the point B checkpoint, and Toronto have 2.5 minutes. That's plenty of time.
One more fight might be all they need, but one morale is all that Toronto Defiant have in the bank. The Primal Rage good to go. Muse falls low, 2 HP, can't finish. What a sleep from Krillin. Secures the kill on the wayward Scientist. And now Toronto Defiant are likely to be sent scurrying, Lemon, as Krillin proves themselves to be an alpha Ana, if only this once.
Oh, so many dashable targets. It's so juicy, but DK had it all.
Oh, damn, you looking dashable tonight.
Oh, dashing. But Washington Justice, hey, I've at least stabilized. They're back on the high ground. There's a chance for them to drain this clock if they maintain this position and cycle their ultimates well. I'm seeing a Nano Visor or even a Sound Barrier if they need it from the defense and the offense. They'll start with Primal Rage. Muse is already tearing it up, going after Happy. They know he has Tac Visor, but just can't seem to finish him off. And now Muse is sleeping. The counter dive ensues with Mag, who jumps onto Finale while he was low. And Mag, he's not even done here. He's coming after the kids and wife. And he got so many ultimates, 4 of them if you're the Justice. And it might be time to start investing now that Happy is down. And Opener makes that call. Sound Barrier engaged. Decay is anti-healed. And they're going towards the Defiant spot. Justice are bloodthirsty.
And this is all the knock-on effect from that first fight that Toronto flubbed, with Twilight throwing out what was almost a martyrdom nano. As they died, the nano was given over to Finale, and they used both their support ults to try and focus on the nano blade. But already the damage was too far done. And now it's Washington Justice, who were able to match every single engagement with the resources needed to back Toronto Defiant off. Less than a minute remaining. Hisu and Finale need to create magic with these ultimates that they've generated, Lemon.
Oh, did I say 2.5 minutes was a lot of time? I was kidding.
Another one of Lemon's classic lies.
I know, I'm such a liar, but Finale's dead, and the Justice are farming, and they still have 3 ults. The defense have 3 ults for the final fight. 30 seconds left. Toronto, what you got?
And I love that Krillin's kind of like embracing the dive Ana at the moment. Krillin's going in deep when they need to. And I think it's somewhat outpacing Twilight in that Twilight rarely sees Krillin manage to actually close the distance because they're worried about keeping Muse upright. And Twilight's not going to have access to this nano. It's going to be raw DPS ultimates. A fat nade. Finale's down. No blade for you. Out comes the visor.
Oh, Finale first blood in 2 fights in a row as Happy lets it rip, and Hisu's trying to take down Mag. And we enter overtime. Toronto Defiant have to keep this rolling, but they can't. They're getting sliced down as soon as they approach. And it's too late. The Justice with the better defense will tie the series 1-1.
When Mag comes in, we were promised a Winston battle to end all Winston battles, and that was what was delivered between Washington Justice and Toronto Defiant. Well, they may have been stalled at the end of second. It appears that high ground is so damn strong when you've got a Scientist with a mission, Lemon. And Opener actually ended up with our play of the game, which is really cool because, honestly, this is one of a few players that I knew the least about coming into this season, but I think that Krillin and Opener prove in this map that they aren't an outclassed support line.
I do think that the dives from Mag and friends were so clean, as you said, the positioning diff and just consecutive fights at that choke. Looking really good with the new substitution, and our series is tied 1-1. After this break, we'll see who gets ahead. Guess who's back? We're back from our green screen classes, but I'd rather be here. Washington Justice HQ, the fans at the watch party, liven it up after that Midtown win.
Yeah, we got some information during the break, Lemon, but today is apparently the official Washington Justice Day in Washington, D.C., which is pretty damn cool. So thanks, Mayor Bowser, for working with Washington Justice on that. And if we could have our princess back, that'd also be pretty great. However, we're going to be moving over to our third map, Lemon. It's going to be Escort. And Circuit Royale thus far, as one of our new maps, has had a pretty defining meta across a bunch of teams. And it starts with Widowmaker and it ends with Sigma. This is one of a few maps where we have seen Sigma at his most prevalent, but also these Widowmakers are going to be a fairly legendary duel between the two H's, the Hisu and the Happy, both of whom have had some considerable experience on sniping heroes. For Hisu, statistically, they've been a little bit more impressive amongst the pack on the Hangzhou, but Happy, whew, this guy's a legend when it comes to the Widowmaker. So Hisu is going to have to bring their A-game to Circuit Royale.
The gamers will game. By the way, it's so cool that their mayor is called Bowser.
Yeah.
I mean, and also no pressure, by the way, that today is National Washington Justice Day. Do not lose your first match on your special day, because now everyone's going to remember this special day as an L. But not seeming to be the case after that Midtown win. Now you're going to a Widow map with Happy in the lineup. I'm all smiles. And now that Kalios is back in, this is telling me it's a Sigma angle, as you said. And why Sigma over, I would say, any other shield tank, being, you know, Reinhardt in this case. But as everyone says, last her, a nice shield. It's just Sigma has the flexibility of replacing the shield, repositioning it to deny these lines of sight for the defensive Widow, who's going to have a lot more options as to where that she can position, whilst the attacking Widow on circuit, it's a bit of a tougher time. You're very limited.
When we were casting a Circuit Royale yesterday, Lemon, between Vancouver Titans and Boston Uprising, the main differentiator between those teams was actually what support they were using. We actually saw a lot of Zenyatas here, because Zenyatas are really good at helping to break the Sigma shield, because they put out a lot of DPS on those barriers, which allow them to be broken sooner. But the second support was where we saw a little bit more variance. Some teams preferred the Brigitte to get up close with the Sigma, keep brawling and keep that Inspire up, and others preferred the Baptiste, so they could stay further away, try and negotiate themselves away from Widow sightlines, and still deliver maximal healing to the single tank on the team.
And these single teams need your support in chat. Use hashtag #RiseTogether if you are fans of the Canadians of Toronto Defiant, or hashtag #JusticeFighting. And you look really legit on Twitter using that, because there's a little icon that appears with the hashtag, and they need all the support they can get. Happy versus Hisu Widow. We're like teasing it, but imagine they just don't go Widow. That would just...
if they both go Soldier, I'm going to be very, very sad.
At least Happy's on Widow. We'll see what the attack does, because they like to mess about, as the British say.
I mean, defensively, it probably makes more sense to play the Widowmaker than it does offensively, because offensively, you're usually going to be at a disadvantage to the defensive Widowmaker, because you're moving into their zone of influence. And that's what Widowmaker really does as a hero. Sometimes it's not about hitting the headshots, Lemon. It's about the danger that is inherently gathered when you enter the zone of influence, which radiates out from her to such a large range that these long lanes are very good stomping grounds for those Widows. Oh, we've got another piano. I didn't know we've got a second one.
Is he a musician? No, he's just goated on the Soldier. But also a cute little counter to Widows, or, yeah, is a Brigitte, although Hisu is not on the Widow, as you pointed out. He'll be able to skirt, but Finale did a backflip right into the pool on that one. Happy with a big pick, and look how with that single 5 versus 4, Justice, you've been playing a bit aggressive, and Kalios making that call.
If you're happy and you know it, snipe some weebs. Hopper catches a rock. And while Hopper is going to be building up to a little bit of energy here at the moment, it's somewhat lackluster. Only 18. And remember, the second they go around this corner, a lot of damage is going to be taken from Happy. It's a big old head on that Zarya, and Happy's sure to be hitting it.
Yeah, if Decay is going to be playing on that right side, Kalios has to be on the exact same chapter, page, and book. Because if Kalios misses that shield and Decay dies, that is no bueno. What did I say? Okay, now Decay and Kalios are dead. So Toronto Defiant get at least some space.
No bueno confirmed. Finale discorded here. Gonna have to run away. Krillin decides, you know what? There's no escape. I'm gonna cover Happy by just running in and being as much of a menace as I can be. Hopper pushes his luck. Goodbye to your energy. Goodbye to your front line. And hello to Happy the Chad.
Honestly, it's just ignore Hotba challenge, but you also want to either run her over or ignore her. You don't want to charge her up, but it's very hard.
I stunned your Genji, please respond.
Oh no, I would never respond to that, but Toronto Defiant are on that high ground bridge, and you see Kalios kind of wants to bully them. He has grab flux, I don't blame him, and there's not going to be a response from Turong. He's quite far from the sound barrier, as Kalios will be ready to initiate this fight. Happy has Infrasight, he has also headshots, he's kind of goated. Now Justice, do you want to use ults, or do we just kind of want to let this one go? Toronto Defiant have already escaped.
Literally goaded with the sauce, goaded with the Happy Meal. Washington Justice are also newly sponsored by McDonald's, so that works out even better. Oh, and... oh,
no one can.
It's a cool little sponsorship. And Happy, certainly going to be earning his McNuggets today. After shot, Hopper is in danger, and there's the Nana wants a finale.
Finale says he wants his happy birthday nuggies, and really has killed one. It's better than 0, and especially that Krillin doesn't have Trank. So he'll be gone as Finale claims more scalps. Toronto Defiant are about to cat B. It's a few meters away. Kalios is somehow behind the attack. And, well, just dying on the cart forehead.
I think Kalios managed to get dashed past there by Finale when they made the nano dive into the backline. To be fair, there, Finale kind of redeemed what has been a lackluster point A with multiple tests of Happy's aim. And if we've all learned one thing over the last 4 seasons of Overwatch League, it's that if you test Happy's aim, you're gonna lose.
More time added to that Toronto Defiant clock as we're adding more and more ultimates, 4 of them, as Finale got in a little too deep in the solo grab onto Decay. You trade those. Now the overhealth started from the rally of Opener. The defense reinvigorated as they go to the right side, and Opener, well, he's opening some faces. He's fragging out, and the Justice, they stabilize.
Oh yes, what Brigitte has lost in CC, she has gained in damage at Opener 4K. The era of the main support is now. Move over, Happy. The new boy's got to get himself some glory. And Toronto Defiant here. They finally have a blade, but you have to try and negotiate your way past Krillin's Transcendence here. So what I think would be most useful for Toronto Defiant is to first break Kalios' shield and then use the blade so that the Sigma can't block the incoming Bardic grenade but would nullify that ultimate.
Well, if you keep bullying Kalios, he's going to get grab flux, and I could see him just chatting it up, just solo grab flux Finale. That's tricky to land, though, because Finale might dash out of it. Kalios gonna try it. Not seeing anyone going to Saturn yet, but I'm seeing Finale with a big old sword. He's going after Happy, but the Transcendence of Krillin comes in time to save the defense of the Justice as the Defiant are sent back.
I think a little bit of a miscom there from Toronto Defiant. Finale and Twilight were well out of sync. Twilight was in no position to hit a Bardic grenade, so without a nano, there was no way Finale was going to get any kills through that Transcendence. And guess what? Oh, sometimes the heat is least and sometimes the goose is cooked. And this time Happy is going to be dining well on some goose cuisine. And now has the infra sides. That is a huge advantage over the enemy Widowmaker to be able to see through those walls. Approaching the area, it's going to be hanging back for Toronto Defiant. There's only a minute and a half remains, Lemon, and 90 seconds ain't many when you've got to move through the Happy zone.
And Finale just taking his time. He used recall. He knew Infrasight was up and just did not want to try crossing in front of Happy. Honestly, I would not even look both ways crossing that. I would just straight up not go. I'd get hit by a car because Happy's just that good at Widow. And they continue to hold his defense mid-consecutive fights. A minute 10 for Toronto. Now all they have is a nano.
And all this time, Decay's still been holding on to that blade. Decay just hasn't felt the need to use it thus far. Remember to count those bubbles. Hopper's already used one on themselves. Happy might find themselves an angle here as they take a look. Sees Twilight! What in the world was that? Someone call E-Sick! There's no way Happy hits those! All those!
Oh my god! And, okay, the Zarya's cool, but she got a lot of health. Okay? Sheesh. Are we gonna be in someone's YouTube video? Do I gotta shout out my mom and my channels? I don't know. Happy. You're cracked.
Oh, I can't imagine what it looks like in the Washington, D.C. watch party right now. I'm an ocean away, and I'm losing it. Hisu over on the Sombra now. No, I ain't taking that Widow duel. I'm scared of Happy. That guy, he scares me. Finale's dead. Soon, Velucia will join them, and Hopper's been nanoed.
You gotta do something with this front line, and Hoppa needs all the help he can get, especially with Finale gone, and Decay is gonna send more to the Shadow Realm. The last fight for Toronto. 3 seconds remaining. Chorong will get the touch for overtime, but who else is left? Finale joins the party, and he gets thrown powerlifter style, but Kalios is discorded and can't really do much without friends. Now can we? Toronto Defiant at least get some space.
Decay there with the zoning blade may have got a little bit more value out of that if actually got a touch more aggressive. In the end, they just end up dying with only one player having been killed, and that was Twilight. Hopper now will be able to combine the Graviton Surge with the Pulse Bomb from Finale. Happy goes up high, but everyone's cowering in their foxholes. I ain't showing my head while I know that Happy's about. You'll know the rules.
We have to finally see some Sombra. I don't know for how long, though. Overtime, Hoppa throws the grab. Soundbear, Toronto have to dump everything, and the kitchen sink. The Pulsar into the grab, countered by a simple transcendence from Krillin, who obviously wants to keep a spot on the squad, as Happy domes away the competition, and the Justice about to sweep away this payload, and it's only Finale left, and the Tracer swap. I don't know, Chief, but I do know Justice have an incredible defense.
However, this is a little bit more winnable than Toronto Defiant thought it might be when overtime started, Lemon. Because there was a very real world where they get held at about 1 meter of progress on the first point. And once again, we're having to contemplate what it means to defend Circuit Royale. Because we're seeing teams, in my opinion, garner a little bit more success from trying for 2 fights in all of these zones. And I think that Washington Justice kind of realized that after they lost first. They just got ran over in the second fight. They lost Decay first, I believe. And after that, they spent so long disengaging that there was no real chance for a solid disengage, because there's a huge lack of cover and you're easily chased down as you try and make your way from that first fight. I want to see a lot more teams lean into taking 2 distinct fights without a disengagement phase on this first point of Circuit Royale.
Justice just have a really good understanding of the maps in Overwatch 2. I mean, you think about how we casted them in Midtown, their positioning on the top right high ground of the bridge, and how they were winning consecutive fights off the Mag dives.
He's dabbing on him, Lemon.
No.
What is this?
And then here on
2019?
And in Circuit here, the same thing. They had Happy on the left staircase. They had control of the high ground highway. And then right side, whenever Toronto Defiant had ults, they used a Krillin Trank. I mean, Toronto Defiant tried everything, including the Finale Tracer, but he's back on the Genji, so we'll see if this is a little bit more even.
So Opener's a little bit exposed there for just a moment, but in the end, there isn't really enough DPS to stop them. Happy might have a Genji cornered, but Finale's able to easily escape this one. The body shots don't quite connect, but Krillin elsewhere has found Hisu.
Oh, Hisu down. Krillin with the frag. 5 versus 4, and Hoppa won't get out with his life, not able to conserve that energy whatsoever. And that's where, when you're a Zarya, sometimes you do just have to play for your own life, but resetting with the team also just as good as Justice get to move forward.
Rolling on forward, Decay here. Oh, what a wonderful drop down. And Krillin with the finish. Excellent pinging and communication there from Washington Justice. And Krillin knew exactly where to put those orbs. Now Toronto Defiant, they are giving the bubbles over to Hisu. Hopper has decided that Hisu needs a little bit of help to win this stall. And to be honest, they might be right to think so.
Oh, point B, right around the corner. Happy versus Hisu. Hisu looking for a target, is getting pings over to on the statue side as Finale dashes around the corner, maybe trying to take positions around the Justice. Oh, you got to be careful if you're Chorong, just jumping around when Happy's scoping you. Meanwhile, around the corner, Hisu is around tree side, and Justice just have a front line that is really bulldozing forward, and Toronto Defiant aren't really getting the picks to sustain.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant are not finding any holes in Washington Justice right now. They're only really getting kills when Washington overextend and make mistakes, and even Twilight here getting the bad spawn easily camped. And remember, that Ana, she may be powerful, but she doesn't have his mobility and speed, so it's going to be a while before Toronto Defiant can make a fully fledged re-engagement with their Ana at their back because of the sightlines just a workaround. Banana Blade might be what turns this around if Twilight can land an nade to nullify this Transcendence, but the cart's almost already there, Lemon. It's do or die now for Toronto.
Few more. You still have 4 minutes and Decay starts the blade. You have the grab flux, everything being thrown, and Toronto never got any space to touch. The Washington Justice can continue to celebrate as they take a series lead.
Hey, that's a nice nano blade you got there. Would be a shame if you had to use it next game instead. Toronto Defiant simply cannot reach the cart in time. Washington Justice playing the pace here just perfectly. And once again, it's been such an impressive display from both the veterans and the newbies on these teams. Opener had a great performance on the Brigitte, a hero which a lot of players are doubting the power of right now. But Opener says, no, man, you're just playing it wrong.
We're also seeing like some cool substitutions from Washington of just Mag and Kalios and back and forth. And it's working out, and you're not seeing kind of a big shift in play styles. You're not seeing kind of these big adjustments. But after the break, we're going to find out if we're going to see yet more substitutions, or will Toronto force a Game 5? We'll find out after this.
time for pulse-pounding action. It's time for gear-grinding gaming. It's time for Overwatch League Season 5. Come on down to youtube.com/Overwatch League for all of the brand spanking new Overwatch 2 action. And this time, it's a whole new way to play. 5 season, 5v5, only $5. Just kidding, it's free. You'll see Sojourn, Tank Doomfist, Bastion with a hack. Hey kids, do try this at home. And now, for a limited time only, you can get in on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta action yourself with beta codes, beta codes, beta codes. This season, on opening weekend and select matches, we're giving away 1,500 beta codes to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta per hour. Make sure your YouTube account is connected to your Battle.net account and glue your eyeballs to your screens so you don't miss out on all of the hard-hitting action. 5th season, Bastion with a hack, beta codes. Tune in to the Overwatch League for your chance to get access to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta.
Beta codes are on offer, but when it comes to the alpha hit scan, we all know who that was. Happy comes out of Circuit Royale Lemon with 41% critical accuracy on the defense. That is simply a Widow diff.
Yeah. Especially when he's barely played the Widow on the other side. True. I mean, we also saw, Finale try to rock the Tracer. Toronto did everything to counter it. Some Soldier for a little bit of consistent damage, less pressure of hitting those headshots. Finale on the Tracer just really wasn't enough. Happy really just built differently. As Toronto Defiant might want to be celebrating a different birthday soon. This is not looking too good because Justice are on series point.
Yeah, Washington Justice, they are currently celebrating Washington Justice Day in Washington, D.C. itself. We can see that both of our main tanks has been subbed back in. The Winston versus Winston battle is likely to continue, Lemon. But looking back, I think that there could have been one more thing that Toronto could have done to try and counter Happy. And that's go Sigma, which they never did.
I was going to say sign their own Happy, but
it was Xayah all the way down. And to me, that's a little bit confusing. I think that that's maybe showing a lack of adaptability in-game itself. Like, they probably scrimmed that. It went fairly well, but they likely didn't scrim against a Widowmaker that was dominating as much as Happy was. Next up, Lemon, we're going to your home.
Me? My home? Oh, I wish. Toronto, it was nice while it lasted. Yep, we're going to Queen Street. Bring that hometown advantage for Toronto Defiant because they need it. It's series point for the Justice and the first match for both these teams. Now, when it comes to push, for those who haven't caught some of the previous days of Overwatch League, it gets kind of hectic, kind of chaotic, just like a control. There's just always fighting. There's always racing back from the spawn. And how this works, robotic ally at the middle pushes barricade towards enemy spawn. You win through maximum distance achieved, or, the longest distance achieved, or if you fully capture it. So we've seen anything from dive to brawl to every, especially on this map, there are so many flank angles. And we have both our main tanks back in the picture.
That robotic ally, of course, TS1 or Timothy Smythe the First, if you ask me. And both the main tanks have returned. This is a great area for Doomfist, and I'm very excited to see Mag, who some might consider the better Winston of Muse and Mag, to be playing the Doomfist here. And we've seen from both Outlaws and from Atlanta that Doomfist is by no means a less than premier tank. The damage he puts out is supreme.
Yeah, Mag can work on these off angles and all the flanks that this map provides quite well. Now, Muse is a big old monkey, so he wants to dive on a lot of targets, especially that back line. He tries to go after that Soldier there, and Happy near statue gets booped away from opener. And that's an issue, a challenge that Muse is going to have to deal with, along with getting anti-healed by Krillin, as the first kill goes in favor of Toronto Defiant, as they're already starting to push that barricade.
Mag anti-ed as well does mean that he's going to have to back off and maybe survive if Krillin can pump the heals into them. But Washington Justice, they've ceded away the ground, and Toronto Defiant have used that to get TS1 pushing that barricade ever faster. Lovely boot there from opener, keeps Muse at bay, but they can't contain Finale for now, as Muse and the rest will back off, knowing that Washington Justice are back up to full strength here.
I like the positioning of Happy, especially just being near his supports if he does get dove on. The boops will continue to happen. He can go uncontested there, as a lot of cart push is happening for Toronto to get hit by a pretty big bionic grenade there from Krillin, and Decay punishes, swipes through Finale. But you have a nano available from Twilight. All that damage that they took is paying off. What is this? Not really a moment you want to use it when you keep getting staggered out.
Decay might be able to intercept Twilight here. A big sleep could change everything, but I think that Twilight might be able to get away with their life here. The self-heal and Charong picking them up will make sure that Toronto will be able to hold on to that Ana for a second longer, which is imperatively important, Lemon, because the Nano Boost is good to go and likely to be attributed onto Muse to maybe try and bully out Krillin here. Oh my god, Finale!
Finale's disgusting. And also, Decay climbed up the window and found the rest of the Toronto Defiant ready to jump on him. So trades are happening as Happy took an off angle and sniped away at Twilight. So Toronto Defiant would love to just take even more space. Remember, the robot moves the same speed no matter if you have 1 or 5 people on it. So that's where Toronto can just get more aggressive. But without Twilight, you just want to make sure that he's okay.
I think poor Krillin there might have been caught lacking. Finale absolutely top-sided them, and now Hisu's got themselves an off angle to work with this tactical visor. And while TS1 may be turned around, you can see that Toronto Defiant over the last couple of fights have not been prioritizing the objective because they already have the lead.
Oh, this dive from Muse is so juicy, but you have Happy on the flank, and really, there's no dealing with that except running away. Toronto Defiant thought they had to jump on the Krillin, but it's the flank supremacy from the Justice that completely baffled them. But you still have a lead for Toronto. Justice have to make up a lot of ground.
Happy's doing a lot of psychological damage right now to Hisu with these nothing personnel kid moments. I was the better hit scan on Circuit Royale, and I'm the better hit scan here as well, says Happy. And now the Nano Blade coming out of Washington Justice has to be answered by Charong's sound barrier. But if that could be forced out first by a Meteor Strike, it might be curtains for Toronto's defense.
Come on, my little churro, this has to be big. The sound barrier to save your team against this blade. But, okay, we're seeing Mag, a Meteor Strike after Muse, who got slept and is starting to back away. A lead now forming for the Justice as Mag hopes to knock out Muse. Lights out, but it's the blade from Finale to assist. But he got anti-healed by Krillin, and the nano delivered by Krillin at the last second helps Decay and the gang get forward and further with the cart.
And this is one of the ways that the Doomfist really fits into this composition, Lemon, as a substitute for a Winston. The amount of control that you can exert on a Genji with the slow from a Seismic Slam and the knockback stun of the punch means that Finale's spacing was completely decimated by Mag. And now that Washington Justice have their forward spawns, they simply back off for a moment, get their forces back together, and realize that, hey, it's okay if we let TS1 shift a little bit. We're just going to fight them in the streets where we're at our best and where Happy has the longest sight line alongside Krillin to play from safety.
Mag thought he was safe. Starting to back up and peel for that upcoming Finale dive. Gets that kill. Both Genjis traded out. The lead for the Justice when it comes to meters. That statue control being vied for by both teams. Muse dropping the bubble and also dropping himself. Twilight misses the sleep, but it's Happy that's going to be a real threat up here if he's allowed to live with that tag visor.
That was an ambitious look for a boot there from Charong. Let's call it a reset, Lemon. And Washington Justice are back in control of Timothy. Move those robotic legs and move forth that barricade. Heading into the final stage of potential defense here. And Finale is swapped back over to the Trace here. Remember, the damage slightly nerfed, whereas one clips are much harder now with only 200 damage per clip. But that's just fine. Krillin had no idea.
Oh my god, when the Observer swapped as Krillin just gets decimated and Happy's trying to return the favor. It doesn't seem to be the case. You got Tac Visor and the sound barrier invested from the Justice, and they get nada, nothing. 65 meters is something, and that's still a dub if that remains to be the case in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
I think Finale went unpinged that entire time. I don't know if they even knew if Finale swapped on the side of Washington Justice. The forward spawn has been deactivated, and Finale is going to be looked for a little bit more astutely this time. Krillin can't afford to be one-clicked again, but so it may well be, Lemon.
Oh yeah, Muse gonna assist with that already. Twilight delivers the nano. I think that's to Muse. I ain't seeing no one else glow like a Christmas tree, and Justice fall 1 by 1 as Toronto. I think if they could pull out this fight win, we might be able to close the gap of the score, but they ain't got a lot of people left. It's only Muse and Finale on the bot.
Yeah, and Happy's made their way back here as well. Can fight on top of this. What? What a trade. Happy there gets stuck, but still takes out Finale. And now TS1 has been stopped just short of giving Toronto Defiant that tempting parity in the objective progress. And now Washington Justice are back in control of the big boy robot, and there's only a minute remaining in this push game.
Muse his anti-heal, but he has the primal, and oh no, he did not just sleep. He's down as Mag wants to take advantage of this moment to maybe dive onto the high ground. We see Hisu and Finale have already ran away. Mag missed his opportunity, but Mag goes in for round 2. He's got the nano, lights it up, misses Churung, but there's 4 other people there. You might want to go and punch out. He has the meter strike. He could be aggro too. He's just constant of Twilight, but gets traded out. On the card, we have all 4 members of the Toronto Defiant hoping to make up 20 meters.
Mag there, unfortunately, couldn't really get any value out of the nano, and so Churong didn't feel the need to use their sound barrier. Mag's going to be here to touch this payload, or touch TS1 rather, stop him from moving the barricade forward. That's going to get confusing over the next couple of years. Decay looking for a place to put this blade. Churong can answer it out fully, looking for the slash and dash.
Oh, Decay is just going to get pounded though. Muse finding that opportunity well, now dives to the right. So, Finale taking a dip. I mean, that's a frozen link. That is not a dive you want to be taking. But Toronto Defiant getting some card push. Now there's only a few seconds remaining. Overtime will activate, and that means Toronto Defiant cannot leave the bot or they will lose because Justice have a lead. And we got a blade from Decay, and we got a visor from Happy, and Hisu's the one who unleashes first as Mag repositions with the Meteor Strike. Toronto trying to bunker down. The Meteor Strike lands near the front as Muse dives past. Ultimates exhausted from both teams, but one that's remaining is Decay as he just completely dono walls Muse. Tries to go to the back line. Toronto Defiant barely holding on. Finale spots out Krillin, hopes to take him out, but the sound barrier buys Krillin a second life as Mag is getting pummeled at the front, and Toronto can continue to lead this bot.
Toronto looking to purchase themselves a 5th map here on Washington Justice Day of all days. Decay's still alive, the dash through does the damage, and guess who's getting in for a bit of a brawl? But Krillin, I'm afraid you haven't got the protagonist energy, man. This is a B-tier arc at most, as it is going to be a quick scratch and a quick pause here for Timothy. But forward goes the barricade, and Mag has arrived for one final battle.
2 meters for Toronto to send us into a game 5, or if Justice wore them away, it's done and it's over! But when will it be the case? Finale hunting down Happy, no supports for the Defiant. Krillin safe in the back, but barely. Decay backing him up, and now we just have to finish what we started. And Happy, Washington Justice Day, it's a 3-1 victory.
On their first match on what was in their city, the day of the team, Washington Justice have proven that this roster might be a little bit stronger than the last one. And while Toronto Defiant put up an admirable fight in so many circumstances, Lemon, they couldn't quite win out against the Justice.
Oh, that last fight was so scrappy, but Toronto losing, healing, and especially, I think they might have started the dive too before their supports got fully back, and even through the Moira swap, not enough speed, but it got so close. Toronto, I mean, you had the hometown advantage. So incredibly close. I thought that was going game 5 for sure.
If only, Lemon. But while we may lament the loss of map 5, what we can celebrate is our player of the map, of the match, and you guys know exactly who it had to be the second that Circuit Royale happened. Our player of the match has got to be Mr. Happy.
The Happy Meal, as you said before. I mean, not only was his impact felt on Circuit with the, what he had, like 40% crit shot chance, the stats were incredible. 11-2 is what he ended, and Toronto did everything from Tracer swap, Soldier swap, even a Widow mirror. You couldn't touch Happy on circuit, and that's going to make his team incredibly scary on that map in particular, but really just his consistency on the Soldier throughout really helped his team.
And this is one of the things that's going to make Washington Justice the most scary for this coming tournament of the Kickoff Clash. If Soldier remains as relevant as he has, Lemon, Happy is going to make Washington Justice bloody terrifying, especially in conjunction with the Mag Decay Dive, who have been together on this team for quite a while now, and it's allowed them to build synergy when it comes to the overall formulation of these dives.
Well, your Prez are just in the toilet, folks. I don't know what to say. At least the desk's Prez. Everyone is predicting the Toronto Defiant. It really was an incredible match. Washington Justice coming out ahead. All types of upsets. Even everyone predicting the Dallas Fuel yesterday. And then Houston Outlaws. What happened? A little sweepy motion. But this next match won't be a sweep whatsoever. We have the Atlanta Reign versus the New York Excelsior being featured in their second match, and I can't wait. Leg Day and I will be sticking around, and we'll see you after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello and welcome back to our Watchpoint game break. What a game for the Washington Justice, and what a day for them to win, because the mayor Bowser declared the May 7th Washington Justice Day for the city of Washington, D.C., which is awesome. Also, it's called Bowser. Clearly,
He's a gamer.
A gamer. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that the city itself is recognizing Overwatch.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And yeah, Washington Justice made a good point why they should be recognizing them as a great team. And I mean, it looked a little shaky in that first map. I felt like Washington Justice just looked very indecisive. They were slow. But then they ramped it up, and then they started looking really, really unstoppable. Costa, I mean, Happy was definitely a standout player. What else do you want to highlight here?
No, I agree that like they had that slow start in the first map. I'm like, oh, here we go. Like all of our fears of the Washington Justice are going to come true in this season. But once they got that full hold on Midtown, on their defense, on that second point, it really felt like they gained that confidence, and Happy just came alive. Really just showing his strength on any hit scan hero and making Widow look viable in Overwatch 2, because it's very hard to get that space to be able to hit those shots, but Happy made it look easy. So I think the Washington Justice, with that Decay Happy duo, are going to look really good this season.
And also, it's Happy on Widow.
Yeah, I mean,
Happy on Widow.
That was just a joy to watch. Essentially, he had to force Hisu off of Hisu's Widowmaker. Hisu then had to like switch over to the Sombra. And that's like that alpha moment as a Widowmaker. If you make the other Widow switch, then you're inside their head. At that point onward, there was nothing Hisu could have done to come back from that. Like the shame is just too heavy, you know. But no, jokes aside, Toronto Defiant though, I do want to talk about the high and low lights on their side. Costa, why do you think they started to kind of crumble in this series? What gives?
It felt like at the beginning they were able to have all the space that they wanted. Washington Justice was playing a little slow, but as soon as they started getting that aggression and Decay started getting that space on the Genji, it felt like Finale started falling off, and it felt like Finale didn't have the space to get that those big plays he got in the first map. This map, New Queen Street, was the best time we've seen New Queen Street. It had an awesome push mode. We actually had an overtime push, and gave me like excitement to see more push in the future, because like Toronto were like is close to getting it. The spawns were coming in from the Washington Justice, so crazy match. It honestly could have gone either way, but I'm excited to see the Washington Justice performing at a high level.
Yeah, I mean, chat was right, I guess. It was still a close match, even though the end score doesn't quite indicate it, but that could have been for either team. However, it was the Washington Justice who really ramped it up in this series, and I can't wait to see more from that rosters and from those players. Now, we do have another banger of a match coming our way, and that is, of course, the New York Excelsior going up against the Atlanta Reign. And we already previewed that match heading into today's show, but very quickly, let's summarize it. Atlanta Reign, they already have a W underneath their belt. Are there any adjustments either of you want to see from them for today's match, or do you think they can keep on rolling out with what we've seen in their first one?
I think with such a short turnaround, you're going to need to play to your own style, because we don't really know what works. I'm curious to see how the New York Excelsior Echo play from Yaki, is that going to be a problem for the Atlanta Reign, and are we going to need to see adjustments? Because Nero was very good on that Genji, Hawk was very good on that Doomfist, but from what we saw yesterday for the Dallas Fuel, could they run into issues in a clash of styles? We'll just have to find out.
What I want to see is Gator Orisa. All right, that's it.
I mean,
we keep harping on that.
I mean, eventually it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time.
Once,
exactly.
Right?
Well, but again, according to Frito, it's never going to happen. Let's roll it back on his prediction to distract from all our awful predictions.
Yeah, we'll just
blame
him every time we don't see a risk.
Yeah, I think this is, and he's not here to defend himself. Please don't tweet at me, Frito. I'm sorry. Either way, I'm super excited for this match. I'd love to see those two teams go for a bout, and they are basically ready. So for all the action, we once more hand it over to Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day.
Thanks so much, Zoe. And I'm sorry, Danny, but Gator ain't starting. It's our boy Hawk for the Atlanta Reign, and with a W under the belt, why change if it's not broken? New York Excelsior on the other side, too. This is going to be a good match. New York have their own interpretation of the meta, but let's start with the Atlanta Reign Leg Day, because we're very familiar with some of these names.
Yeah, we're dealing with two teams here, Lemon, that have very much built their identities in this meta, and you and I are intimately familiar with so many names on the Atlanta Reign because we've been attached to North American contenders for so long that the second the Ultraviolet and OG managed to get picked up as a duo on Atlanta Reign, you and I were like, okay, that's the team that's probably winning North America this year. Everyone else can just sit out. You can just sit out and wait because Ultraviolet and OG are simply built different. And I am waiting for the day when Venom comes in to play their meta-defining Tracer. But the thing that everyone was talking about on Atlanta Reign the last time they played was the Nero Genji and the Hawk Doomfist. The first Doomfist that we saw in the Overwatch League post rework into a tank, no longer a DPS. And Hawk, who's got some pretty spicy aim, had a really good understanding of how to rotate those Doomfist cooldowns to be a real menace in both the front and the back line.
Yeah, Hawker was looking like one of the strongest Doomfists. We're seeing a lot more off-tanks pick up that specialist role. I wonder if we're going to see Gator today. I think it was all Hawk all day in their last match where they beat Florida 3-1. But let's take a look at their opponents, the New York Excelsior. Starting with a capital L, but of course it was against the Gladiators, where a lot of people were predicting Gladiators to be a top 3 team, to say the least. And on the New York side of things, now they come with a veteran support line of Gangnam Jin and Myungbong, coming from Florida and Boston last season. And I would really wonder if that experience in the league is going to help them face off against the new blood, the fresh blood of OG and Ultraviolet.
Yeah, a lot of people having these question marks about the double flex support lineups, I think was somewhat put to bed by the incredible performance we saw from Lastro on the Houston Outlaws yesterday. Ostensibly, Outlaws have a double flex support lineup, but they have adapted to this meta incredibly well. And Myungbong and Gangnam Jin, while Gangnam Jin is a very good Ana, they are opting into allowing Gangnam Jin's aggressiveness to be channeled into the Lucio. For me, though, the elephant in the room, or the echo in the room, is Yaki. We saw quite a bit of echo from Yaki, and needless to say, it didn't inspire confidence. But then, once again, Houston Outlaws are like the big brother of New York Excelsior. Like, what did you say about my little brother team? I love you know the echo is pretty good, thank you. And double flex support is also pretty poggers, thanks. And we saw Pelican absolutely decimate a team that most people put as number 1 in North America with Pelican's Echo, but it's also worth noting that Pelican, being Rookie of the Year last year, is noted for having an incredible Echo, and can Yaki keep pace with that kind of efficacy?
And right by Yaki's side is Flora. Still a young one in my eyes, kind of like the punk syndrome of just he always looks young, and now he's grown up to just be much more of a confident person. You know, back in the day, leaning on the leadership of this team, and has now blossomed into just such an incredible DPS. And now you have to go up against Kai, though. You saw the picture of Kai. He doesn't blink. And now I'm worried to see if we ever go to Circuit, if that's even the case, or even just any Widow map, how Kai's gonna fare on that. But our first map is Oasis at 9. And it's University, where we're gonna learn a thing or two about if Hawk is gonna bring out the Doomfist and what's Kellen's response to that.
Blinking Lemon is for hit scans who want to miss. There's no other way to say it. I'm pretty sure that Hawk is going to be very happy to play the Doomfist here. This is a very good map for the Doomfist. Verticality is fairly limited, so Hawk could be a lot more laissez-faire about when they invest their seismic slams.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of brawl here too. Even some Zarya, now that she can jump to that coast side high ground in Overwatch 2, getting a lot more height, a few more inches, which I wish I had because I am 5'0". But Helen, for the Winston is all I want to watch, because you would think 2 dive heroes, but they play really differently. Hawk's going to prefer those off angles. Kellen, depending on how healthy Hawk is looking, either going to go after him or that backline, but you got to dodge the biotic grenades, got to dodge the sleep, the boots from OG. I'm so excited to see these rookies of UV and OG rip it out in the first, second match.
Flora's going to be relying a lot on the Gangnam Jin escort here to be fast enough to catch up to players like Kai and Nira. That might be a big start. Kellen already down super low, but at least not knocked off the map, Lemon. So there is a silver lining, as NYXL are given the message from Atlanta Reign that nowhere you go is safe, and no territory belongs to you. Look at Court go!
My God, UV UV, is that God? Did you see the bionic grenade? It hit everybody in the dog! New York Excelsior wanted mini-pack control, they wanted high ground control, and they end up with nothing. Atlanta Reign will cap first.
Dude, Ultraviolet's one of those freaks who goes into custom games and builds up the Bardic Grenade lineups. You can see he's pre-aiming that, got the dart in there as well. He's a cringe lineup gamer, but damn is he good at Ana. Even more now, Flora suffers from this, doesn't invest the Wraith form, the invulnerability, instead will simply wait for that Bardic Grenade to wear off. Oh, that's not the jump Kellen wanted.
Wraithing out of that situation. Kellen brought back to full health. Atlanta Reign have the high ground control, at least their supports do. But it's Hawk ain't got none of that love. UV was caught on rotations, and now Reign, they want to rotate out of that one. Maybe want to die on the point, just extend this 37-ish%, and New York back in control.
And I think a lot of people will be happy to see Yaki back on the Tracer, certainly one of Yaki's best heroes. And I'm somewhat wondering as to why Atlanta Reign have brought Nero into play the Tracer in their own right. They must have big plans to use for Genji in the other maps of Oasis, because if they were planning on playing Tracer the entire time, trust me, Venom would be in.
Yeah, Myungbong though taking pressure, the pulse sticks, it hits, but Kellen is out. So you have a 4v4, but oh, actually it's a 5v3. The colors look a little silly sometimes. And New York down 2, ain't no shot. They're gonna be keeping this point. And that's Nero showing his supremacy. Also flexibility, the fact that he was popping off on Genji yesterday, and now he's sporting the Tracer. You can tell this guy put a lot of work in the offseason.
Couple staggered kills there. Flora decides with Death Blossom simply isn't worth building up to and moves over to the Soldier 76 instead. Prefers the mobility that the Sprint can offer. Kellen thus far yet to build up to the Primal Rage as well, but incredibly close. Look at this, Kai's so aggressive.
Ooh, that's an early attack visor too. It got shut down. Yaki was able to sneak into the back line, and New York really got to watch their back. Is he got a Meteor Strike on top of Kellen's head, Goomba Stomp style, and Primal Rage activated. He's healthy, he's chilling. Soundbeer engaged from both teams as Hawk is sleeping on the job. Control of the point is still for Atlanta, by the way, and it's 80+%. So if New York don't win here, it's not looking cute.
Nero looking to maybe clutch this one up. Kai's still alive as well. Myungbong needs to start hitting these shots and certainly hits the nade. Needs someone to come and back them up as Nero continues to apply the pressure. Down to 1-1 asleep. Myungbong's built different, baby.
Oh, is he built to stay alive? It sounds like he is. The support pass is being and Hawk knocks him out cold. Now overtime into effect. There is New York jumping in. Kellen and Yaki working together. The flip goes through. And it looks like Atlanta ain't even gonna chance it without Hawk in the picture.
Heard you use your sleep on my friend, bro. That's real unfortunate. Now Flora in position to be pulsed. No, not the side of the volley. Stop it, Nero! He's only a little boy!
Oh no, that's a grown man. Okay, now everyone is dying. I'm not sure how grown you are. Overtime about to wisp away. Kellen has to touch. He slept on duty. And meanwhile, you have Nero hunting down and Hawk hunting down the spawn room doors. What a dominant showing from Atlanta. 100-49. Are you serious?
I've only seen 2 of Nero's pulse bombs so far, but both of them were stuck to Myungbong. Excellent pulse bomb attach rate so far in the break. I'll try and grab you guys some stats about that one. However, now the game is going to change, and I imagine that Nero is going to be bringing out the Genji here. The question is, will Yaki try to do the same? Because the Genjis can be quite well controlled by the Doomfist with the combination of slow from a seismic slam and of course the stun and displacement from that rocket punch. So this is how it happened. Nice nano you've got there, mate. Would be a shame if something happened to it.
Yeah, investing your jump just to get to that high ground means you're a sitting duck. And especially once that Doomfist power block is charged up, it has more knockback to it. So Atlanta, with the quick speed from OG, already set up on the high ground. Hawk in prime position to just toss somebody up. But Flora's on the Reaper and wants to apply that very lethal close range damage. He actually TPs to the top with Kellen. And now, well, they didn't seem to make too much of an impact, but they are ready to cap that point. And it seems like New York ain't got much to say about it. Myungbong has been discovered though. Sleeps Hawk on the engage as he has to go back towards Ultraviolet, and Nero's also low. You see New York signaling that as Flora and Yaki hope to pinch Atlanta, but really barely anyone has died through this fight.
I can't believe Hawk lives through that. What amazing pocketing there from Ultraviolet. This guy has proven himself to be a premier Ana. I think that between Ultraviolet and Finn, North America or our Western division has proven themselves to be filled with rookie talent on the Anas. Beautiful bardic grenade right there. It means that Flora's going to TP in a little bit too deep for someone with no healing and a sleep as well. Ultraviolet is bullying Flora.
You have to time that sleep really carefully on that Reaper TP along with the biotic grenade. That was so well timed from Ultraviolet. Flora just dismantled on the engage with Kellen, and New York losing even more time.
Flora's getting griefed. Yeah, that's a stop to the soldier. I'm done with this silly hero. I don't care how many shotguns he has. Atlanta Reign now have themselves a pulse bomb, and we know what's been happening previously with these. So everybody, one like equals one pray from Myungbong.
Oh, we praying. We're on our knees, begging. Yaki, the pulse. Hawk's looking pretty juicy, but Nero's discovered you. Pulse v Pulse. Are we chancing it? No one's even trying to stick the other Tracer. Those hitboxes are tough sometimes. As Hawk has found Myungbong, and I think Hawk just got nanoed too by UV. Meteor Strike into effect. He lands on Myungbong, and these supports are just on fire, and not in the best of ways. New York lacking in the member department. At Atlanta are having a flawless round so far.
And it feels like New York Excelsior, they simply couldn't buy a kill, Lemon. With a full bank account, they can't grab anything. Flora and Yaki are being shut down on every single duel. A really good decision from OG in the middle of a neutral fight to actually use that sound barrier, simply to avoid Kai being taken down while antied. Oh no, we've got the Twilight style position here from Ultraviolet. If they do not get discovered, it's going to be a big anti, and there it is. Myungbong bullied again.
Oh, and Yaki stuck Kai, and this is just so scrappy. Got a sound barrier for Gangnam-jin, hits 3, including Kellen and Yaki, as New York know this is the last fight, and it is overtime into effect for the Atlanta Reign. Exhausted of ultimates and not getting the kills they need. And 3 on the point,
no
but New York
way.
don't touch. Hawk zone them away, and Atlanta take map 1.
Hawk's objective control is simply built different. Even with Kai turning on the tactical visor, I've got something in my sights. It appears to be a pulse bomb, instantly dying the second they pop that ult. New York Excelsior, I don't know how they're going to find themselves a fight win, Lemon. It's so bloody hard. And Hawk has proven to be a huge difference maker here on this Doomfist already. Ultraviolet and OG as a support duo have proven themselves incredibly scary, and New York Excelsior are going to need to try and move away in our break and figure out how to change things in order to deal with this Doomfist. And the question is, if you force Hawk off for Doomfist, are you ready for what he's going to change to? It's a long road, Lemon, for New York Excelsior, but they're going to have to start walking up it after this break.
2 shots, dead in the ground, we ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone, don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back, tell you now, we laying it down, yeah. Bands up, trapped out, I bring the dogs, gang out. Look, don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage, who you?
Atlanta Reign looking real good this series, starting off 1-0 with a very dominant Oasis win, but we turn our heads to Kings Row, and my heads are turning after seeing the rookie startup of Ultraviolet and OG. I mean, we knew they were goated before it was cool, and now it's really awesome to see them in action and just pulling things off. Like, Ultraviolet's biotic grenade on Oasis University was insane.
I hate to bully New York Excelsior fans this early into the season, but Ultraviolet is absolutely anachasming Myunbong right now. 58% Sleep Dark success rate for Ultraviolet compared to 36% for Myunbong, and 8 biotic grenade kills for Ultraviolet versus 3 from Myunbong. And this is more concerning, Lemon, because one of these teams has a tank with a shield that blocks grenades and blocks sleep darts, and the other has a tank that literally stands still and begs you to sleep in when he uses power block. And the stats are reversed.
Yeah, I felt like when it came to the Hawk v Kellen dive, Kellen kept getting slept, and Gator was just doing so much work, especially on Myunbong. That poor guy was barely alive. And how could you be Hawk? I mean, when you're playing the Doomfist, you know that the #1 thing you have to do is keep track of sleeps and know how to dodge them. That's all. And especially with the knockback resistance, you're not as worried about Lucio boops. But we're on Kings Row, and I was really curious to see if Gator was going to come in as this kind of Rhine Chad, but no, we're sticking with Hawk.
Hello there.
I mean, I think you play the Hawk Doomfist until someone forces you off it, right? NYXL, though, back to their old ways. The echo of Yaki has returned, and that focusing beam can really do a number on a Doomfist, as well as, of course, the inherent flight mechanics of Echo, being in essence a counter unless you're going up against Get Quaked on.
Floor's like, no, already no. Already no.
That's a hard dip from me, bro.
Just noped out of there.
Cheese it, just for Rosses.
They even got the Mercy Pocket, but OG swaps to the Lucio. Now we're on a serious comp. Yaki is back on his Yaki business, the Echo, which is taking so many shots from now 2 hit scans by Nero on Soldier and Tracer. And Yaki ain't gonna live to tell the tale. As Hawk gets booped on his approach, we can see Atlanta Reign start that first tick.
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to counter me by flying. Get down here and face me like a man. Yaki swaps over now from the Echo. What a layup on the nade as well. Man, Ultraviolet's simply built different, bro. Hawk starting to cap here, almost the second tick has been given. NYXL are poised for a re-engage here, but Kellen's going to have to sacrifice themselves on the point, but still isn't even on there yet.
Now Kellen just getting CC'd from Hawk all the time, and 2 ticks, almost the 3rd from the Atlanta Reign, who hope to stand tall. They also have hotel control. Nero is going to be on the flank, so Flora wants to make sure he marks that and even pings it with the new Overwatch 2 ping system. Good little biotic grenade from Ultraviolet. It's just Hawk that body blocked it, and meanwhile, New York, they're not making a ton of space right now.
Hawk trying to force in NYXL. Big stuns given over for Sleep as well. You've got to touch the point, NYXL. It's Gangnam Jin who gives it a go. It's a boot to make sure that everyone's off, and 4 has given the nano now. The visor as well to make sure there are no missies to be had.
As soon as Floor rounds the corner, it's just a sound barrier in your face, and we'll tell you the story of the OG feed after this, but I don't think he's going to have to eco-check anyone here today. As Atlanta Reign, 98% disengaged as soon as they saw the Floor attack visor, but now that Yaki is at critical health, this is a sign to go if you're the offense.
And here's the difference when it comes to the tactical visor. Kellen, even within the bubble, is going to be broken. And while we have a moment here during the chase downs, Lemon, I want to have a Nero fanboy moment. And one of the interesting things there was that Nero was at full health on the Tracer and actually shot into Yaki's deflect there in order to damage himself so he could blink and steal the mega health pack, which is super duper cool.
That's big brain. And also, I'm just so proud of Nero of how he's grown to just kind kind of being that substitute player, and just now he's really starting to prove that he can be in that starting position, and just he's already proving to be one of the better Genjis in the league. I know it's only been a couple days, but now he's also flexing to the Tracer, which isn't usually expected from Genji players. But oh, that Nero 1 clip, I was hyping you up. That was gonna make me look real good in your montage later on. But Atlanta Reign, the Meteor Strike to go back to safety. As Nero's on the flank, the pulse into the back. Myungbong is down, but Nero was punished. A 4v4 as Hawk and OG take control of Alleyway. And if Gangnam dies here, New York ain't gonna look so good. But he's chilling, Soundbeer at the ready, and now that Hawk and Kai are gone, I think New York can breathe a little bit.
Mandem's really been stuck again by Nero. He's going to start having flashback phobic nightmares about the Nero Tracer. At least New York Excelsior get to try and contest this card towards the end of point B, and Gangnam Jin has to decide when it's best suited to use this sound barrier. There aren't really any major stimuli for it at the moment, but a 1 clip from Nero might try and change that.
Yaki with the blade! He gets bioed from Ultraviolet and finished off by Hawk. That is a killer. So now plan B, Soundbear, Gangnam Jin, there's the moment. Now Floor is like, if I have to kill, I will tack visor you. I don't even need to aim with this thing. Well, until the patch comes out, you got the crits coming up. Hawk gets nanoed, and well, he's gonna do a pretty supreme job on the front line. And the cart is moving. We only got 2 left from the attack of Atlanta, but Nero's on the flank. I'm not sure if Atlanta are going to keep going.
Lemon, NYXL had 2 aces in the hole right there. And Atlanta Reign are wiping their bottom with both of those ace cards. Hawk looking to try and take out the second spot here, but Gangnam Jin too dangerous. And Kellen's turned up with those primal fists of fury to make sure that Hawk can't stick around for long. Doom Fist, I've got 2 of them, mate.
A few more meters, 3 of them in fact, for Atlanta on point B. A lot of time remaining.
No.
As Nero is in deep. He's smelling Christmas presents, so that's where you're gonna actually have a firm and solid reset for Atlanta.
All right, but Atlanta Reign, now they have their playmaking ultimates. Everything was used from NYXL in that previous fight to keep it stopped here. 5 ultimates, but admittedly, they did buy success, no matter the price. And now Nero's got another pulse bomb. 1 like equals 1 prey, boys and girls. Myungbong better
gets a stick, but attack visor from Kai. That's what I want to watch, but Yaki can only deflect so much. Kai, he's got the unbranded sneakers on. He's found Yaki. He's on the left side. Kai can't be stopped. And there's the stick you were hoping for. Nero with the final 3K, and Atlanta get point B.
Oh, Atlanta, 2.5 minutes now to try and finish Kings Row. Admittedly, New York Excelsior moving over onto the Genji Soldier here. They've been able to play up against Atlanta Reign a touch better, in my opinion. Pretty successful on that B point, even if their ult efficiency wasn't as good as one would like. Good tracking of Nero's recall, and now Kellen can get aggressive.
Yeah, Kellen saw Nero back away, maybe even recall, and that was the moment to re-engage. Now the defense playing the save, you might as well. You can farm up Yaki's blade and your ultimate winning condition as UV. Ultraviolet might want a Nano Hawk, which has usually been the prime suspect for that Hawk. Not even going for the high ground position, has spun out the backline, knocks out Flora Cold with the charged fist, but doesn't get the finish he was looking for, wants to go back and peel. But Hawk, Meteor Strike in the air, where is he repositioning? Even deeper into the spawn to kill Myungbong, and Nero is going to assure of that. The spawn hold, that is incredible. New York, a few more meters and they have to touch, almost 2 meters on the time bank. Soundbear from Gangnam Jin only hits him and Kellen as they have to hope to buy time. Myungbong is back, but there's no DPS. Tack visor and Genji blade from Yaki won't even get to be used.
Oh, Hawk's pretty public spirited. He's like, no, go on, Myungbong, go contest that cart. And OG boops him back midway through. I'm like, no. We're going to finish here with 1 minute and 32 in the time bank. Lemon, the lack of respect there. The Nano given over and forcing the Nano out of Myungbong onto Flora just from Hawk's Nano dive with the Doomfist was such a flow killer for NYXL that they couldn't really give over that Nano at the start of one of their own engagements, and they weren't in control of where the enemy were going to be once that Nano was in play, and it forced Flora to be in kind of a just brawl for your life scenario against Hawk, who could reduce incoming damage by 90% by using that power block. Then when it ran out, just used their ult to get out of dodge, and it meant the nano was almost completely wasted. On top of all of that, you still had Myunbong dying to the Meteor Strike because they just had no room to survive. Or thanks to our observers for that replay. That is sick.
And he sees Kellen. He's like, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Sorry.
Pardon me, chum.
Just gonna
have a ninja to kill.
Oh, I'm just gonna sit here. That is a Chad move.
Hope I wasn't a bother, bruv.
But Hawk hasn't been stopped either. Like, at this point, my plat brain is like, I'm gonna go break, because at least you can shield bash into the punch and then you both fall on the ground. But at this point, the Brigade is not exactly in a winning scenario there, and Gangnam Jin is both trying to accelerate the dive while also protecting Myunbong. So I really wonder how the teams are gonna find an answer to Doomfist in general, and namely Hawk, because he's proven to be one of the best. He's already rounding this corner on the statue, and that's why Yaki is like, Myunbong, I will protect you with my life, my king. But New York waiting for that initial dive. Kellen just taking some poke there from Myunbong, who's charging up that nano.
One thing that's worth noting is that when Hawk uses a power block, they're still only getting 90% damage reduction from the front as far as I'm aware, so they can be surrounded and destroyed, and we saw Hawk take a huge amount of damage there, and this now allows for New York Excelsior to kind of inch on up and attrition away this territory.
Oh, no Hawk has already dove and found value on the floor, and that's a chunk of damage missing with him gone. The spawns are closer for the attack for New York, but they gotta find, let's say, purchase on their dive before Hawk kills them.
We talked about the OG beat before and while we're setting up for this next fight. Let's let people into the lore. An OG beat is where you use the sound barrier on the corpse of your enemy. Consider it a mega tactical crouch, saying, I don't need this ult. I'm simply that much better than you. And I imagine OG might bring one of those out against someone like London.
OG beat is so funny. Myunbong, though, not so funny. He's got the nano. Do you give it to Yaki? Do you give it to Floyer? I think it's really going to depend on who's in the best position, as Nero is having issues dueling with OG. And OG is one of the Reddit Lucios. You do not want to mess with him, but either way. Or actually, I was talking about Gangnam Jin. Same situation. Yaki gets nano, charging up the blade, doesn't even need it, goes after the supports. Ultraviolet is dead, but Hawk, meanwhile, counter dove on Myunbong and has already killed both supports. And that's why New York have to be quick. And this point cap ain't coming quick enough.
Dude, we talked about it earlier with the Mega, but Nero's control, like health pack steals with the Tracer, might actually be one of their defining factors that makes them so dangerous in these late fights. Once both the supports are down, damage is permanent unless you have access to the health packs, and Nero's utilizing Blinks and actually cashing in those resources to deny them from opponents as well as survive for longer, even if they're not going to get the maximum efficiency out of that health pack. And that's one of the real differences that mean that Gangnam Jin and Myunbong have to make up with extra healing.
Oh, if New York get full held here, the state and the city will be in shambles, okay? Ultraviolet has already nanoed Kai, and for once, Hawk is not the star of the show. It's Kai. He's coming for the back line. Sees a Reaper around the corner. Nopes out of that. Accidentally runs into Yaki, who gets so scared he dashes away. You do not want to get picked off, but with that bionic grenade from UV, Flory was so low, and he saw Hawk was kind of hunting for some more staggers. Meanwhile, New York only have a minute left.
I'd like to see Kellen full int dive onto OG here and use the ultimate. Oh my, that's a big anti combined with a seismic slam. Whenever NYXL are setting up for a fight, their plans are always ruined by the engagements of the Atlanta Reign, and that's one of the things that Reign are doing so well. They are finding the tempo that is antithetical to the NYXL cadence.
Oh, didn't stick though. That wall had it coming. But here is New York, 33 seconds, one of their last fights, and Kai already best floor, the sound mirror. You're gonna try the 4v5 to turn it around as Hawkins goes for health back. This is New York's chance to pound this backline, and OG drops the sound mirror to help Ultraviolet buy time as Atlanta Reign come back to peel. But the damage has been done. Both Honest traded out as Flora can't seem to nail down Nero, and New York, 10 seconds remaining. And I'm not sure how this is gonna go. You have 4 on the point. And Atlanta are dispersed. We could see this payload.
It's still not a fast cap here, Lemon. There's a little bit of time maybe to work with for Atlanta Reign. You can see Hawk wrapping round the back. Might be able to seismic slam their way out of here. And indeed, it might be the OG touch. Nero moves in, stops them from capping. One fight to rule them all now, Lemon.
Ooh. Is Myungbong a genius? Did he read that recall or was he just lucky? Nero will be out of the fight only for a few seconds. The tanks are gone. Only the DPS and supports remain. And New York have a big ult advantage in that matter as Flora not even needing the Death Blossom, but needing his mama if this Lucio keeps bullying him. Flora now still can't kill these supports. He's dead himself. Kai came to the rescue. He's pulling out the cape. And New York, well, they unlocked the cart, but I'm not feeling too good, Mr. Krabs, after that one.
You talk about support synergy. I present to you the K-Kona hive mind. Myungbong, once again, in trouble. Will the stick be able to connect? It's Nero on their classic bully. Welcome to hell, baby! And you're going to be staying there for a while.
New York, minute 43. We got to make up for some lost time here. And Flora's already 1 HP. Myungbong is still coming out of spawn. So if you're in New York, it ain't the time to take a fight unless you want to help Atlanta generate their ults. But Death Blossom, Genji Blade, Myungbong close to Nano. I'm wondering what New York have up their sleeve.
I think that Flora here, with a more dispensable ult of the Death Blossom, needs to be the first one to attack. Really force something out of OG, especially if you can try and get the sound barrier out of them at this moment. Flora into the back, might look upon Hawk, but no, simply escapes.
I think Yaki got... Nope. Nope, he dead. It's not happening. Atlanta Reign, they pull the trigger first. Turns out when you fire your gun first, the other person dies first. 1 minute for New York, and now you're putting all the eggs in this one fight basket. And Hawk is trying to spawn camp you.
He's got dueling rules here. In the Overwatch League now, Flora needs to be careful not to be punched out of their Death Blossom. Will they decide to use it here? Just about escaping his Hawk into the loving arms of Ultraviolet. That's Nano Charge into the pocket of the Ana. And NYXL, they have so many ults to work with here. Surely this is a fight win, and that's a great start.
Nero wanted that pulse so bad, and as Atlanta tried to pinch from all angles, the concentrated forces did not work out. Flora, too strong, so close range. It was about time Flora could punish some of these dives. It feels like Hawk always gets away at like 1 HP.
NYXL did a great job there as well of making sure that they were presenting the threat of these ultimates, so OG didn't use the beat to save Atlanta Reign in one of these more vanilla fights where it could be turned around with that additional overshield. Nero's going to wrap around the back, and we know where these pulse bombs usually go. Myungbong's got to watch his back and watch his cape. In they go for the stick, a turn around to nothing.
What did Nero even try to throw that at? But oh my god, Yaki slept! UV, he's just built differently, but you ain't gotta sleep for, I don't know, that Yaki waking up and Kellen with the primal rage? New York taking this momentum and running with it as point B is in their sights.
Maybe a bad decision there from Atlanta Reign to prematurely wake up Yaki. He gets angry when he doesn't have his naps. It was supposed to be milk time, man. Atlanta Reign now have to defend this on third, but already they have a greater time bank than New York Excelsior could possibly achieve, even if the payload simply teleported to the finish right now. Nero moving up, saying, okay, you want to have an edgelord contest? I can edgelord with the best of them.
Hawk channeled his fist as soon as Flora TP'd up there. Is my high ground Sunny, and now he's going after Myungbong. Oh, the meteor strike right on top. He gets slept, but Nero with the follow-up. Atlanta's dives are just too lethal. No way. And Flora gets his Death Blossom canceled. Did I see that correctly? I need a new prescription. I think so does Flora after that one, and maybe a therapist. New York have 45 seconds left.
Oh, did you see him bounce off that crate as well?
Yeah.
Flora expends the ult, realizes that today Reaper just ain't it. Moving over to the Tracer instead, much better for trying to chase down both Nero and Hawk. And this means that Kellen's now going to be in a little bit of trouble. Nero can do so much damage, so they head up into the window as Hawk behind gives over a little bit of CC. Where does the Nano go though from Ultraviolet? It's on the visor.
Oh, Kai, he's anti-healed. He cannot be stopped. Claims to, and New York just keep getting displaced on these dives. They just can't seem to coalesce. And even through a nano investment on the Kellen, not enough to put a single dent into the Atlanta Reign. Floor gets the last touch. New York with their last chance. Kellen takes too much poke. Kai lasers him down. The Soundbear, the OG beat for the Atlanta Reign to end this map in fashion. position as New York haven't gotten a single kill this fight. And Nero lets it rain, and New York are dead in the water, and Atlanta go to series point.
Finally, we see the macabre ballet of a Death Blossom, and in the end, it does manage to pick up a kill or two. Atlanta Reign showing off a little bit more versatility here with their swap around for DPS picks. And while NYXL did do a lot better here than they did on Oasis, Lemon, it's still not enough to be able to win a couple of DPS duels here and there. Right now, Kellen is looking outclassed by the Doomfist of Hawk.
Every time Kellen just starts breathing, he gets looked at by the entire team. Kai, all he had to do was just play from Narnia and shoot Kellen on every engage. And that's really just good positioning from Atlanta. When you are against a Winston, just stay as far away as possible. But Hawk has also been able to inch himself close enough where he doesn't have to take as much poke. And also Floor going to a Reaper means he doesn't have the range that Kai does. So Atlanta showing that they are topping the charts when it comes to Preds. In New York, different interpretation of the meta, but maybe interpreting another L. We're going to find out after this break if it'll be a 3-0 or not.
Overwatch League pick'ems are back and better than ever. Make sure to make your picks every week during the Kickoff Clash qualifiers to win cash and new prizes like OWL tokens. And this year, you can make your picks on the mobile app. Isn't that just so damn convenient, Lemon?
Yeah, our desks are going to come out dry on this one. I think they did predict Atlanta, so they'll come away with something, including some OWL tokens and other cool prizes. They're on their phone in their little Scooby-Doo van, just clicking away at the Atlanta Reign. How could you not pred for them? They're 2-0, and it's been dominant showings, including a 2-0 on Oasis, and almost full hold on Kings Row. And York hoping to turn their chances around on Route 66, our third and final map.
Route 66, going to be another interesting one. Of course, Hawk is still in. Gator at the moment still in the lab with Seppi, trying to figure out how to weave the Orisa into competition here at the Overwatch League. She has had a little bit of a rework. I wouldn't blame you guys if you don't know that yet, as we haven't seen any. She's a bit of a spear warrior now. Less of a shield maiden like Brigitte. But we'll talk about her when we see her. For now, it's all about the reworked Doomfist from Hawk, and as much as I hate to say it, because I am a Kellen fanboy, Hawk has been the tank diff.
Hawk with the big block. Hawk, it's just been...
Nice Hawk.
Nice Hawk. Have been incredible. Showing truly the peak of Doomfist. All the one tricks, celebrating that this can be their time to destroy the ladder. I was not really high on Doomfist when he first came out, because as an auto main, I see a lot of drooling Doomfists in my games, and I think it's the easiest sleep in the world to hit. But Myungbong, as amazing as he is, hasn't had that same luck, because Hawk knows exactly when to dive and how to dodge it.
Well, one of the interesting engagements we saw in, I think, the penultimate fight of Kings Row was Hawk actually making an engagement onto Myungbong and dodging the Bartek grenade using the Meteor Strike, which was really, really cool. They played just out of range so that Myungbong couldn't heal themselves with the nade if they were going to hit Hawk as well, and so they decided to get aggressive on Hawk, and Hawk dodged it. Really good timing and really cool Doom mechanics.
Dodging some Widow Snipes too. I'm always like noping out of there, just like Kai did on Kings Row. As New York were trying to take cave control, mainly Yaki, Kellen, all there, but they all get stunned up. And how did UV not die? Or sorry, how did Myungbong not die there? But nonetheless, Hawk finally gets punished. He can't keep getting away with this, as Atlanta will take a second to recoup.
Well, that's really cool in that NYXL decides to actually take a fight in a place where UV they knew didn't have an angle for a nade. And it meant that Myungbong could actually be healed up there just from Gangnam Jin pressing the E and amping up the Lucio heals. Oh my goodness. Oh. Was that both for supports in one dash?
This is everyone look at Hawk Challenge. Everyone has opened their eyes, finally, in the third map, to just all focus Hawk. Block or no block. Still taking damage, and you just gotta maybe damage him from the back. And yeah, that was a disgusting dash from Yaki there.
We've gathered the council, and we have collectively decided to start regarding Hawk. He's asleep as well. The power block makes you so vulnerable. And Hawk may be able to get out of there with a little bit of overshield from this. It's not going to be easy to remain relevant as Kellen gets given the nano and Yaki's fallen down.
Kellen's just trying to body block as much as he can, but he keeps getting slapped. And now OG is just making sure he's nice and woken up. Hello, Sleeping Beauty. As Atlanta Reign, they're missing Hawk too, but you're getting free cart push. And New York ain't feeling so hot without Myungbong, so Atlanta can really start taking up space and especially put Kai in a good position for an upcoming visor.
Yaki and Flora taking a path each, trying to generate a crossfire, but Flora doesn't really have a huge amount of presence here and will be outdueled if they try and take this alone. Ultraviolet will be able to domineer over the entire battle from this high ground as Flora gets accosted. They can't touch Lemon, they decided not to. And now NYXL, they're going to be able to take an early fight here on second, but already the damage has been done. Atlanta Reign have got their point.
Mod check any touchers. Defense 404. Hello. And now you're just getting ripped up by Kai's Tac Visor, who was actually saving it, I feel like, for the previous fight. But yeah, Atlanta Reign only had to win one fight, get free cart push, and then take up space. It just seems so textbook for them. As Hawk repositions with the Meteor Strike, and the last shot from Myungbong finds Hawk. I bet he's going to type lucky in chat any second now. And Atlanta Reign still on the card.
YouTube gaming green. Green square as Violet. Did you see them throw up that nade as they directly upwards as they died? Just hoping, you know what? Maybe this will hit someone later. And I'm kind of keeping an eye out for it, but I don't think it's going to hit anyone. Atlanta Reign is simply going to have to wait for Ultraviolet to get back now. And this is a big fight win for NYXL because now Atlanta Reign have to move through some very narrow chokes to get towards the car. And that's where they can be farmed by NYXL win all 5 of these ultimates.
Oh man, where is Kellen when you need him? Oh, the sleep! Yaki can't even believe it! I don't even want to translate the words coming out of his mouth because they would not be good for broadcasting. I would say nice things either. Atlanta Reign though missing UV. Kai with a big double kill. The cart continues to move, and I need to see Kellen act as a roadblock for not only this cart, of course, but Hawk, because he is dismantling this defense.
Kellen trying to find OG, but the tricky footwork with the skates will bring OG to safety. And now this is a 3-ult fight from NYXL, and they don't have control of a cart. Yaki at least is safe up on top of the saloon, but Hawk might spot them soon and will have seen those traveling heals that were heading their way. Does Hawk want to prioritize that though, or look towards the backline? Myeonbong once again do a bullying.
Okay, he missed like all his cooldowns, but at least if he hits 99% of them, I'll still sign Hawk and give him 6 digits. Pulse from Nero hits Flora, and New York down for the count. Kellen is looking for heals, he's looking for help, and Gaidamjin's like, that's just none of my business. That sounds like a you problem. 2 minutes left, Atlanta Reign approaching point B, and there's just no end in sight for the pounding that Kai and Hawk are putting on.
Gangnam Jin might be able to escape, but unfortunately it's just going to be to an angry team who are upset about losing yet another point here. The 3-0 looking more and more likely then, and it opened up with Nero getting that stick onto Flora. Coming into this matchup, Nero has a 63% attach rate with the pulse bomb. That is uncanny. That is so good. And Nero getting this much value out of their ultimates on Tracer is so scary.
Hawk repositions with the meteor strike. Right in the eye of the tiger. New York down, staggered, continuously trying to take a fight on their terms. Tac Visor slept. Kellen Primal slept. What can UV not do at this point? New York seemingly like they had an answer to Hawk at the start of Route 66, but now more focusing on a backline counter dive. Yeah, Kai with the Tac Visor. Hawk just shoveling them back 6 feet under, and Atlanta Reign cannot be stopped.
Hawk got the charged up fists and delivered a triple stun to NYXL, so no one could support Flora as they went further forward. Now the cart begins to sail towards the goal, and yes, it can be touched by Flora, who blinks on in, but already all of their cooldowns are gone, and Kai set up on the high ground can reign freely over their fresh Kingdom Lemon.
Win condition, help Yaki, Rage, Kellen close to Primal, Yaki is anti-healed, more time for Atlanta Reign, Nero pulses Milfbug in spawn, Yaki is gonna have to do this vanilla style, Kai with the healing pad, OG with the assist, Flora and Yaki shut down, barely any kills from New York as a Primal Rage from Kellen will buy them time, and the cap in front of their eyes, Atlanta with a minute 44.
The York 9, that was really winnable as well. Atlanta Reign, they were on a timer there to get that cap because they'd lost out on Kai, who was a huge majority of their damage. And New York, Lemon, they were so close to their spawns. Myeonbong had already returned from being pulsed. 4 players were alive, but not one of them was touching the cart. That is an absolute travesty, and I am frankly disgusted.
I have no words. Yes, I'm losing my vocal cords because Atlanta Reign win back-to-back-to-back fights. I barely saw Atlanta Reign break a sweat except on the point B fights where maybe they lost 1 or 2, but they never fully really disengaged. Except the time when you saw Ultraviolet throw his anti-nade like a graduation hat. But beyond that, New York struggled to just stabilize.
Oh, OG with the boop. It's an alpha Lucio. It's a Lucio gap. That's mad. And I know why Kellen left. Like, the convo was obvious. Just like, Kellen, go Primal Rage. You can only do damage up close. go and block Ultraviolet, make sure that they can't bring out all of this healing. I'm going to be on cart. And OG said, oh no, you ain't get that garbage out of here.
Hawk just emoting in the spawn room doors. That would send my mental in disarray. And I'm not even playing. Hawk, he's a talker, and he's certainly also a shower because he is showing up on the Doofus, proving that apparently Doofus is better than Winston. I don't know, though. I gotta see some more evidence. New York, it's not over. Minute 44, that's a pretty sizable time bank, but they can still go far. There's the initial dive. Yaki is back on his stuff. And that stuff is the Echo, matching the dive well with Kellen. See, I caught myself there. And Gangnam Jin, though, he got out Lucio. So the Lucio gap is apparently evident.
Well, from one played objective to one played out duel, Hawk here going to get healed up. Look at how aggressive this has been from Ultraviolet, as the Sleeping Tracer will be defended by Daddy Doomfist. And Atlanta Rain back off to the high ground once more as Flora silently approaches. Not too much calming actually being done here from Flora, surprisingly. Maybe mostly communicating through pings, but at this point, Lemon, a little bit of tilt might be beginning to set in.
I can see Flora just chasing down Hawk when he's out of cooldown. Fluid condition, and Kellen jumps to that high ground. Hawk is currently slapped. It's the moment. Oh, the pulse just got ready. Flora knocked away, forced to recall. Meanwhile, Nero is in the back line. Misses the pulse. Oh, wait. Myungwon decides to squash it with his foot. Hey, guys, look what I found. Yaki is slapped with the nano that Myungwon just gave him for Christmas. And Hawk is going to style away.
Someone please make a gif of Yaki rolling his eyes as he gets the kill with the nano and gets slept is like a martyrdom play from Ultraviolet there. That was a beautiful eye roll. I feel it. That is a vibe, that is a mood, and that is potentially exactly how New York Excelsior are feeling right now. Yaki close to that duplicate, but Atlanta Rain, they're well ahead in the ultimate generation thus far, and half of New York's time bank has already been expended.
All right, New York fans, they need your support. Time to get hyped. Minute 44, not a lot of fights left. Kai, the final boss. He's just ripping through the competition. Everyone is playing hide and seek, and Kai is looking for prey. New York down 2, Atlanta yet to be dented on in this fight. And even Nero chases down Flora. Another diff to be seen.
The good news is the New York Excelsior didn't use anything in that fight, Lemon. But the bad news is that Nero has another pulse bomb, and that means Myungwon's life is very much limited right now. OG has the sound barrier ready to go, but when do you invest this? Are you going to try and counteract what could be a copy of the soldier from the Yaki duplicate?
Oh, Nero's like, you keep looking at me funny, I'm going to give you this pulse. And Flora trying to do the same thing sooner. And Kellen slept again! Where's the Kellen sleep count? UV is just doing too much. Calm down. This is your rookie season. Going for rookie MVP. Kellen, Soundbeard, still trying to do work while he missed half the fight. And New York, I mean, the wind is out of their sails. He got a duplicate from Yaki. He thinks this is winnable. He's telling New York to re-engage. He's close to a pulse. Yaki and Flora working together. Still can't lock down OG, but they've gotten rid of Nero. Pulse connects on the Kai. New York 2 meters away from capping.
And Hawk's going to have to be the one who stays on this card. Doesn't want to with Banana, would rather use that damage more productively. And now Yaki's coming in, close range, trying to make the difference. Hawk can't do it by themselves. And Kellen's melee fills the kill feed. Unfortunately there for Atlanta Rain, Kai and Ultraviolet kind of got split up going on a flank towards the back. And it meant that they were super vulnerable to the rest of Atlanta Rain being dove upon by New York and not having a line of sight on Ultraviolet for the mainstay of the heals that the Ana provides. Now we head on to the second phase, and I'd like to see Atlanta Rain invest super heavily in this next fight to try and lock down these choke points and really start taxing the time bank.
Just like Hawk is known to do, going after Myungbong. The Meteor Strike, Myungbong got sped out by Gangnam Jin, but still gets chased down by Nero. And I mean, New York, they can't protect themselves. They can't even kill back. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it took them till overtime just to get that to point A cap. So this is a severe incline that New York have to overtake. Like, I'm talking about your treadmill is at level 25. Like, I'm sweating after 5 seconds. New York have to work so hard just to finish this map.
Nero finding someone in one of his narrow corridors is almost bound to get a stick. Almost a one clip there with the melee as well. And simply backs on off for a moment, camping the disengagers.
Oh, Kai. Oh, he had to reload. That sucks. He almost killed Myungbong, but don't worry. If it's not Kai, if it's not Hawk, it's going to be Nero. One of the three is always hunting for Myungbong. It's honestly respawn simulated for these supports, and I feel real bad because I'd be called for retirement if I had to die this many times. And New York, it's tough for them to have the same value in the opposite backline, but they are getting some cart push. 50 seconds remain, though, for New York just to get point B.
A new priority has been generated for New York as well. You've got to get Kai off of the high ground. Might be near untouchable up here as Ultraviolet just continues sleeping these nanos. One's given over onto Yaki.
Oh, the sound barrier to New York holding strong against the dive that came in from Hawk and the gang. But Ultraviolet's missing, not a lot of heals. OG is low, no supports for the Atlanta Rain. And New York, this is a huge chance for them. If they can kill Hawk here, they can push the cart to point B and stagger them. But killing Hawk is apparently an impossible task.
He just won't die. Kellen eventually gets it done. And New York have got a new strategy now. When you're going to give over the nano, you have Kellen dive in first and put that bubble directly on top of Ultraviolet so that they cannot connect the sleep. Yaki waiting for someone else to come in and back them up as Flora's chase down Nero. But Hawk can make a haphazard engagement and still get out for free by using this Meteor Strike. Ultraviolet spared on the flank. Both of the utilities are available, but who will be the victim here, Lemon?
Oh, UV held to sleep too. The bubble drops. UV can't seem to get the monkey off his back, and Kellen looked like he was holding the top right cave. Kellen finally seeing some glimpses of hope as New York cap point B and get an additional minute 25.
Okay, Kellen, the primal juggle mechanics. I see you, buddy. Not being outdone by OG that time, even if OG does survive. Kellen popped the primal after, I believe, baiting out the sleep dart with the shield. And that allowed for a 1 versus 2 that made sure Atlanta Rain were without healing. And now Kellen, of all things, swaps over to Vazaya to try and potentially evade, make Yaki a little bit more hardy on these dives with the bubbles.
1 or 2 fights left for New York. This duplicate has to be huge. I wonder if he's going after Kai. Can he even try the Doomfist or even practice on the Doomfist? I'm thinking if he can spot Kai, but he's pretty deep on top of the American truck there on the left side. That's the main ultimate we got to watch out for is New York trying to poke their way, see if they can get Hawk low enough for the focusing beam to get the finish, but killing Hawk has already been so impossible, but with the bionic grenade from Myungbong, maybe Hawk can go down now, but just now is Kellen able to claim that. New York need to take this momentum and run with it as the nano is given to Kellen. Yaki copies a Lucio. Go off, I guess, Queen. But 15 seconds, if you don't win now, you ain't winning never, New York.
We need more sound barriers, says Yaki, but unfortunately the timer's going to run out on that. Kai with the re-engage with the tactical visor, plenty in his sights, but unfortunately all of it is death. Flora gets too close, and now they can roll in with the sound barrier. Banana as well. Lemon, it's almost unwinnable.
Yaki, Kellen, nothing left for New York as they got 2 meters close to capping and making this turnable. But Atlanta Rain at the top of your Preds and big in our hearts take the 3-0 over New York.
A strong showing from a team that is trying to plant down their feet at the top of the ladder in our Western Division. The North American blood runs strong in their veins, and look at that. The triple stun there from Hawk was the real difference maker in Nanovisor versus Nanovisor. You thought you were rolling up with the squad, but none of the squad is laughing, mate.
Oh man, a 3-0. I mean, when New York faced the Gladiators, honestly, their schedule is so unlucky. You face like two of the best teams in NA in your first two matches of the league. Now everyone's going to be like, oh, New York, mid, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, they look still really good. They had a better showing against the Gladiators, but there's one player that stood above the rest from the Atlanta Reign. It's Hawk, your Doomfist connoisseur.
Oh my goodness, yes. People might say that NYXL is mid, but Hawk has been on top all day, getting rid of the nanos, and if it isn't Hawk who's removing the nanos from play, it's UV with the sleeps, but the amount of damage out of this guy is frankly obscene. And I think that Hawk has inspired a lot of players to give Doomfist a go. We heard from an interview with Dante yesterday that Outlaws had actually just seen another player put a damage player on Doomfist, and we were like, you know what, we'll copy that. It's a different modus operandi over at Camp Sephi. They're like, you know what, Hawk can aim. Hawk can aim, so we'll just make him grind the Doomfist, and it has paid off. 8k damage for 10 minutes? Ooh, and 6.9 final blows per 10. Nice, Hawk.
Yeah, big shout out to the backroom of Sephi and Danny, who have been not only developing Hawk's Doomfist, but also the rookies of OG and Ultraviolet that were holding their own against Kellen and the dive of the rest. But there is one more match at the end of the day. We went from 2 shields to 0. But you might want to keep your shields up for this next one. The Gladiators will return on broadcast. They're going up against the Boston Uprising, and UberX will take you through that call.
Official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Count. Hello everybody, welcome to Game Break. And we are joined here now by OG from Atlanta Reign. OG, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Feeling good for that win. Bit of a beatdown.
It was a beatdown. It was a very fast series for sure, and you guys did amazing. I want to start off by asking you just a simple question. You know, you're coming from contenders into the Overwatch League. How was the transition for you? Were there any difficulties, or was it any easier because you had Ultraviolet coming into the same team with you?
I'd say it was pretty smooth sailing, this team. Yeah, it was definitely easier having ex-teammates here like UV and also Kai when we played a long time ago, and Speed too when he's finally old enough. But it's been a pretty smooth transition.
Yeah, I mean, and also we're watching your Lucio plays, and I mean you've had some pop-up moments today as well. Just out of curiosity, because this is Overwatch 2, did you have to change up your playstyle when you play any heroes, any main support heroes?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's so much more individual value when you play 5v5. The game's so fast-paced. It's really important that you're able to secure those extra kills in a fight. It could really make a difference.
Would you say that it's a lot difficult now, or would you say that is it easier at all, or what's your opinion?
It's different. DPS definitely feel a lot stronger on you, but they're also getting less healed because of the combat debuff, so it's just different.
Just different. All right. Well, OG, again, big congratulations on the win, and I hope to talk to you again soon, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you. Let's go back to them.
Them, also known as us. Thank you so much,
It's kind
Danny.
of weird saying, okay, let's go back to us.
Well, no one forces you to say
I
that,
know.
actually. That's
I just keep doing it.
completely up to you. No, but I love it. It's charming.
I'm just gonna keep doing it.
Never change, Danny.
Never change, Danny.
I will never change.
We love you. We absolutely love you. We also love hearing, of course, from all our new players. We have so many rookies in the league, so it's great to get some insight from OG here, who has had a phenomenal performance so far. What a great debut for that backline caster of the Atlanta Reign in the first match and also in the match today. They've been doing such a solid job. You wouldn't know that they are rookies coming into this.
I think the thing that I'm the most impressed about both of these, it's not like they've just come in and it's like they're doing their job, right? They are overperforming. I saw multiple moments throughout this match where OG is taking space, he's controlling that space. He booped 4 people out of a window in King's Row over and over again, just controlling that space. And Ultraviolet, you could see it in Yaki's player cam. Yaki was just straight up not having a good time against Ultraviolet. He was hitting sleep after sleep. Kellen was also getting bullied by it. It's so impressive to see these rookie players coming in, and I think that culture that OG was speaking to a little bit there really helps. They trust each other, they have a lot of respect for each other, and you can tell that in their comfort in the game. So awesome performance by Atlanta Reign. They look to be one of the best teams in North America right now.
Danny, how are we feeling about Yaki? I mean, today we did see some more Genji.
I still feel
Also
like
some Echo.
I personally think he was trying to, work that Echo into the composition, but I felt like he really couldn't do it. That's why he kept switching to Tracer or Genji as well. I think he should really. I mean, I'm not a player, so I don't want to say that he should do something, but I think he should really just.
But he should do this.
Play to his strength, and
But you're right. You're really right. Like, all you can do if you're going up against a team with so much confidence, who plays so oppressive and so aggressive, you have to play to your strength. And for Yaki, like, if one thing doesn't work, like, then you got to switch it up, and it still doesn't work. Well, that's tough luck.
Well, it's like we saw, Nero in this match. He's played so many different heroes. He played the Genji, he played the Tracer, he's played the Echo in the last 2 days. So it's not like you have to be locked into one thing. For me, the big problem with the New York Excelsior right now feels to be their backline. I don't think Gangnam Jin on that Lucio is having the same level of impact as a player like OG, and I just don't think that Numbong's getting the same effectiveness as Ultraviolet as well. So it's not just one thing. It's not just Yaki that's a problem, I think, for this New York Excelsior team. They need to go back to the drawing board, find a style and a way to play to their strengths. Obviously, they've had some hard matches, but I want to see better things from such a incredible franchise throughout the history of Overwatch League.
Absolutely, and fans, don't despair, because this is just week 1, day 3. This is their second match, so there's still a long road ahead of all of those teams, with a lot of ups and downs. We've seen teams having a slow start and then ending up in the finals. Like, it can happen, absolutely can happen. One team I boldly predicted to end up in the grand finals for no reason whatsoever was the Gladiators, and they will be playing their second match today. This time they will be facing off against the Boston Uprising. I would say they are the favorites coming into this. We've praised several of the players, of course, from the Gladiator squad after their first showing. There were a lot of highlights to this play, but someone who kind of flew under the radar was Reiner. So we want to give him his 5 minutes of verbal praise here as well, Costo.
All right, so start the clock of my 5
Yeah, let's
praise.
go.
Okay, let's go.
I don't think we have 5 minutes.
This is really long.
Well, okay. But like, Reiner was phenomenal in the last match we saw. That was the question mark that we had for this team of who's going to play Space or Reiner. We knew that if we ended up in a Winston meta, we were probably going to see Reiner, and I think he lived up to that expectation. You just look at his stat card here. He's doing everything you need a Winston to do. It's hard to rank people this early into the game. Obviously, it's changed so much, but just the impact that you could look at with your eyeballs, right? You just watched it, and you're like, this guy, he was taking space, he was getting picks, and even Patty Fan in his post-game interview said, Reiner was really the carry in my eyes because of everything that he was getting done. So another rookie coming into the league, popping off. I hope he can continue that form moving forward.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see a second game from that Gladiator squad, and of course from the Boston Uprising as well. Let's see who can walk away with the W. And last time I tossed to Matt and Mr. X, which obviously doesn't make any sense. So this time I'll get it right. We're heading over for all the action to Uber and Mitch.
Aha, that was on purpose. I called this time.
That was good. I liked Scott's comment there about Reiner. I just want to get that one out of the way. You can the impact you can see him make with your eyeballs, as opposed to what other method of what else would you use to see the impact?
I mean, yeah, I'm glad I wasn't
have to use
my
your
butt
eyes.
cheeks, you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess that's a good way of describing Reiner's living up to the eye test so far.
Damn, you got a fancy shirt on today. Danny's got his romper on. I mean, I gotta get some.
Sorry, did you say he's wearing a romper? I think they're just shorts and a shirt, mate.
It looks like it's just one whole it's one whole thing.
Hey, listen, if they start marketing a men's play suit, I would absolutely wear that. I mean, the weather would be just is perfect for right now in Southern California. When did you last go outside? Huh? Look at you.
A few days ago, I think.
Oh dear. Look at. I tell you what. I mean, look at the Atlanta Rain. Though. Notice the conditions they play in are like terrarium nocturnal level, right? No lights, focus on the screens here. I bet you these two teams are looking focused, Matt, coming into this game, because the Boston Uprising squeaked through. And I'm saying, it's just as well they brought Striker back into this team. Yeah. They had to win in map 5, round 3. Nothing is more Boston with Striker than that kind of performance. But this team looked pretty darn good and showed us quite a few different looks, right? We had a bit of that standard style, right? Punk came in, showed us his Doomfist, in fact, at this point, I think the best performing Doomfist statistically over the course of the weekend, even if, obviously, in the case of Hawk, his team sort of had a bit of a wider margin in terms of score. Punk's statistics looked really, really good. This team showed us that they can bring Victoria in and add like another nasty hit scan threat. So Boston, they've got a toolbox. They've got 9 players, 3 in every role map. They've got everything they need, but are those tools sharp enough for their opponent?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Gladiators, they kind of have the same type of scenario with their roster, but you just kind of look across, and it's like all-world talent. You look at this kind of starting lineup that they'll roll out here today. I believe this is the one we saw the other day when we casted them, but, you know, Shu and Funny Astro. Funny Astro, like, had a little bit of a rough go last season, right? Because of, you know, visa stuff and not really able to join Fusion for a while, but the year before, you kind of talk about Funny Astro, you know, one of the better main supports in the league. I think you already put him with Shu and Skewed. You really like that line. Pataphan comes back to Overwatch to kind of team up with Kevster and Ants, and then the duo Reiner and Space. I mean, it's just such a talented roster, top to bottom. It's almost like the issue is like, how do you kind of use all of this talent, right? Because everybody wants to play. How do you kind of give everybody the amount of playing time they probably feel they deserve?
Well, I mean, sure, everyone wants to play. Pataphan's not even sat in his bloody seat right now as the Gladiators obviously prepare to take the stage against Boston. Now, the Gladiators took on a New York Excelsior map that we felt were going to be pretty decent coming out of the gates. Now, I think our maybe opinion of them is taking a little bit of a downward turn. Atlanta looked incredibly good, but New York looked very quiet in their previous game just now. The Gladiators, though, Matt, all things considered, should be looking to make this a 2-0 week, a strong start to their campaign in the 2022 season.
It's what you would expect if you're the Gladiators coming into this week, right? You're kind of looking to be one of the best teams in the West. You're supposed to beat teams like Boston pretty handily, right? And I think if you're Boston, you're really trying to just kind of legitimize like what you believe, right? Is that this roster is pretty strong and probably stronger than people expect. I think you're going to need like crazy games from Striker, though, right? That's kind of what we've expected from teams that he's been able to play on in the past. And he's usually, you know, come up pretty clutch in a lot of these times, but today's going to be tough.
So far, our teams have been fairly tentative about picking up the Tracer. Only in a couple of situations have we seen the comfort level sort of being there. Earlier on today, we got to see some on Circuit Royal, but it wasn't for the longest time, right? It was really an attempt to try and punish Widowmakers defensively holding those longer lines on that first part of the map. We did see Boston go for it, obviously on Control yesterday. Ilios and Oasis are obviously those Control maps in the pool, so an opportunity to see those compositions come out again. A lot of Reaper as well by Boston on Control, which had, look, middling impact, I think, at times. It seems so much riskier to play that Reaper up front and personal. Perhaps it's just that the lifesteal isn't quite as robust as it was, or it's just much more dangerous out there for the Reaper guy in general.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of Striker, right? Like Tracer and then the Reaper, right? We've seen him play really strong on hit scan in the past. So you expect to try and put him in situations he feels the most comfortable in, right? To be able to succeed. I don't think Reaper is like particularly strong right now. You know, with how good like the consistent damage of like 76. You know, Genji's pretty strong right now. The Echo as well, as we start to see more teams using it. Reaper doesn't really fit into that. I mean, he's just like good against like what, blowing up tanks like Winston, but in like kind of rushing teams down. But other than that, I mean, Reaper doesn't really have, you know, as much in his toolkit as some of those other heroes.
Absolutely. Whether we see that picked up in some very specific situations or not depends. Gibraltar is definitely going to be a map where, you know, we've seen not quite as much over the course of this weekend, and it definitely hedges you in a little bit more in terms of your tank selection, something to conquer that verticality, unless you're Florida and you want to play Roadhog on that particular map, but I'm not sure just how academic that decision was at this particular point. Either way, it is a first to 3, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be kicking off here on Lighthouse.
You know, I mean, this is one you could actually play Reaper on, right? If you wanted to. You think of a map like Ruins, and you probably can't. But looking at a map here, definitely could be able to run the Reaper in this type of setup. We'll see what they decide to do. Have not seen any Pharah really throughout the weekend. Probably expect to see the Winston from both sides, which is quite interesting. You know, as we went through like alpha and beta Midge, like Winston was a hero that I think a lot of people were like, oh, well, he's kind of like getting left behind with some of these other tank changes and all the things going on. And then as teams kind of played and scrimmed, he kind of found his way back into the meta.
Yeah, people maybe conflated him not getting given as much with him being weak, which, as we now know, definitely isn't the case. Now for Boston, this is interesting. A lot of teams are opting not to pair a Mercy with the Echo, but on this particular map, we do get it from time to time.
Well, I also think it's because they're going to run the 76 on the other side and try and kind of keep Valentine alive a little bit longer, because if you're going to run that Echo into the 76 and not have that Mercy pocket, Kevser is so good on that hero, and just, I mean, everything in general, he's going to be able to just take this Echo out pretty quickly.
Early sleep there from Crimzo isn't able to be capitalized on, as Valentine will just peer in from the edges of this point. Sort of doesn't want to commit too heavily straight away. Kevster, though, trying to accost the striker here in the middle part of the map, and it's a two-player Biotic Grenade connected by Shu, forcing Boston back, but they have control of the point early here, and the Gladiators look to be not interested in contesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Striker was able to make it out of that situation. He had the 76 and Genji right in his face, and able to just kind of like sprint to get out of the way. Just the mobility of Soldier 76. Crazy right now. That's kind of what you see on live. Tune it down a bit.
Reiner and Funny Astro there. Up on the point, just the two players able to flip it there. The Uprising looks like their attention was elsewhere. Maybe back towards the Mega Room on their side of the map. Keds is going to win out that Soldier 76 duel now and look to maybe drill down on the vestiges of these Uprising players. But Faith, you got to believe, it's in the name. He gets in there, finds the res, and the Gladiators are going to find themselves up against 5 again.
This has been such a weird start to a round, by the way. We've had like hardly any kills. The point flipped twice. And now you have Faith going down, some kills being exchanged, but like, yeah, just teams just battling for positioning really hard here at the beginning.
Both teams banking a lot of his ultimate abilities, but it's Valentine that's going to go for the duplicate here. Managed to throw a body grenade down towards himself and built the nano boost. He's just going to throw it out. Give it to Punk. See what kind of damage the Diva can do. Forcing Kevster out of line of sight with that attack visor seems to be the order of the day. Essentially shutting him down. Charging into him after he picks up the Mega, forcing further retreat from that Soldier.
Yes, it'll be the Gladiators getting above 50%. Reiner's going to end up using the Primal Rage. You can kind of tell with how deep he was going, you were going to invest the Primal Rage here, but gets slipped. Probably just kind of backs up here, did his job, bought enough space. As you look on the Gladiator side, you don't really have anything in terms of ultimate self-destruct. Everybody plays so spread out, you can't really get a ton with it, as Reiner takes a big blow of damage there.
Yeah, the rest of the Uprising tried to chase up on the low health Winston, but great response there. Patapad just goes to block them. Eventually he falls to Valentine's focusing beam though. And again, Reiner is forced away from the point. Punk can just dip in, recapture, and get Boston ticking up in that percentage. But this could be a problem. This might be a short hold on the point as Reiner charged up, wanting to pressure away again. But needs a sleep dart from Crimzo.
Yeah, but you just see the pressure it puts on the supports, right? Crimzo has no ability to kind of see anybody else in the team to try and keep them alive. Funny Astro trying to just keep himself up. Looks like Striker and co. They able to pick up a few kills, start to earn some percent on the point. You're really looking at Petafan here with the Dragon Blade. What he can get coming into this next fight is a nano boost gets used here by the Boston Uprising towards the end, where they had a really big advantage. Nobody really coming back to fight from the Gladiators, so pretty good for the Gladiators there, right? Because they don't get big value out of that nano.
Neither team really did. The Gladiators nano went into Reiner, who was promptly put to sleep by Crimzo. So now, the Uprising starting to creep closer to even. Pataphan going to go for the blade now. Who is he looking for? He's found an Ana. Crimzo in trouble. Second slash will find him. And back for a quick top up now before heading over towards the point is Pataphan. A lot of pressure on Punk. He has to take that high ground, but will be pursued. Valentine will play off the side. A stall seems to be in order for the Boston Uprising, but Punk is already taken down.
Yeah, getting the Ana out of the equation is huge, as we just saw in the last series, Ultraviolet, like how good his Ana was to be able to make plays. When we cast the Shock the other day as well, like just the Ana so strong, and to be able to take that out right away, it's a huge opportunity for the Gladiators to get on the point, flip it in their favor, in which this should be the last fight of the round.
Kevster entrenched, it's safe to say, here on the point with a tactical visor up his sleeve. The same can be said of Striker here. This is where the Uprising need to make their gambit. Valentine spots that Shu there briefly, but it's Reiner very healthy in Primal Rage, and Valentine has to quickly skitter behind that quick tower. Gets topped up. It's going to be deflect on the Genji copy. Valentine able to touch, flip back for Boston here now as the Gladiators have to decide where they're headed next. Valentine wanted a blade, but a lot of value here from this Duke.
Oh, well, he gets to play the final second. This would be a huge kill, though, because Shu does have the nano. Is they're going to be able to use this coming back in to fight this for the Glads?
Yeah, I mean, the Gladiators already moving on to the point now. It's going to be a 4-player sound barrier. Crimso going to let the nano boost go for Striker. Who is he looking for here? Finds Kevster, but the old lad nimbly going to be able to get behind the pillar and back away from him. Striker's still looking for an angle of ingress somewhere, but it's going to be Punk to force the issue. Make his way over onto the point here and try and prevent this flip back in the favor of the Gladiators. Reiner's on the Doomfist. He's back on the point. He's looking to cause some problems.
Yeah, and the D.Va just trying to stall for as long as possible. Valentine back on the Reaper, but he gets taken out as this looks like a fight that the Gladiators will come out on top.
Yeah, Blade here for Patapon, but it really is just a garnish on this meal the Uprising have made of it. First round going over to the Gladiators. Fairly close there, but bear in mind, Boston had that point from about 16% to 99 while the Gladiators formulated their approach.
Boston kind of we thought they would be a team that could maybe like hang with the likes of the Gladiators. They do just that in our first round here as we move over to Well. What do the Gladiators decide to play? It looks like Reiner may be hovering that Doomfist thus far, although we've seen them mostly play the Winston as he will switch right back. But Boston with the Zarya here would be interesting. It allows them to get a little bit more aggressive, right, with the double bubbles.
I feel like plenty of those are going to be dispensed in Valentine's direction, allow him to be a little bit more audacious with his attempts to snap up some of these backliners. And yeah, we see Reiner obviously went over to the Doomfist briefly at the end of that last round, but still definitely seems to prefer the Winston here. Great boot back on the dive immediately by Fate. Tough for Reiner to find any way in. Now he's stuck in the corner. Punk attempts to body block him away, but Reiner will escape.
Punk already pretty charged up. So you can see being able to use both of those bubbles. So I guess Pattyfest really low as he has to jump up, try and stay alive. But you know, you don't have anything to really close the gap with the Zarya, right? You're gonna have to just speed boost the Zarya in. As you see, the Gladiators can spread out and just kind of play around this 76.
Chu hit a 3-player biotic grenade, and Punk had to use a whole bubble just to cleanse it off Crimso. Not a great way to make use of that. Definitely didn't build up too much charge, but being Fate with an environmental kill at the start of that fight is pretty darn big, and Valentine is uncontested right now into the back. Boston will be able to move the way up onto the point now, and Kevster can only really just stall with what's left of his body. He'll have to get out now.
Yeah, they get up to like 30% as the Gladiators going to move off of Genji, so they're going to go over to Echo. As I know Danny was talking a little bit about it earlier on the pre-show, that teams view the Echo as a pretty strong pick right now, especially when you're going up against like Winston Genji comps. No Winston on the side of the Uprising, but still with the Genji, the Echo, yeah, just takes Striker out right away.
Yeah, Patapon on the Echo. We haven't seen as much of that from him so far. Good start to this fight, and a very quick flip as well. Not easy to do, even with a player advantage on this particular map. Patapon's focusing beam, probes and finds Fate with the help of the Helix rocket. And all of the Uprising stuck inside that small room. Punk's not going to be able to get away with all that charge he worked to accrue, and it's a full reset on Boston here.
Yeah, I mean, 80% to grab, like you're kind of close, but still, I mean, the team of the Gladiators, they can play so spread out. Like, how are you going to try and use this grab when you get it? You're pretty much going to spend like most of the round trying to achieve it. This will be a nano attack visor here coming in.
Okay, Kevster going straight for Striker. He probably noted Valentine off towards the left using deflect, but he knew that would have been a kill that his teammate picked up in his stead.
Yeah, Punk tried so hard making it back towards the spawn. As soon as he heard the attack visor pop, the nano come, he just tried to back his way up into the spawn, but not able to make it. As it'll probably get up to 80% and counting when we get into this next fight. For the Gladiators, you have this Primal Rage to just displace a lot of the players in the Uprising. You may not even get a great use of some of these ultimates that Boston's trying to build up all around.
Boston on the enforced savings plan right now, and Striker has to dig into those pockets to find more than lint and some buttons. Patapon, okay, just gets caught. Striker able to turn around, and the timing window's pretty darn good for him to find an Echo kill now. A bit of a serpentine. Sorry if you're squeamish or have motion sickness issues, but Striker is able to find Shu as well. And Boston are back in the driver's seat.
They got a large mountain to climb, though. You're going to have the grab to be able to use this choke, so you think the grab probably like wins you a fight, right? They use it right here. We'll see if they actually getting out of it. Well, it's the sound barrier that they get out, so they don't even really try and commit to get kills off of it. I guess you just trade that grab for the sound barrier, which you're going to spin build the whole round trying to get that Graviton Surge. As Valentine trying to make a play here is going to get a bubble and use the blade.
Is that discipline paying off for Valentine? He saw the Graviton Surge sound barrier, thought he'd keep the blade. Chester again falls in that battle against Striker, but Funny Astro puts his team back on level pegging now. It's going to be Patapan going with the duplicated blade. Can he find anything? No, sound barrier is there for Boston. He'll back away. Sticky Bomb's a little bit wayward, but still, Uprising in control of the point, and Valentine now seeks to break the deadlock, but it's a nano boost being committed to Patapon now as well. Even the kitchen sink thrown in the direction of the Echo for the Gladiators. As they look to try and get back in charge, Valentine is down.
Yeah, well, if you get players weak with the Echo and then have the nano boost, being able to use that focusing beam is massive. As you see Punk, he gets really low, trying to jump back to try and protect his supports, but not going to be able to do so, and that may be it.
Now, this is a tough one for the Boston Uprising there. Losing Valentine at the start of the previous fight, he switches to Tracer, hoping to at least get back to the point in time, but he is flanked by a summon total of 0 of his teammates, and the Gladiators make it a convincing first map.
Panavan with some nice plays on the Genji and the Echo there. And he really kind of makes a difference. As I feel like the Zarya didn't pay off as much as probably Boston thought so. They were never really to get aggressive behind the Zarya with both of those bubbles.
Ryan, I've got to say, a whopping 9 final blows for him, only beaten out by Kevster at 10. Huge impact on the Winston throughout the course of this round, and he's definitely going to loosen up those shoulders here. He's been putting on the big boy pants, and it's good to see after the break, map number 2 between the Gladiators and the Uprising.
it. The damage is done. Valentine with 4. You've got to be kidding me.
They've done it. Unbelievable. The Boston Uprising snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Now Victoria's popping up, making 5 heads. Victoria's going absolutely insane.
Well, Matt, you better have that romper on FedEx, baby, because it's heating up already. Quite the start for the Gladiators, but yeah, you know how I turn that around? Now you're the one wearing it. All I have to do is just say it.
Wait,
people
what?
will believe that's actually the case. Listen, Boston Uprising, slow starts in both of those control rounds, right? They sort of bring it back towards the end, but really get worn down by the Gladiators, who start in front, have a comfortable buffer to just sort of take their time and work a late round retake into a win.
Yeah, now, like you mentioned towards the end there, Reiner has been really strong. Yeah, obviously in the previous series we saw, but here to kick things off against Boston. Obviously one of the tank players that they added coming into the season, right? They still have Space on the roster, but Reiner, we've seen him play most of the games. I think we've seen Space just on Circuit Royale. So as we go into Eichenwald, there will be no subs for either team. So we'll see the same exact rosters go into this one. I fully expect the Gladiators to play similar stuff, right? You'll probably play around the Winston. You'll play either, Genji Soldier or the Echo with the Soldier.
Kevster, excellent map one, as we've really just come to expect from him on that Soldier 76. And we got to see a little bit more from Patapan, right? A little bit more of the depth in that hero pool. The Echo looked pretty dynamic in securing a lot of those key first eliminations in the fights. Again, look, yesterday we saw interesting looks, I think, from Delan and Spitfire on this particular map, just to sort of illustrate some of the other strategies that teams have been going for, right? A sort of Reinhardt and Mei-based approach. Didn't look great at all. Definitely got exploited on this part of the map. Maybe for point A and maybe, the last part of the map. But Boston, so they actually come out of the gates with the Reaper here, which is definitely a go-to pick for Striker, and he used it extensively last year on the Shock when they were playing a lot of sort of, Reaper Echo setups with the Lucio Moira, just the Coalescence every fight setup. The Gladiators have a chance to maybe pop something exciting out here, but we expect to see, like, the pretty standard comp for them. The Gladiators seem very happy, Matt, to play Soldier Genji, Ana Lucio, and Winston.
Well, if Boston doesn't get value out of their flankers, right, whether it's like killing supports or taking out Reiner, just the damage output of the Gladiators is just going to come out on top eventually. So we'll see Kevster probably just jump up, take a shot here. I imagine he goes back and he'll play the Soldier 76. And we'll get this matchup that like we kind of expected, where, yeah, I mean, Striker trying to play a little bit more of the Reaper. I definitely like this better than what we saw from London, right, with the Rhine and the Mei. Rhine is a tank that we really haven't seen too much of, really outside of that series, and then Mei not really at all, where you kind of can see where they're going for here.
Oh.
But Valentine doesn't have the deflect up, gets caught out.
In theory, that's why Striker was supposed to be playing around this part of a map, right? You saw him there early in the round. If there's a dive, he can sort of be a cactus that gets jumped on by the Gladiators, but he was out of position in the computer shop at the wrong time. He's forced to Wraith walk away now, and Faith is made good, at least coming back and removing Patapan from the equation. Punk also relatively well charged, sets up Striker here with a projected bubble, but Striker's afraid to go too deep, doesn't want to risk getting put to sleep here, but with Kevster out of the picture, you can start to get a bit more aggressive, and Boston are able to retake, and what was it, 89.8%? Do love me some black on purple. Real solid to read.
Yeah, I mean, I got my contacts in, but they're not that good. But yeah,
that's straight out the AP style guide, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just about 90%. That's kind of what Boston Uprising needs in terms of these fights, right? They had the Reaper TP, they had the Genji go in, you're able to get both supports straight away. This time they use the Zarya bubbles, they get really aggressive, and they're able to get 3. So it's kind of what you're looking for with this composition. You're looking to get the Zarya in a position where she can brawl a bit and then have those bubbles to support some of those flankers.
Yeah, these distributed sort of bursts of action where you can jump in and get a multi-kill, or, put the enemy team in a situation where they can't really fight back. But they do give a lot of ground with this composition, right? At least to give Striker a way to flank around. Echo now in the sky for Patapan, so no more pitter-patter or the patty feet on the ground. Shu with the nano boost deployed for Kevster, who's going to go the attack visor right now, but he's hit with a body grenade. Great turnaround for Crimzo. Yes, he gives his life for it, but that soldier with the nano visor was a huge threat, and Punk's starting to clean up on the point now. Not too shabby. Valentine put to sleep here, but still pretty happy with the position his team has gotten themselves into. It was a sound barrier for the Gladiators. They want to commit here.
Yeah, they want to try and keep this going as Reiner's using the Primal Rage. This will be a Death Blossom from Striker inside that little hut. He's going to be able to take out Shu, and he's got the support here with him. Just trying to keep him up, but not enough as Patty comes back on the Echo, takes him out with a focusing beam. Is just one player left on the point here for Boston. That'll be the Gladiators taking point A, unlocking the payload.
Strong hands there from Punk, as people with the last name Gilchrist tend to have. But this is what kind of turns it around. Valentine definitely supposed to be the other part of the pincer, with Punk finding 2 eliminations, and he just couldn't be present in the fight.
So we'll see Boston now go and they're going to play Soldier, and then they're going to have Valentine switch off of the Genji and play the Reaper. So it's really interesting that they find like having the Reaper in these comps to be somewhat essential. I think towards like the early stages of like Alpha, Beta, I kind of thought like Reaper would potentially see some play a little bit more of these kind of like brawly, rush-style compositions. But at least what we've seen so far, obviously really early into the season here in our first stage, that these compositions haven't been what's resulting in wins for a lot of these teams.
Patapon brought down by Punk, at least there, Matt. And yeah, Valentine seems at best to be securing a trade of eliminations at the start of many of these fights. He has good mobility and sort of that ability to reset right now with Wraithwalk, but if you pursue him after that defensive cooldown's expended, he's a little vulnerable. Striker though, anything but from the high ground here with a nano boost. Got to be working towards his next tack visor, and there's plenty of kills. A brace of 3 for him. He's looking cool as a cucumber.
Yes, he's like, oh man.
That's a lol in the chat.
Yeah, so Crimzo kind of finds that a little bit funny. As Boston, they're going to have to try and get this high ground again, and this I think the Gladiators will have a better opportunity to attack. You're going to have a nano boost that you can put on the Echo, get up to the high ground, or you can put it on the Winston, and really be able to fight for that.
Kevster wants a vantage point for this tack visor, but constant vigilance from Striker. He attempts to gain some position. Patapon wants to pressure Punk down. Punk able to stave him off for the most part, though. It's Valentine falling again to Kevster here, so we're getting that Reaper out of the mix, having to play a little bit more dangerously. Kind of backfires, but it's another perfect sleep dart from Crimzo, who just really doesn't miss a beat here. Striker forced a biotic grenade from Shu, which means that's no longer an offensive option, and here's that tack visor he's been working up to. Gotta be a sound barrier for the LA Gladiators here, but Ryan has lost most of that overshield. He's looking a little low, but is the job done? It may well be, because Faith is gone, and Punk's trying to make the play with a grab. That's just stunning work from Punk. What a setup!
Yeah, that was Reiner using the Primal Rage there towards the end, but big fight win there for the Boston Uprising. Support ults across the board used for the Gladiators. The Gladiators with 1:10 on the clock, they come in now. They're going to have to start building up everything. Boston has a pretty big advantage now. They can kind of use this Death Blossom. Maybe that results in a fight win. You can save a nano to use for Striker up again on the high ground and stop any type of payload progress.
Matt, we're talking smack about the Reaper guy, right? A little bit ironic about it at times, but he's 10-4. Well, cast a curse, but he's 10-5 right now. By far, leading in terms of final blows on this map. So definitely having an impact with the Boston Uprising, trying to drop down and get the Reaper in position to do work.
Well, I was going to say he was playing Genji as well, a decent amount of the time there on their first point. The Striker was playing the Reaper. Yeah, he goes back to Genji now. So Genji better at like retaking that high ground, obviously with the mobility. Than a Reaper in this type of situation.
Patapon, a little peek. Notices the Uprising all rotate back off the high ground, but they're pretty reluctant to give it up in general. They want to give Kevster that kind of vantage point. Nano boost here on the Striker, and oh, this could be nasty! It's a nano visor! Oh, barely Shu able to duck his head down and get away, but Striker will not be denied. Ever in hot pursuit now. Shu's able to get himself back up to full health, so Striker's not guaranteed to win out there, but there was no one else to touch. And the Gladiators are felled before the doors to the castle.
Yes, nothing Shu could do there. Nobody in position to get a touch for the Gladiators. Nah, you still got it pretty far, right? You obviously unlocked it to begin with, and then you got it pretty far almost to be able to take that second checkpoint. So see if Boston is able to match that in any capacity, where it becomes a lot harder to push after that first door once you get the payload, because the high ground is even more powerful here in Overwatch 2 because you don't have the shields, right? You're going to have to try and attack it, and especially with the Soldier 76, just putting down that consistent damage and then able to just escape even if you do get up there to the high ground becomes very difficult.
Yeah, it seemed like the Gladiators were a little... Well, first of all, you have to gain information about where the Uprising are sort of set up on that high ground, and then you have to act on it. Look at that. All of your defensive crowd control, and that sleep came in before he really had a chance to do much there. Another boot from Faith, denying that high ground away from the Winston. And if your Winston can't really make space for you to follow, then there's no chance of winning the fight.
Yeah, exactly. So, Gladiators, they'll come out on defense. Soldier Genji with the Winston. Nothing really surprising from what we've seen from them. Boston, opportunity to make some changes. We haven't seen them play the Trace just yet, so it'll be Genji, Reaper, and they're going to go with the Zarya, yeah, so no Doomfist in the mix. So they really like this comp with the two flankers and the double bubbles to be able to protect, and then also kind of the Zarya comes in, starts brawling out, putting down tons of damage.
Kevster on the Genji here, by the way, so he and Patapan are switching it up a little bit, but they managed to catch out Funny Astro. Speed boost in and get rid of him. It is at the cost of Valentine, though, but Boston with 4, they still have that Reaper. They still fancy a crack at this, and look at it. Striker's out in front, warding Reiner away with those shotguns.
Yeah, and you see how much damage he can do. Just forces the tank of the Gladiators back. Oh, yeah. That's a tough one to lose. You lose your speed to even engage with this comp, right? Zarya not the fastest.
Crimzo under threat, having to back away. Kevster pretty conservative, actually, just happy enough to push the Ana away because there's no safe place for a defending Ana to be right now. Valentine with the deflect, trying to save some of the teammates. The damage that Kevster would otherwise bring. Punk has just too many targets to choose from. Kevster being one of them, and Striker's going to find a quick double there. Somehow, the Gladiators stop paying attention to the Reaper.
Yeah, but are they going to be able to get back and get into contention of the point here? Nice TP. And Funny Astro reads it, tries to boop him away just by a little bit of time as the point getting so close to being taken. It'll be Funny Astro gets on a contest and Reiner over the top.
Risky business. Oh, Funny Astro! Oh my god! Reiner charging off the car. Patapan not there to help defend, and Shu was just forced away by Striker.
Like 4 people there.
Yeah, it was a mishap though, I think, because, no one sort of decided, no one knew who was going to sit on the point. It couldn't be Shu under the pressure of a Reaper, and Reiner was trying to engage like Winston does.
Yeah, so that is a little bit of a mishap. Yeah, I'd love to see just kind of like an overhit play of that, potentially, as the Gladiators, they give out this first point. Boston with a really good time here to get this payload. The rest of the distance they need to take this second map.
Okay, again, let's see if Boston, they're not going to run into the same issue the Gladiators have just because they're not going to be trying to use a Winston here. So they need to get information about positioning on the high ground. Valentine's doing that now, and he decides it's time to commit. Blade is drawn, but it's going to be a sound barrier. The tactical visor from Patapan will be enough to force Valentine away. Punk can't escape, or he can at least, but Faith is left out in the open in his wake.
Yes, Patapan wants to go in, try and take out Crimzo, not able to finish him off with the Helix Rocket, but good fight for the Gladiators. They kind of hold serve, able to hold that high ground. As I said, this is going to be probably the toughest part for Boston to get it, especially because Boston's not playing the Winston, right? You're going to, now that you switch over to Genji, you're going to need the Genji to really kind of unlock this high ground.
Yeah, the way you rotate, I think, here is quite interesting. Okay, Faith was forced back with a sound barrier, and even with Reiner interposing between him and his teammates, he's able to provide that sound barrier to everybody, but oh dear. I don't know, yeah, Crimzo was never going to be able to get away with that. Knocked off the map. Kevster pulling the blade here, realizing it might well be time to double down, but he's a little unsure where to take this blade.
Yeah, I think he saw the Lucio and then realized how low he was. Didn't want to push in. This will be Striker with a Zarya bubble. He'll end up using the Death Blossom. That'll take out Shu. So maybe they can make something out of this, Boston. Keep the load moving.
Yeah, again, remember the deflect hitbox doesn't work from behind, so Crimzo was able to interrupt Kevster with the sleep. That allowed Striker to go and get the finish. Striker was in danger. There was a Winston behind him, and a deflecting Genji in front of him. So great teamwork. Crimzo secures that one, and now we're getting awful close. Boston have been a step ahead, if not more, on this map all the way through. And now for them, it's time to seal the deal.
Yeah, and they get close to the spawn doors. They know they get a few picks here. A big biotic grenade from Crimzo to kick things off. That's a huge sleep dart there from Shu.
It comes in before the bubble, so no charge value for Punk. He's used both his bubbles now, and the Uprising a little bit of danger. Yep, Punk's definitely going to go down there with no bubbles available. Valentine is going to save Crimso's life, and now Crimso looks to return the favor. Healing provided to the DPS as they play over the card, and Ryder is knocked over the edge. This backline for the Uprising is indomitable right now, and a recall has to come away from Kevster. Funny Astro also forced off the card, and with scant meters remaining, Padawan has to throw himself in front of this one, but Faith is once more there with a boot. It's Kevster dealing with a sound barrier at Uprising. It's not going to be enough for the Gladiators, and a quick retort for the Uprising, evening up the series.
Yeah, a huge map win there for Boston. They did a tremendous job on their point A, and then I mentioned they didn't have the best comp to take that high ground, but they were able to extend some of those fights, and then ended up ultimately, I believe it was the fight where Striker ended up using the Death Blossom, had the assist of Punk's Zarya bubble, really kind of opened things up. It didn't look back after that one as they're able to take map number 2.
It's just unreal, the amount of healing provided by Boston's backline whilst using their utility so expertly. It's 21,000 to 16,000. Very impressive stuff, and that's what allows people like Punk, Valentine to stay in the fight and then pay it forward with some serious damage work. Nice time for the Boston Uprising to even up a series here against one of our front runners early in the season. The Gladiators stick around because this series has much more to tell.
You were there from the beginning.
Leonard going crazy. Gets it, that's 4 kills.
You were there when we all came together to watch the best of us.
And now it's go time. An absolute legend.
You were there when legends were born.
Oh no! Absolutely!
We were all there together,
Absolutely abominable!
even when we weren't there together.
I can't believe they pulled that off.
You've been there for the daring,
What? Are you serious?
the amazing,
What the heck is going on?
the impossible.
You've got to be kidding me, man! What in the Lord's name was that? Ian up on the high ground. Who's going to stop Architect now, man? Nobody.
But now, the battle has been taken to new frontiers, and you've been called to answer. New heroes will rise. New arenas will emerge. New legacies will be formed. Will you be there?
That's right, everybody. Carl is looking for friends. He had some, but they only cared about his fame and fortune, and then they just disappeared as they tend to. But you can share your fan art celebrating the teams you want to take home the win during opening weekend. It'll be featured on our fan art gallery. And again, give Carl something to smile about, because right now he's got a face like a smack. Never mind. Anyway, Matt, do you have any friends in the works for Carl? Can I interest you in Carl V2?
Well, all like new art projects I'm working on.
Yeah.
No.
Any like macaroni art, perhaps? No.
No. I have not cooked really much of anything since I made that Shanghai snakes cake.
Oh, I thought that was rat poison. Okay, sorry.
No. We ate that cake. We lived after. Yep. No. And then I haven't really drawn much. Just different iterations of Carl. That's about it. You have some subs if you want to talk about the game. We got Victoria coming in for Striker. Itzel coming in for Punk, and then MCD coming in for the Boston Uprising. And then on the side of the Gladiators, you have Ons coming in, which we saw the other day, and then Skewed as well. So Skewed comes in, maybe probably play some of the Brig. I believe we saw that the other day. And then Ons coming into this next map, Watchpoint Gibraltar here. Very good for long-range hit scans, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so what do you make, I guess, of how the Uprising sort of deal with a composition like that, right? I mean, we're talking Gibraltar, which feels like it might hedge you a little bit more into playing those tanks, but this is what the first time we've seen Itzel, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
With Boston Uprising, you're probably going to look to play something completely different. I don't think you're going to be able to play like Zarya, Genji Reaper on a map like this, because there's just such a large avenue to traverse right across the map, and with a Widowmaker on the other side, like Ons potentially, or even this kind of soldier, or even like an Ashe at range, right? It would be very difficult to contend with.
I mean, there's definitely a feeling that Itzel being like a more dyed-in-the-wool sort of main tank player, right, during his sort of stint on that Genji and Uprising Academy. After that, maybe expect to see a Winston look from him here. Obviously, there are a few tanks that kind of just are precluded from being shown on this particular map, just by virtue of the shape of it and the topography in general. So this is obviously a chance for Itzel to show what he's been working on. Obviously, a lot of people speculated because this was quite a late pickup for Boston, a team that already had 2 players at tank, and yeah, maybe Marvel was someone who's highlighted as having played a lot of different roles, right, but maybe more of a jack of all trades than the king of any of those. Although his Wrecking Ball was pretty darn good. I mean, anyone that's sort of on a team with Gesture was sort of getting rotated in and out pretty frequently. MCD, the Zenyatta especially, has been very impressive from him. That was a really nasty pick from him in Boston's last outing, so we'll see if we get any of that. Right now, it looks like it will be Diana to start with, and Victoria, the long-range hit scan specialist, coming in. No shock to see the Widow.
Yeah, the Widowmaker, I think, has always been pretty strong on Watch Ranger Brawler. You can see it in Victoria's hands, and for the Gladiators, we'll see what they end up deciding to do. Probably not going to be playing the Sojourn. I've not seen Sojourn really, I don't think at all, outside of players messing around the spawn, kind of teasing everybody. Fully expect Ons to be playing one of the long-range hit scans, probably the Widowmaker.
We get a bit of a Widowmaker battle. Seeing Arns in preseason practice matches, I was very impressed. This guy is extremely dangerous, as he always has been. I mean, it used to just be Arns Sniper, his full name, so. Part of his identity as a gamer, to be sure. Quiet start for him here. Victoria playing out of the common sightline, able to pick off Skewed early, but Valentine's traded.
Yes, the Widowmaker's opening up with a pick for each team, but losing the support, especially the Brig, to be able to protect Shu on the Honest, pretty huge. As you see the Gladiators trying to get the cart under the underpasses. Victoria playing some really odd sightlines, right, for a Widowmaker. Like, don't really have a shield up on the high ground. Is a nice shot there from Ons on MCD. The reaction's so fast.
The smallest of windows for Arns there to find a kill. On, by the way, a hero with a very svelte hitbox.
Yeah.
Yes, it's really hard to hit the head of that Ana. Arns is firing on all cylinders already, and Victoria's been taking the passive angles, trying to opt out of a Widow duel at every opportunity.
As Ons just plays out in the open looking for anything in terms of the Widowmaker duel. And now he sees Victoria. Takes a little bit of a shot, but hey, you see how Victoria using like a lot of this cover, obviously, to be able to just jump out, take a shot or two, but they're not really kind of forcing positioning on the map a lot like Ons does, where he's able to just kind of play from a sideline and really make everybody worry.
This aim style from Arns, though, is very flick heavy, right? A lot of micro corrections. Hard to do where, like, you know, obviously hitboxes change and sort of the width of projectiles also changes in Overwatch 2 with some heroes. Not as easy to hit those, but he's been pretty devastating. The Gladiators have really been able to make use of his aggression, the threat generated just by Arns taking these different aggressive angles. They're just walking it in.
This is a lot like that first like fight on Helios. Went forever. You see like a few kills exchanged, but like no real fight on the payload as they're just gonna give it up. Gladiators is able to take that first point.
Victoria has a stab at it here, but more so because he knows that his time is short. And says, that's where you've been all around here. Let me just limber up a little bit before our next stoush. As Victoria obviously has that infra side available, and Uprising may elect to make use of that here. But that Widowmaker has to have an impact here. Victoria's done more damage, by the way, than Arns by like a considerable margin, but only has the one final blow to his 4. Different playstyles.
Yeah, Victoria's coming out, taking some shots here and there, but has not been able to get any of those picks. This will be a nano on Kevster. It'll be a primal rage from Itzel up on the high ground. I think for Boston, like where are the rest of the players? Are you actually able to get them out into the hangar? It's kind of what they were struggling with up on the high ground.
Infraside pop there by both Widows. So Arns just needs to be aware of where Victoria may be, but this is about as passive as you could be for Victoria. He has to get away from the threat of the primaling Winston, but Valentine might want to try and make something happen with the blade momentarily. Faith is hard to ship. The amount of healing, the extra healing that Brig provides now, makes it very, very difficult just to get them off the card, and Valentine is, what's he looking for, a Christmas ham or an opponent? Unclear at this point.
Yeah, so the deflect not going to work against the Brig. That is the payload going on through as Boston, they pushed in deep. They were able to get a kill or two, but let the payload move in right behind.
This is a stinker so far, Matt. 2 final blows for the entirety of the Uprising.
You sounded so upset right there.
I mean, 11 final blows. It's 11-2. Let me just put it that way. The Uprising have done very little to slow the Gladiators down. They look uncertain and uncomfortable.
It's like the beginning of Helios trip. There's a lot of fighting. There's not a lot of killing going on from the Boston side of things. So we'll see where Ant's going to position here. Looks like trying to find an angle as you get him in this type of position, you're not able to contest. It'd be very difficult. That is a 6 sleep.
Come on! Wow. Realize now that Shu is really aptly named as he just swats yet another tank, diving through the air. Stunning sleep dart, putting Itzel in a very tough situation. And he's going to get picked off here. About as one-sided a game as we've seen so far this year.
Shu able to defend for himself here. Like, he's just got the arms with him. It's crazy.
He is staving them off, Matthew. Arn's looking to try and take some high ground there. Notices Victoria finally peeks out.
I also like how Ans and Shu are the only two alive, and it's like a 2v3 with players coming out of the spawn. Ans just grapples up onto there. It's like, it's winnable.
There's really a feeling that Victoria is absolutely assuming or believing that Valentine will be looking for Ans to be responsible for getting rid of the Widowmaker. Ans is 7-0. No deaths for that Widow against a Winston and a Widowmaker in a composition. It's all sleeping yet again. Ans now gets to take the aggressive angle.
Yeah, you know, they're playing the Widowmaker, Boston, but like, it just feels like they're so scared to like. Look at the angles like Victoria's playing from. Like he's in the spawn there, and just playing really passive against Ans and not really kind of taking that 1v1 Widow battle.
It's just unclear what the game plan is here for the Boston Uprising. You know, Valentine is looking to try and link up with Itzal where possible. Valentine is obviously 3 out of 5 of Boston's final blows here. The others on MCD and Victoria, respectively. But outside of that, after that first dive, it seems like the second step for Boston isn't overly apparent to them. Or they get interrupted, right, by Arns taking an aggressive position, or there's like a counter dive from Reiner. This is very, very sloppy stuff from the Uprising here.
Yeah, and like how do you even bounce back, right? Like, you know, you kind of play that, like, how do you play that kind of style of Widowmaker on offense? I mean, you know, when now we see Boston's shot, it's going to be really odd to see as we take a look from Mon's POV. You see just how aggressive he's so fearless on the Widow.
And again, you saw Itzal trying to put pressure on, but Shu was always there backing him up, and then MCD gets absolutely slapped on the cart. Needs to be something else here from the Uprising, something to do with Arns perhaps, or more. And they really, I mean, a 2-minute 49 time bank for the LA Gladiators, about as fast as you're going to get at this level of play, notwithstanding any huge mismatches, which there's plenty of potential for. So the Uprising have to make good on them. They win map 2. They look pretty darn commanding, in fact, on Eichenwald. They have a strat, and they know how to execute it. Here, neither of those seem to be present.
Yeah. It's, see, On's kind of taking the same angle that Victoria took underneath the bridge, but Victoria gets to the high ground, picks up a shot. It looks like he's more focused on, like, trying to put damage into, like, Reiner, and then kind of taking this 1v1 Widow battle, and yeah, I mean, it just allows Ons, so you see Ons is able to get one, like...
Excuse me?
Okay. Yeah, alright, well, now I totally get why he's not taking the battle. I mean, that is just
I mean, Victoria did again. Ons single-handedly dismantling the monarchy and the Uprising.
You know, that's one where you jump into like a quick play game on the beta, and you see a shot like that, play something else after that. You know what?
We're having a lively debate with DPay. Yeah, exactly. Lively debate with DPay about who's better. Obviously, Arns and Happy right now in the Widow. Just today we've been treated to. I mean, this is what I was hoping for with Overwatch 2 as well. That return to dominance of that long-range hit scan.
When Arns is like on and kind of like, you know, like prime peak Ons, like I don't think there's, I just don't know if there's like a real discussion. I mean, Happy is insanely talented as well. It's just, now Ons does some things like what we just saw, and he makes it look so casual that are just silly.
Yeah. You tell him which pixel to point to, you give him like another coordinate, he just finds it instantly. Pursuit from the high ground is Arms, briefly at least. MCD's in trouble. Kempston's going to be able to charge him down now. Another sleep down onto Itzal. Itzal can't even save his own teammates, let alone start something up himself. Shu's impact is being felt across the map.
Yeah, it's, the nano boost there. It allows Kempster to pick up 2 kills, gets him his Dragon Blade, so have the ability to use this in the next fight, as Ons also have sights. So this could delay some time here for Boston. You know, you pop those sights, obviously you don't want to peek, don't want to, you know, push out for the Uprising, and make it very difficult to make any type of progress at that point.
Okay, nice little pincer on Skewed, and he's able to get away somehow. Shu tops him straight back up. It's all slept again momentarily. Woken up. Infrasight now popped, and they can see where that Widow is, but Valentine's able to put Arns' reign of terror to an end at least. Kempster looking to reciprocate on the other side of the map, though. It's MCD plucked away from the Uprising. Faith has to go for the rally, so the throughput's there. But can he survive this onslaught that's about to come? Reiner's thinking about it.
Well, Skew's going to end up using the rally as well, as they want to keep this going, because there's no payload progress being made by Boston here. The fight taking place inside of the Mega Health Pack room. I know, and they're picking up some kills here towards the end, Boston. And now they're going to get the payload moving, but if you're the Gladiators, you can still keep fighting this.
Valentine able to deal with Reiner, and the Uprising make their way through. It all comes off the back of a first elimination on Arns. But it's not over yet. Maybe some of the faster spawners, Kevster et al. Could stall this out a little bit. Oh, that cart was walked off her for a moment. MCD is reluctant to push it, so they're going to go for another fight. This time it's going to be Shooterfall first. Valentine searching for Arns, taken down as well. The Primal is going to be committed.
I like that, though. Don't let them get on and contest the point, although it's being contested behind them right now. It looks like it was just Reiner. They'll be able to get in, but they use that nano boost. They jump in. They have the Winston there as well, and they're able to pick up some kills, and that prevents the Gladiators from truly regrouping and coming back to fight.
Shu, by the way, with a very angry Faith in his face, is still able just to slam MCD for the high ground. God. I don't know where Shu is typing in the chat, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that was quite ridiculous. He's able to pull that off. Still, the Uprising are bundling the Gladiators out of this shuttle phase here, so...
Nano Blade opportunity here for the Gladiators. The ability to use the Nano to potentially even build a Primal if you want, or just kind of like a Naked Blade. A few options here for the Gladiators.
Aren't able to find anything. Kevster, though, embarrassment of riches for him. 2 and more. Valentine forced into the deflect, and Reiner comes straight overhead. Can't deflect that, my son.
No, it's so difficult. They just collapse so fast. As Kevster gets 2 and then gets right into Valentine's face and not able to do much of that. So this will be a big kind of test for the Boston Uprising, right? Can you break through this area against a sniper like Ons? In this type of cycle lanes he's taken. I mean, look at this.
Absolute keyhole peaks. No, okay. I mean, that would have been in keeping with the theme of this match so far, but perhaps just a little zany for my comprehension. Valentine to the high ground here. Spots. Kev's been constantly harassed by Reiner. Okay, here's the blade. Valentine waits for the deflect to come from Kevster, then finishes the job. Arns, as cracked as he is, cannot stop Valentine here. So the Uprising now have a chance to advance.
Yeah, but you have the Primal Rage going here for Reiner. You're going to have some spawns coming up the Gladiators, and you get a pick or two coming out of this, and it kind of stops all of this push. And you're looking at it for the Boston side, you're at a minute to go. Victoria's going to have the walls here. This could buy them some time. Yep, it's going to be popped right now. And if you're the Gladiators, you just kind of have to go.
Infrasight maybe gives the Uprising a bit more confidence here. At least they can keep tabs, okay, of Arns, who's got one of his own now. Valentine falls first. Not a great omen at all here for the Uprising as Reiner looks for maybe an easier target or just a little bit of space, but he's given none by Fate. Runs him down. Now on the card, it's also close towards the end of the map, but Arns is hit with a bionic grenade. Fate trying to follow it up here with the shield bash forward and make short work of the Widow. MCD, honorable mention for 2 kills in the back, and it's tough to shift that brig.
Yeah, I was going to say, some nice shots from MCD. It's, we've seen it like on live, well, in the beta with supports, right? You kind of play a little bit more offensive, and Nana's one where you're able to land your shots. You're able to kind of contribute more on the offensive end now than kind of Overwatch 1. MCD able to take out the Genji and able to pick up another kill at the end, so able to defend himself, pick up 2 kills here.
Valentine is doing a, look, you have a Genji Widow composition, so normally you see like less damage done, like maybe more final blows because they're burst and sort of assassin oriented. Valentine's been doing a lot of damage in general. 30% of his team's damage on the Genji here now. 10 to 7 final blows, so starting to catch up to Arns. Pretty quiet now that he doesn't have these idealized sight lines, man.
Yeah, there's a team not really kind of pushing forward and opening up the ability to take some of these sight lines has really kind of turned in terms of the Widowmaker's battle. I know it's not like Victoria's kind of played lights out and really kind of dominating, but Ons, you've been able to neutralize his impact.
I mean, he has 2 final blows, Victoria, to put that in perspective, so it's been a tough map for him, full stop. Reiner really wants to just use this nano boost to force off the enemy Winston. Primal Rage here. He's hoping Victoria goes into the side room so he can probably turn him into paste. That's a nasty bio. That's 3 players, and yeah, it's going to be the dive on in here. This could be devastating for the Uprising. What a great window created there by Shu, and they look to try and double down. Defensive body grenade there from MCD, though, and it causes Skew to get picked off. The Gladiators, maybe not quite quick enough on the uptake, but Reiner's going to go for a primal. The second he gets woken, the discipline, though, means that he's still asleep.
Oh, and he gets the bubble down right before he's able to pop the primal. Keeps himself alive. The no biotic grenade hit there. So, man, it looked like for a second the Gladiators are going to back out and reset once they lost Kevster, but that big bio nade from Shu really turned things.
Last fight for the Boston Uprising now. The Blade is going to be what starts it off, though. Deflect there, and Arts finds Valentine with a headshot. Are you kidding me? He had the Blade. It's gone from bad to worse for Boston, but it was able to get rid of Arts. The damage, though, may already have been done. Reiner down the cart there. It's forced to bubble in midair, and Kevster now brings his Blade to bear. It's 1, and Victoria looked to try and respond, but he's cleaned up by Reiner. It's all Gladiators all the time. Always has been. And map 3 ends up being a convincing win. Still, Arns leads the lobby 13-5 on that Widowmaker. Absolutely dominant.
And Boston brought it back a little bit on their offensive side. I think they started to kind of get in a rhythm with what was going on. But once the Ons got that space to make the impact again on Widowmaker, it was lights out. As Kevster playing the Genji, you can really play anything for this team. It's just kind of crazy. You kind of have the DPS lineup they have as he comes up big with some blades.
Boston showing us a little bit of pep, a little bit of life towards the end of that round there, but they started so poorly, it's tough to make up that deficit. Push is coming up next, and Boston Uprising are on the edge. A little nudge, they'll be over it to stick around for map 4, ladies and gentlemen.
time for pulse-pounding action. It's time for gear-grinding gaming. It's time for Overwatch League Season 5. Come on down to youtube.com/Overwatch League for all of the brand spanking new Overwatch 2 action. And this time, it's a whole new way to play. 5 season, 5v5, only $5. Just kidding, it's free. You'll see Soldier, Tank Doomfist, Bastion with a hat. Hey kids, do try this at home. And now, for a limited time only, you can get in on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta action yourself with beta codes, beta codes, beta codes. This season, on opening weekend and select matches, we're giving away 1,500 beta codes to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta per hour. Make sure your YouTube account is connected to your Battle.net account and glue your eyeballs to your screens so you don't miss out on all of the hard-hitting action. 5th season, Bastion with a hat, beta codes. Tune in to the Overwatch League for your chance to get access to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Gibraltar gives us a little bit of a different angle on both of these teams, a different look, especially at the Gladiators line out to bring in Arns. They make use of Widowmaker in these very long angles. Victoria comes in for the Boston Uprising. Both teams have these Widows. Victoria seems to prefer not to try and take Widow duels on defense, try and play safer angles. I mean, his impact was absolutely bowled over by what Arns was able to do. This guy, absolutely insane today. We've been blessed with incredible Widowmaker action. Now, Matt, wouldn't be surprised to see Arns getting sort of subbed back out on a different sort of map, but you've got to admit he really made the difference for the Gladiators in a map that looks very one-sided.
Yeah, full-on subs for everybody. Pretty much going back, I believe, this is going back to how we kind of started the series for both teams as we go into push on Colosseo. But so much, I think, of some of the game right now is determined on like map control and positioning, and with the way Onslike plays and with the way Victoria was playing into it, just kind of gave up everything, right? In terms of like angles and being able to kind of see the high ground, deter your team from getting there. Then his team kind of takes that area, moves up a little bit, then kind of just keeps pushing you back. It's like this kind of like methodical play style a little bit, where you just kind of get pushed back into a corner where you feel like Boston didn't even like get out to even contest taking that first point, right? They just didn't even have an opportunity to. But I think if you see kind of that Widowmaker battle happen again for Boston, got to play a little bit more aggressive, try and take those angles and positions to force that map control in your favor.
Yeah, look, we got to see Itzel's debut as well. It might just be that setup for Boston needs a little bit more time in the oven. Hasn't quite risen to, what Boston can provide with Punk at their helm at tank, but still an option going forward. Right now, though, it's Run's mind turned towards Colosseo here. Last chance for the Boston Uprising to make a stand for themselves in the series. If they want to take it, they'd have to pretty much produce the same performance that we got from them, earlier on this week, right? Having to go to map 5 and really taking it to the wire. The Gladiators, though, look pretty comfortable. I can vote a little bit of a stumble for them there, and maybe their setup wasn't super conducive to being able to control the map. I think Crimzo especially was a big problem for Reiner, who was looking to try and take that high ground control as often as possible. Here, that may be less of a factor. It's just the map is not drawn up that way. Punk's teasing us a little bit here with this Orisa pick. It'll be Zarya.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see the Orisa currently. As Boston, they've pretty much gone with this kind of composition, right? In our first and second map, where they had the Zarya with the Genji and the Reaper, and they ended up taking Eigenvault, and it'll be Reiner on the Doomfist here. So we'll see the Doomfist tank for the Gladiators. Want to get a little bit more aggressive here on push.
Yeah, outside of this part of the map, Colosseo is actually dominated by a lot of high and low ground dichotomy, right? Whichever way the bot gets pushed, you'll have these teams having to deal with some degree of verticality outside of this more neutral part of the map. That's definitely where Reiner is going to be stronger. Here is where sort of Punk can do a lot more by obscuring line of sight, taking up space and getting bubble charge. But look how conservative he's been with those bubbles. 0 charge, now he pops it, looks to try and pressure Reiner down. He's hit with a Vita Grenade.
Yeah, just kind of looking both ways. He's seeing players coming from every direction. And he's trying to look for a teammate to try and bubble. As I see there, he gets strikers, so they're able to kind of get him out of harm's way. But looks like they had the Doom slept here. But look at Funny Astro with the help.
Yeah, full immersion for Funny Astro as he tends to tilt whichever way he's trying to go on that Lucio. Every fiber of his body, every neuron is linked into the movements he's making. And the Uprising able to punch through.
He's connected to the game.
That's it. It's a deep dive, full dive system.
Yeah, that was you notice the difference between when we used to see Custa play Lucio and Funny Astro. Custa used to just sit there because he wasn't really able to get on the walls and do all that movement.
Okay, yes. You can see where you're going with that. Funny Astro obviously really trying to make as much use of the terrain as possible, and the Uprising started to look a little bit dangerous there. Obviously winning out that sort of neutral fight of the middle part of the map allows them to get that barrier moving a little more. Reiner wants to pursue them here, but the Uprising are able to disengage with the speed.
Yeah, it's not like the best movement here from Boston at the beginning, but like so much of Coliseum, you just see this area, this long corridor, and this first like really hard choke that you can kind of play around. It's pretty difficult to break through.
Striker's had a good round so far, but as he gets pushed out into the open, his options for trying to, come at them from the side with his very powerful abilities are limited. Still though, looking to get a little bit of poke damage now. Punk spots Funny Astro, is at the target. Kevster going to get the sound barrier now and more. Think about the attack until this sound barrier has expired. Both teams going for Lucio ults.
They had Valentine so low as now the attack visor will come in and they're going to use the Dragon Blade here, so using everything to try and clean up the Boston Uprising as Gladiators now probably push up, try and take some of this high ground. You see where Kevster and Penifan are moving up to, trying to just take players out as they come out of the spawn. They want to take the lead as they will do so now.
Yeah, the Gladiators spending heavily on those ultimates just to kind of get ahead, right? It's going to be up to Boston to exceed their travels now.
You also see them get it to that point and then back up. It's very difficult to get through this stretch and then difficult to even push past. That stretch on the other side. So you're pretty much going to see like a few just neutral team fights that just end up happening here in the middle of the map. Where really, I assume Boston will take the same type of strategy and not really kind of go for that full completion.
Not bad from Reiner there. He saw his target got bubbled by Punk, so he goes after Punk, maybe sort of assuming correctly there'd be no bubbles available. Funny Astro, it's in the name, but he's no clown. He knows that Punk is vulnerable and he wants to pick him off. And the Gladiators are actually back in control here. This is a good spot to be in. Getting Faith picked off and having the stagger on Boston means they can actually extend their lead now.
Yeah, they'll get back in control of the bot, push it a little bit further. So you see they want to try and take that high ground that Funny Astro is on currently. They're in a real power position. Able to lock them in coming out of spawn as you'll have Reiner switching off of the Doomfist and going over to the Winston.
Grimsor has to nade himself there. He's taking damage across the map from Shu as a nano boost. Might want to give it to Reiner here. They are able to keep the Winston alive until now. Striker run and guns him down. Switching over to the Soldier 76 to make better use of the open sight lines. But now we're back into neutral.
Right, and you see they're going to be able to move the bot faster back to their barrier here. But the Gladiator is going to get another fight pretty much right at it. So they're going to have another opportunity here to deny Boston any type of progress. And Boston about 20 meters behind them.
Valentine with the Nano Blade versus the Nano Soldier 76 here. Kevster pops the visor and he gets the kill. He has a little bit of it left to try and do some damage, but really just getting the elimination in itself is enough. Forcing Punk back, who has to use his last bubble, surely. Reiner wants to dive again, but again, Faith turns his face towards the front, boops the Winston back. The Gladiators, though, they have the advantage here. They hold serve as they look to, again, extend their lead.
Yeah, it's going to be the sound barrier by the Boston Uprising as they want to turn and try and fight this, but Gladiators, they'll invest the sound barrier as well as they know they have Boston on the back foot.
Strike is forced to play passively here with that biotic grenade. Pokes his head out now. Gladiators are back in control here, but there's a lot of spending happening across the board here. The Uprising obviously having to go for that sound barrier there might hurt them now, especially the Gladiators spawn, and they're back and ready to push.
Yes, we'll take a look at a replay here from Kevster's POV. See the tracking here on the
It's a three-player bio.
Yeah, and it's a huge biotic grenade. The Shu's been hitting them all day. The biotic grenade, even larger now in terms of being able to finish players off rather quickly. They're not able to play like a second tank, right? Where you would have had a Zard here and Diva to be able to eat it.
I mean, this is what you can do now, obviously, when you sort of get to this part of the map, right? You're being pushed, but you spawn close and you can sort of flank, use that high ground. Striker doesn't find too much, though, for that ultimate, I'll be honest with you. Graviton Surge employed there by Punk. Reiner being topped up as he looks to head to the high ground here.
He has Primal, so if he wants to use this to just kind of extend how long you're contesting on that bot. You could have, but he's going to hold on to it. However, for this next fight, as Striker will go back to the Reaper. So maybe try and close that gap onto the 76. And now with the Winston in play, bringing the Reaper back to try and burn down that tank.
Again, I think Striker got a lot of value early in the round, playing these little corridors, these little nooks with that Reaper. Pretty hard to escape once he sort of draws a beat on you. Shu there put to sleep. Good deflect on the sleep dart, if I'm not mistaken. Reiner with the Primal Rage able to find Valentine, but Boston have the numbers advantage until now. Reiner trying to hang on after finding Striker. But Punk will punish, and this will put the Uprising in a position to get close to equaling, maybe even set up a front spawn for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they could really use it at this point. You know, they'll have sound barrier, and they'll have a blade potentially coming into this next fight. But you see the Gladiators just getting really aggressive right onto the bot. They want to jump in and fight this straight away.
Also want to make sure they're in a position. They want to take a fight where... Yeah, Striker's nasty in this part of the map. If he's able to just get some solo time with one of those supports, it's all over. The Gladiators, though, sneak Patapon in the back room, so definitely notes this. Reiner trying to follow up, and it's going to be a sound barrier. Great protection and good response from Faith. Another fantastic little Lucio sequence puts the Uprising in position once more to extend that barrier position.
Yeah, and I also think what they want to do is not exactly fight, trying to run into the Soldier 76 up here on the high ground with a lot of space to run directly behind him, where he still has sightlines on some of your team. You want to fight him in that, like, more closed-off area.
That's beautiful. They're trying to set up the Reaper, you know what I mean? Take position in these buildings and not out in the open where Soldier will be stronger, especially with attack visor available. That's beautiful stuff. Front spawn has been enabled. They'll have to wait a bit for the bot to start pushing again. So in the meantime, they're going to take a fight. But Patapon finds Shu with the blade. And the Gladiators look to push back with 10 seconds left now. This is a bit dicey for Boston, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get into OT here as the Gladiators going to get the bot running. They're going to jump right off of it. So that'll be it, as the Gladiators taking the series here 3-1 against the Boston Uprising.
Oh, look, that really hurt the Boston Uprising, Matt. Yes, they were in a good position, but getting that checkpoint on push means the bot takes a bit of a breather. It's a huge window that the Gladiators can sort of take to set up, play safe, and use the natural high ground that they're then given based on their position on the map. The Boston Uprising were literally and figuratively fighting an uphill battle at that point, and once the bot got moving again, the Uprising was swept from the area, and it was way too far back, even with a front spawn, for them to get there. They didn't even get overtime. So the Gladiators playing pretty conservatively here. You can start to see the strategy get applied on this push map early on in the season.
Yeah, I was going to say, even with that close spawn for the Boston Uprising, it's still not as close as that just standard defensive spawn, right? Where the Gladiators are able to just kind of funnel in. The Patapan with 2 with the Dragon Blade really kind of sealed the deal.
No doubt about it. Your player of the match here for the Gladiators is someone who, even when he didn't headline, was putting in huge amount of work, and it is, of course, the Armored Titan, Reiner. Fantastic tank play from start to finish. I mean, it was a gap of sorts on this first map. As valiantly as Punk tried to fight on that Zarya pick, Reiner seemed to be everywhere, and he seemed to be able to follow up Patapon every step of the way. Those two looked like they had a mind link going on. Reiner, a great example of how now tank steps into a leading role in so many of these fights, not just engaging, but also peeling as well. Reiner finding that balance beautifully.
Yeah, he seems to be in perfect position all the time for this team, whether it was on the Winston or the Doomfist like we saw there towards the end. Really excited to see how he kind of goes the rest of the season. Really hyped up coming in this year, and he's lived up to it thus far. I think you keep getting play like this out of him. We're going to keep seeing him in these, player of the matches, and the Gladiators going to keep winning these series.
Two very distinct looks from this Los Angeles Gladiators team, right? The one where they can sort of bring in a bunch of players to set them up for sort of a hit scan oriented fight. Skewed comes in there, looks pretty frightening on the Brigitte, of course, and we know the impact that Arns was able to have on Gibraltar. The Boston Uprising have 9 players here, but they've yet to find a permutation that sort of allows them to really get one over the Gladiators so far. But a 1-in-1 week for them can't be too bad. I'm very interested to see what insights we have to take away from this very interesting match. So we'll come back after the break, but congratulations to the Gladiators on a 2-0 start to the season. Impressive stuff. We'll see you in a few moments.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League. 'Cause 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 '
Gladiators, Ryder, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Doing good? All right. And of course, congratulations on another big win. You guys already played 2 matches and you guys really had a dominant showing. So I just want to ask you, what do you think sets the Los Angeles Gladiators apart from all the rest of the teams that we have in the league?
I think what really sets us apart is that obviously in all our positions we're some of the best players in the world, but we have a really deep roster, and I think that's what will really help us into playoffs and grand finals if we make it. Being able to have people who can play everything in every meta is very, very nice.
Right. I mean, and you did just say that, if you can't make it to the grand finals, that's one of your, what you're working towards. And funny enough, one of our hosts, our main host here, Zoe, actually in our pre-show said that she thinks Gladiators are going to make it to the grand finals. And not only that, a lot of fans think the Gladiators are one of the best teams in the league that we currently have. But for you specifically, personally, what are your personal expectations of the season?
I want to win everything. That's what I'm expecting. Just blatantly, just winning everything.
Every match.
Yep.
Go
every match, every tournament.
Season.
Yep.
Wow. Oh, that's a big one. And you know what? Maybe you can. I think you can do it.
Yeah.
And honestly, that is actually the end of the question. I actually have one more though. This is sort of a personal question. What is the meaning behind your name? Does it have to do anything with a certain anime?
Yeah, I get that one a lot, but there's 2 meanings behind it. The first one is obviously AOT. Okay. It's my favorite character, and secondly, I love Reinhardt. So when I was doing the yearly name changes, it just stumbled across my list, and I'm like, wow, I really like that name. So I just kept it pretty much.
Very good name. You could have both Reinhardt and that anime character as well. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I could change my name? You know, I've been trying to think of something because everyone else has their game names like Costa and Zoe. I just go by Danny Lim. So yeah, Ryder, you can maybe help me out next time we meet.
For sure.
Next time we have an interview. All right. Well, all right, man. Thank you so much for your time. Again, big congratulations, and hope to talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. Come back to us. Well, welcome back, one and all. And Danny Lim.
Crisis in the middle of that one?
Yeah, so first of all...
I'm learning, I'm realizing stuff, I'm growing.
That's good. Day 3 and we're already growing here in the truck. That's fantastic. I absolutely love that for us. Also, I had something funny to say, but I absolutely blanked it. I'm sure it was a banger of a joke. It was a banger of a joke.
I revised that question to Ryan. Remember, I was going to tell him that you said that they're going to
win the thing?
Yeah, make it. No, win the thing, and then you said it was.
Yeah, no, I'm keep the horse in the stable for now.
Yeah, calm down a little bit.
Yeah, it's just a little bit though.
We haven't seen the Dragons play. Let us put back on the reins.
But I think this was another fantastic dominant performance,
right.
And I also want to know. Now I remember what I wanted to ask. Okay. Yearly name change?
Yeah.
That one got me.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack.
There's a lot of contenders players, especially from North America, that change their name on a yearly basis.
Why do you think they do that? Is it when you don't do great in a year? It's like, if I change my name, no one else will know that was me.
So I should have done in 2019 and just come back as a different player in 2020.
I'm not Costa, I'm Usta.
Buster.
Or
Cotts Kennedy or one of those.
Wait, is that actually a thing for players to change their name yearly?
I mean, a few of them, they change their names like underwear, which is a lot, hopefully.
Is Iris...
Was it weird comparison?
Iris didn't change her name.
Yeah.
Iris. I think he just never said on a name.
Really?
I think he just let us run with the wrong name all along. I think he was always Iris, and we just
assumed that it was Iris.
Well, I think he said he doesn't care. Either way, I want to talk about the match. Talk about how the Gladiators got it done and how Boston Uprising still did show some promise in that match. There were some highlight-worthy moments for them as well. Costa, what's your biggest takeaway from this last match of the day?
I think the Gladiators are looking very good. I was impressed, especially by Arns on that Widowmaker. You know, there have been some question marks around, is he going to be able to do it? He's absolutely popping off. Some of those shots were just so fast that my brain didn't even comprehend what was on the screen before they were dead. But I think Victoria, on the other hand, I think did struggle in, probably one of his big debut Widow matches. So unfortunate to see for that, but Gladiators looking strong. Boston Uprising did impress me a little bit more than they did yesterday. Obviously, they had that match against the Vancouver Titans and it was back and forth, but certain people had higher expectations for Boston Uprising, and I think they were competitive with the Gladiators throughout the entire series. I think it's just hard to fight with the firepower that the Gladiators have throughout the whole of their roster.
Yeah, I think in some places, Boston Uprising, like on Gibraltar, they just look very uncertain.
Yeah.
They were too timid. And if you have a team like the Gladiators who, they're clearly the opposite of a timid team. You can't just stay back and wait for the right opportunity. You've got to make an opportunity. And I think, unfortunately, Boston Uprising were not able to do that.
I do want to raise a concern that I have with the Boston Uprising. They have currently shown us in 2 matches 3 tanks. And as much as, it sort of makes sense, Itzel's coming in to play that Winston. We saw, Marvel come in to play that, Doomfist a little bit, and Punk's come in to play the Zaya Diva. That's great and all to have players specialized, but I think having that massive amount of change between map to map in your main tank and your only tank now, I think could cause rifts throughout the season. So I'd like to see them specialize a little bit more, but, it's their team. They can do with what they like.
On the bright side, Gladiators looking really good.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, but I think this is something which we got to witness in previous seasons from teams such as the Houston Outlaws. Playing musical chairs with your players, yeah, sure, great, your opponent never knows what they're going to get, but also kind of your teammates don't. So it's not necessarily always working out for the teams. Whereas on the other side, as you say, Danny, Gladiators looking really strong. Matt and Uber. Almost. I don't know what's going on with those 2 names specifically. I've known these guys for 10 plus years, but okay, here we are. No, they said that it looked like they're mind-linked of some sort, right?
Yeah.
With Patifan as well as Reiner, always just linked up and synced up when it comes to attacking, when it comes to their positioning. Like the entire team is on the same page.
Yeah.
It's very, very nice. Big shout out to the coaching staff there as well, of course, since they do have something to do with that as well. So yeah, I'm really, really interested to see more of those two teams. Now, we did get to have quite a day with quite some matches, and that leads to quite some highlights. So we picked a few of those for our best of the day, and I'm gonna start it right off with just some visual reinforcements to why I think Gladiators is gonna make it to the grand finals. If you can finish up a map and you're actually asleep while doing so, I mean, how good are you?
Look at
He doesn't even need to do anything.
This is why he was.
He does it with his eyes closed. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a great angle.
It really is.
Really popping off here, you know? It's look at the newer generation just showing us how it's really done.
Yeah.
So
Can sleep on the job and still get paid. Like that's aspiring.
That's nice.
I aspire to be that.
is that an upgrade from Wins, who was tweeting from the payload? We've upgraded to now sleeping on the payload.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Anyway, Kasa, what was your best of the day?
My best of the day, it was a good thing, depends on who you look at it from. Nero had a great performance on the Tracer. We haven't seen too much Tracer, but Myeonbong, I think, just had a bad day in terms of Nero was kind of bullying him. It was pulse bomb after pulse bomb after pulse bomb. Nero was just sticking him, and it was kind of interesting to see how it kept going, because at first it was like, oh, Nero's popping off, and now I started to think, isn't he just targeting Myeonbong? This just felt like bullying.
It felt personal.
Yeah, it started getting personal as like it kind of felt like it was a little mean. Like, look at this. This is 3 in 2 maps so far. So leave Myeonbong alone is the TLDR.
I guess Nero's doing a great job of what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you're ever on the receiving end of that, like, it starts to really grind your gears. Like, eventually that Tracer is not just sticking their bums on your body, but they're inside your head.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets tricky.
No coming back from that.
No, there really isn't. That's quite tragic. Now, Danny, what's your best of the day?
Can I be honest?
Please, I always want you to
Don't tell me you forgot what your best of the day.
I forgot what my best of the day was.
Well, our prompter only says Danny, so
it's gonna be a surprise. Let's take a look at my best of the day.
Thank you, Hex.
Yeah. No, let's take a look.
Our producer thinks it was Happy.
Of course, yes, it is Happy. Happy was just so good. I mean, his soldier was great. I think I personally want to talk about his Riddle play. There we go. We're talking about his Riddle play. Hans was really good too, but we gotta give it to Happy. He was just phenomenal throughout the match. His Riddles, I think it's just something about his aim. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, with the
It's just fast. It's just fast. Like when he shoots, he
so crisp.
He flicks as he shoots, so it looks like very
crispy.
fast. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
It's just so nice to watch his Riddle.
It's definitely magical, and I think we discussed it when we highlighted the team on day 1 or 2 or whenever they played. Oh, wait, it's only day 3, so it was day 1 or 2.
Yeah,
that's for sure. With the lack of shields on the field right now, he's gonna hit a lot of shots if you're not careful. And I mean, he managed. If you manage to aim like that, it's bound to happen, and it happened a lot. So Ans is a fantastic player, and I can't wait to see more of that. For now, we're going to take a look at tomorrow's schedule to know what games are coming our way. And tomorrow is going to be a very filled day for all of us, as we're going to have 4 matches to end our first week, starting off with
the Bread Bowl! Bread Bowl!
Absolute classic. London going up against the Vancouver Titans, and well, one team will win, that's for sure. And I can't wait to see more of those 2 teams. Now, Paris Eternal will face off against the Florida Mayhem. After that, we're going to see the Dallas Fuel trying to redeem themselves when going up against the Washington Justice. And the last match of the day will be the very dominant-looking Houston Outlaws taking on the Toronto Defiant. Which one of those is getting you hyped the most, and why is it the first match?
It's not the first match, I'm going to be honest. As much as I am very hyped for the Bread Bowl, I am actually really excited to see Dallas, because
me too.
Are they as bad as they were on their first match? Or was that just a bad first match, bit of nerves, Houston coming to be really good? They get another strong match against the Washington Justice. Plus, remember earlier in the day I said my hot take or my uninformed opinion was that Dallas Fuel won't make the tournament. So this could be the beginning of me looking smart. So
yeah.
I like
Honestly,
that.
they have to actually really perform well here. If not, then Costa's. Costa said, I'm pretty sure it might come true.
It's
I'm
a
kind
lot
of scared.
Of pressure. It's a lot of pressure for that team
Yeah.
on that match tomorrow, and I'm sure they're very eager to prove that the day number 1 never happened. So let's see if they can get that done or not. For now, this is it for our Watchpoint pre-show. We will be back once again, of course, tomorrow for our, did I say pre-show, post-show? That was it for the post-show. We will be back again tomorrow with our pre-show. Same place, same time. Make sure to tune in at 11:30 PST?
PST.
Are we in summertime? It feels summery, so let's go with that.
Time is a social construct.
It really is.
11:30. 11:30 LA time.
And you're going to come and join us. So bye. See you.
Bye, guys.